I remember the first time some kid in the library pulled up my Machine story. They were really young, so they were still sharing a room back then. And I went in to put him to bed, and my oldest daughter goes, "Hey, Dad, some kids at school said you robbed a train." Mm-hmm. And I was like, well, it's a long story. And they're like, you didn't rob a train, right? And I was like, no, I actually did rob a train. And they're like, but bad guys made you do it, right? And I was like, well, kind of. And my wife's like, just tell them the story. So I get a glass of wine, and I sit down, and I was like, all right, when I was 22, I got involved with the Russian mafia. And they're like, what? And I tell them the story, right? I get to the very end, and I was like, I get off the train, I'm walking to my class. The cop is standing in front of the class I just robbed. Next to the gangster I robbed them with, Isla, my youngest, goes, stop! I can't know anymore. Do you get away with it? And I'm like, you moron. I'm sitting right here.
Cut to the end. Do you get away with it?
And by the way, so
cut to the end. I gotta know.
And by the way, that's one of the famous stories you tell on stage. And now that story is a major motion picture.
Yeah. We just shot the movie in Serbia. We're editing it right now.
How crazy is that?
I go back in September. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And Mark Hamill is in the movie.
What?
Mark Hamill plays my dad.
Amazing.
Yeah, he's phenomenal in it.
Along with the fact that you just casually said, yeah, we just shot a movie in Serbia. You know, that's pretty damn impressive, too.
Yeah, it was 3 months. We spent 3 months in Serbia, shot the movie. It was probably the most amazing experience of my life, you know. And when I say I gave it everything on this movie, I ruptured my tendons in my left elbow, doing action scenes. I had to get surgery. I mean, I gave this movie every ounce of me. So hopefully people like it. Yeah.
Yeah. So how long were you out in Serbia doing the movie thing?
3 months.
Because you were kind of off, and I noticed it, kind of off the grid for 3 months. I mean, no podcasts. Yeah. I mean, you got like three podcasts you're doing.
It ends up making you feel like I felt very lonely. So I was like, you'd listen to podcasts and stuff would go on in the States, and you'd want to comment on it, and you just had no way to talk to anyone.
Right.
I remember I did an interview with Variety Magazine, and the interview was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was an hour and a half because it was on a Zoom. And she was like, I feel like you're doing a podcast right now. And I was like, I just need to empty it out.
You just wanted to talk to somebody.
Get the poison out.
Yeah, because, I mean, you got your Burtcast, you got your, Two Bears, One Cave podcast, you got your podcast with Bill Burr, the Bill Burt podcast. You got, your Netflix, The Cabin special.
Oh, so funny.
Oh, my God. Dude, is there going to be another season of that?
I don't know. What's so funny is it aired during the pandemic, and so the idea of picking up another season when no one was making television or had any hopes to make television no one was going to do it. And now that everyone's back to making television, I think, I'm doing a movie with Netflix. So I think after we do that, maybe we'll do another season of The Cabin. I would love to, because so many people have reached out that have enjoyed it. Like Snoop Dogg was the first person that texted me. It was the day it aired. And he was like, "You are a bad MFer." And I was like,
I mean, basically,
you want to get.
The concept is, and God, I don't remember the last time I was looking forward to seeing something on Netflix more than you're The Cabin. But so it's basically you in a cabin inviting your friends up there and filming it and doing these like new age kind of things.
Yeah. It was basically my wife wanted to send me to rehab. And I was like, no, I can figure this out. And so we just took a bunch of drugs and alcohol up to a cabin and partied for a month.
With
the wife's blessing. Amazing.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, she's the one that got me and Joey Diaz and Tom Segura smoked an ounce of weed. And I called her and I was like, hey, I need you to run by the dispensary and grab this weed and then give it to Tom. He's coming up to the cabin. And she was like, Tom's coming? And I was like, oh, yeah, Joey's coming also. She was like, oh, my God, this isn't what we planned on.
If there is one episode to watch of that, it's the one with Bobby Lee.
Bobby Lee and Donnell Rollins is my favorite episode.
I don't think I by myself watching crying laughing. Crying laughing.
Dude, it's so funny because like cancel culture, it was a thing, but it wasn't like as big as it is. Like people talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
comics I don't really have a barometer for cancel culture. So like, if I get canceled, I'm definitely not going to see it coming. And so we did that episode, and I remember the execs being like, "Hey, you can't do that really on television." And we're like, "Do what?" Like, they're like, "I don't know," because like we did the Scream Therapy, and Bobby and Donnell they were trying to connect with their fathers who had recently passed away, and Donnell's like, "Hey, Bobby, why don't I do your father?" And he was like, "Okay." And then he just started going, "Oh, Bobby's son." And I was like, "Donnell, you can't talk like that." And he was like, "Well," and then Bobby just goes back at him. He's like, "Damn, Donnell, I'm locked up." And it was like the most inappropriate but hilarious episode.
That was the same episode where you tried to give each other enemas, right?
Yeah, and it was a coffee enema, and Bobby didn't do it right, and it sprayed everywhere, and I thought it was me.
I thought it was you too at first. Oh my god!
I'm crying watching this. My wife walks in. She goes, "What the hell are you watching?" And then she sits down. And I don't know if you've experienced this. You're watching something, and your wife sits down and she goes, "Why is this funny?"
Oh yeah,
I go, "Because they're giving each other enemas with coffee."
And then she just goes, and then gets up and walks out.
Dude, that was my favorite. Probably my favorite. Joey and Tom was great. Obviously I almost killed Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah.
Like it was a really fun show to do. I would love to do.
Yeah,
more.
the Caitlyn Jenner episode was with our buddy Nikki Glazer. That was a good episode too.
Oh, Nikki was awesome. The best part of that, I don't even know if it's in the show, but Nikki shows up, and I have a wax strip on my.
That was in there. Oh yeah.
and then she goes, "Hey," I go, "Hey, just so you know, Caitlyn Jenner's coming up," and she panicked in real life. Real life panicked, and I don't know if it made it in the episode. She was like, I have to leave," and I was like, "Why?" She was like, "We did this roast of Caitlyn Jenner, and I wrote a bunch of jokes that were unacceptable." And they said, "Caitlyn will walk off the set if you tell these jokes." And I go, "Well, you didn't tell them, right?" She goes, "Well, I didn't tell them on the show, but I told them all on Howard Stern the next day." And I was like, "Oh!" And all of a sudden, there's a knock at the door, and I go, "Well, too late."
So she really didn't know that Caitlyn Jenner was coming up?
She had no clue. She had no clue Caitlyn Jenner was coming up. Yeah.
Holy cow.
Dude, you need to do another season of The Cabin. Dude, I love it. Please.
I tell you, I do it in a heartbeat. I'm definitely way more famous now than I was then. So I think I wouldn't be shocked if they were like, "No, we'd love to do it."
Well, we were talking earlier in the show. The last time you were here in St. Louis with us on our show was 2016. And it just seems like...
Yeah, I was just thinking of that. When I called you guys, I was like, it's been a while.
Yeah, since 2016. And I remember you promising, "Hey, I'm going to come back in a couple months. And then we're going to book a bar, and we're going to have all your listeners come down. It's going to be play hooky from work, and then next thing you know, you're playing theaters and you're playing arenas." And
well, that last time I was with you guys, that was like a weird pivotal point in my life. Is that we didn't sell it. I didn't sell a ton of tickets, and I was driving back to the club, and the manager. We were driving down the street, and I saw this dude sitting outside a convenience store who you could tell he like owned the convenience store, the way he was dressed, right? And it was early, and I think I was drunk. I'm not sure if I was drunk.
probably.
And I think I was, and the manager of the club was like, "So how much longer do you think you can do this?" And I was like, "What?" It was like, "This comedy thing. I mean, you're getting old, man. What are you going to do this for the rest of your life?"
Oof.
And I remember being like, I had never thought of it like, I was always been like, well, yeah, like maybe I'll get successful. But he was looking at it like you missed your opportunity to get successful. And I was like, oh my God, people see me that way? Like it got me so bummed out.
Right.
And then I was like, oh my God, like do people think it's like when you like Segura one time called me on drinking Kool-Aid, and I didn't realize that people don't drink Kool-Aid.
Jeff
Like I
and I
just
listened
didn't
to that
realize
today.
people don't drink Kool-Aid, you know?
Dude, I'm tears. I was dehydrated with the amount of tears that came out of my face the first time I watched that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but damn.
No. Yeah, but you don't realize how people see you. You just, especially like me, I definitely don't realize how people see me, and so I ended up going to the club and
this was in St. Louis. The guy bummed you out.
Yeah, it was the manager. By the way, he's a friend of mine. I like the guy. I still like the guy, but he was just being honest. He was just being very honest. Like, how much longer do you think you do this? And I was like, oh my God. And then randomly, that machine story went viral and changed my life.
Yeah.
Like 2 months later, the machine story went viral.
Yeah, and you never came back.
By the way.
And now you're playing November 11th at the Stiefel Theater. 2 shows, 7 o'clock and 9:30. You were supposed to be here last October playing the drive-in thing, and in Belleville, Illinois, which is not too far from here, had to cancel because of a thunderstorm. If you were.
Oh yeah. That was man. I'll tell you what, that drive-in movie theater tour was the funnest thing because you'd get there and it would be like lightning, but it's only 5 miles away. You should be fine, and you'd be like, okay, I guess I'm going to race through an hour real quick
before people could potentially be killed.
Dude, I would do that drive-in. If we go into another lockdown, I'll do a drive-in tour again in a heartbeat.
You were the guy that started it. I mean, you are the guy responsible for the drive-in comedy stuff.
Yeah, I came up with the idea like March 17th. My special aired on Netflix, and I saw that it was doing well, and I was like, "There's no way that I can't tour." And I called my agent. And I was like, "Hey man, you got to think about. I want to do drive-in movie theaters." And he was like, "That's not a thing." I was like, "Make it a thing." And we found this company called Hotbox that had done like some EDM type stuff. They'd work with musicians, but never comics. And they were like, "Oh, we got a place. They gave me like 6 places. We did them. I loved them. And then the first week we did them, I remember the first 2 people to call me. By the way, this is when you know you're going in the right direction. Jim Gaffigan and Brian Regan. And I was like, oh. I mean, I remember being on the phone with Jim going like, and Jim's like, so what do you think? Should I do them? And I was like, definitely, Jim. They're awesome. I was like, trust me, you're not going to like it when people leave. But yeah, like if you.
No, and there are comics that loved it, and there are also comics that, you know, like, I would never do it. I think Mark Maron was one of the guys I heard. I'm never doing that. I can't do it. Rumpy.
Well, Mark has a hard time in comedy clubs, too. So, no. No. Mark, like, it's not for everyone. It definitely is not for everyone. Because, you know, it is a different type of act. Like, you have to be a little bigger, larger than life. You have to, like, you know, and you've got to be, it works better for a storyteller because I don't know, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And like I did one with Segura. Segura hated it. He really hated it. Jay Leno did one with us. Jay loved it. Like it was you know, it depends on the act. And it's also that you realize a lot about your act when you do it in a valley or in a parking lot.
Yeah.
You realize like the holes in it, and a lot of people have things in their act that cover up holes that they don't want to deal with in their act. And I just looked at it and I was like, this is an opportunity to grow. Let me tell you something. You go inside and do comedy after you've been doing it outside in a quarry, and it's like you've been swimming with overalls on. You're just like,
I've never done that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you know, Birdie. I mean, he's on stage within 5 minutes, your shirt's off, and you got the crowd. It doesn't matter if they're in a car or in a comedy club. That's your act.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. We did some shows in the snow during those outdoor comedy shows where you're like, I wish I'd never taken my shirt off.
Hey, before we let you go, one more thing. Rumor has it there is a movie with you and Tom Segura in the works.
Rumor has it, yeah. The rumor has it. The paperwork just got delivered yesterday. Rumor has it.
Oh, nice.
I wish he'd be honest with us, but rumor has it he's not gonna. So.
Oh God.
Yeah, let me tell you, I did. You know, when I did the machine, when I sold the machine, I sat in a room with a guy named Kale. A guy named Kale. I won't. You can find him if you want to find him. But he said, "You get to do one movie. What's it going to be?" And I said, obviously it's the machine. He was like, what's the story? And I was like, I don't know. I got to be honest with you. I'm even scared pitching it because, like, I'm afraid what if I do it and it's a big movie and then I get a phone call and I get kidnapped by the Russian mafia. And he looks at me, he goes, sold. And I went, what? He goes, that's our movie. You get kidnapped by the Russian mafia. And I go, great. And so then same guy says to me, all right, so you get to do a second movie. I go, I got to do a movie with Segura. Like, that's it. I got to do a movie with Segura. And he goes, do you have an idea? And I was like, just turns out.
Hey, hello.
Nice.
Well, look at all you.
Hi.
Thank you.
You're all here. Well, except for Moon is in.
Booyah.
Wee.
Except for Moon's in Europe, and he's been sending us pictures.
Yeah, he's having a great time.
He's having a great time.
Are those live, you think? Is it daytime over there?
What is it, 6-7 hours difference?
Is he in Paris
Couldn't
right now?
tell you, brother.
Yeah.
I don't
Old
keep
Paris.
French time.
It is 1:08 p.m. in Paris right now.
Oh, yes. Wee.
Yeah, wee.
Wee. Indeedy.
That would be neato. It does look awesome where he's at.
It looks great. I'd much rather be here, I'll be honest with you.
Why?
With you fine folks.
Oh.
I mean, what's over there?
Get the hell out of here.
What's over there we don't
Push
have
the-
here?
But what are you sucking up? It's Tuesday. We just started.
Get the out of here.
We know the truth.
What do you mean? It was awesome when the alarm clock went off.
The weekend was too short for a long weekend.
I had a great weekend,
I
to be
did
honest
too.
with you. Had
Me
a
too.
wonderful. Every day, I enjoyed it.
Same.
I did a lot of hanging out with the family. Everybody was pleasant.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, wild, right?
Yeah.
Wild.
That is wild, man.
Friday, we had some friends come over. Saturday, what did we do Saturday? Oh, went to the movies on Saturday. Mm-hmm. Saturday night was just the wife and I. We our kids abandoned us,
Good for them.
which was fun. You know what? The lady and I went to the Wildwood B&B. Saw the Furiosa movie.
So we did Friday.
Oh, you did that Friday?
Mm-hmm. Same place.
Same place?
Yep. Great spot.
Yeah, the only problem with that theater is they have a wall in front of you.
Oh,
It's
between the screen?
Between the rows.
Oh, yeah.
It's
yeah.
hard to see a screen.
It's
that
hard.
way.
Now, I'm not the tallest person in the world, so sometimes I can't see over the wall,
And then you're leaned back.
and then I'm leaned back,
Right.
and they have the heated seats there.
Oh, did they?
My ass was on fire. I didn't realize I turned on the heater.
I didn't know that they had heated seats, and I needed them.
Oh, my ass was on fire.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the movie?
Didn't like it.
You hated it, huh?
I didn't hate it. I didn't like it.
This is not the review I wanted because I wanted to see this.
I know.
thought it was good.
I was really, maybe I pumped myself way too up. Anya Taylor-Joy's not in that movie as much as you would think for being the lead person in that movie.
She's in pretty much every scene.
No, she's not. She's in the back half of that movie. The little girl who plays her.
Okay, little girl.
Yeah, but she was great. Chris Hemsworth was great. Anya Taylor-Joy, not impressed. Hate it. Hate that I'm saying that.
I think it takes a lot for me to not like a movie.
Well, that's what
I pretty much like everything.
Yeah, if you're spending money, that's why ages ago I got really snooty towards film, and everything was annoying and dumb. And then I just realized, man, I'm wasting so much money. So now I got to find something I enjoy in every movie,
Yeah.
and it makes it easier to
So
go.
you find the joy.
Yeah.
This man is choosing joy.
I'm choosing
when
joy
he goes
instead of
Try
garbage.
to the movie theater.
Could I recommend that you go home tonight,
Yeah.
cuddle up with the wife,
Okay.
watch the movie Gummo,
Oh, God, no.
tell me the joy that you find in it tomorrow morning on the air, please.
There's a lot of joy in that film.
Because I would
honestly.
like to find the place in that movie where you find the joy. I'd like to know what
That's
that
the
is.
movie about your
what's
hometown, right?
What's a joyless movie? What's the
Requiem
one?
for a Dream?
Requiem for a Dream. Nah.
Yeah.
Dude, that movie is a joyless
Joyless.
film. Holy moly.
They would call that a tour to joyless.
Yes.
Yeah, but I could say the wardrobe was great. You know.
Okay, so you'll find the positive.
Yeah. Look at that. That is a great wardrobe.
That's
I thought it was good. You know what?
actually pretty good.
I'm going to say this.
I went there with an open mind. It was just the wife and I, kind of on a date night, just the movies.
Here's what you shouldn't have done. And maybe you didn't do this, and I did, and this is the problem. Do not go into that movie expecting Fury Road. Because Mad Max Fury Road was so energetic, so fast-paced, colorful, insane. You were Mad Max while you were watching that movie. I wanted that to be what was happening here, only the female version of that, because I love Charlize Theron's character so much in Mad Max Fury Road. I wanted it to be that, and it just wasn't. It was slow-paced. It wasn't as vibrant. It starts off great. The mother-daughter beginning, loved it. I was like, oh, we are in for a ride.
Yeah.
Halfway through that damn movie, I'm going, I am off the horse. I am off the ride. The ride is over.
How was Hemsworth in it?
He was
great.
He was his, he kind of plays the same character. in
Thor.
every-
He's kind of like a version of Thor.
He's
Yes.
evil Thor in this
He
movie.
kind of plays the same character.
That's what I heard. I heard they're like, some friends of mine were just like, started to realize like, oh, he just plays one character.
Yeah. And he does it well.
Plays a
Yeah,
different
if you
version
do
of
agree.
Thriller.
Also, halfway through the movie of seeing his prosthetic nose, I just started to kind of omit the nose by squinting my eyes a little bit so I could just see Chris Hemsworth. Because he looks great in the movie. Still hot with the prosthetic weird nose.
Yeah, and you go, oh, that's Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah. And I'm into it. Even though he's bad. He's Dirty Daddy in this movie. And
He was Dirty Daddy. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
He was Dirty Daddy. And that lit something in me.
When he first came on the screen, I heard my wife just faintly go, oh,
A little quiver.
oh. I didn't know he was
Some
in
popcorn in the
screen.
bucket started. The bucket popcorn on her lap started to pop new popcorn, and you're like, "Whoa!" Started overflowing. You're like, "How'd you do that?" You're like, "Don't worry about it." Like,
Those
where's the
un-
heat
the
source?
yeah.
Those unpopped kernels,
Yeah,
huh?
the
You have your
unpopped
seed heater on
kernels.
too?
Yeah.
No.
For
I
real.
don't.
My natural
It was just a
heater.
faint. It
It's
was
like
just a
Jiffy
faint,
Pop.
It was. Oh. The theater was empty, completely
Yeah.
empty.
There was like 3 other people. in
There
there.
was one couple in every row of the theater. Like we had our own row.
They're really
empty.
low turnout this weekend for movies.
Yeah, I guess they were showing the Garfield movie in the other theater, and nobody was there. And at the Mad Max movie, nobody was there.
They said it's the lowest grossing Memorial Day weekend in over 30 years. For movies.
Oh, dang.
Well, listen, I'll give it a B plus.
Okay. C minus.
I was
for
entertained.
Me.
C minus.
C minus for me. Yeah.
Wow, what a turd!
Bummer.
Not
Yeah, the
going.
kids. The kids bailed. They were like, we had originally bought 4 tickets, and then my son's like, I got other plans, and my daughter goes, I really don't want to see it.
Yeah. They made the right choice.
Ah.
Good for the kids.
No, we walked out. We were like, the girl wouldn't have liked it. The boy probably would have liked it. The girl, not so much. But it was fine. The wife and I had a good time.
Glad you had a good time.
It was great. And then Sunday, did some yard work. All hands on deck, pulling weeds. Pulled out a bush. It was great.
Nice.
And then Sunday night, oh boy,
Storm rolled through.
storm rolled through.
Oh, yeah.
I was at Busch Stadium.
Oh, yeah. Well, Channel 2 kept referring to, I guess the game was supposed to start just as that thing was rolling in.
We got into Busch. We went with Missy and Bill Ryder of The Urge. And I know, name
Whoa,
drop.
Look at you.
I mean, I don't want to do it, but they
Dang.
invited us.
Must be
And they're
cool.
good people.
That's a name.
And so we were rolling in at like 5 whatever into Busch as the tornado.
Tornado.
The tornado sirens are like, everybody get under cover. And so for 2 hours, we just started drinking. Everybody was in the
You were
concourse of the
Okay,
Busch
so
Stadium.
you were at the stadium. They didn't evacuate the stadium.
No, they evacuated the seats, but they said just take cover underneath. And so it was a party.
Were
People
trash cans flying?
They were not flying, but the hail started coming down. It was loud.
Dang.
The field flooded.
But that's what I found wild is how you saw the field and then seemed like 20 minutes later, it
Everything's
looked like it was a
cool.
normal day.
Oh, the
dry.
drainage. I mean, the drainage is
crazy.
so insane on those fields.
It's amazing.
But it was
Yeah,
fun.
'cause it out where we were, it got crazy.
I know. Siding off of homes, trees down, crazy.
And well, Rafe was in Kansas City. You
Yep.
had nothing.
KC.
Yeah, did they have it was the same storm system that rolled from KC?
Yeah, I mean they had. We did our last show Saturday night. The power went out on the last show.
Oh, during
During the show, I got off stage in about 15 minutes into Jeremiah Watkins, the headliner's set. The power completely went out. The winds blew a tree onto a transformer. The whole city block went down.
Whoa.
And the club was panicked because they were like, they went to like the Toast point of sale where it's all
the
on
app,
iPads, and they're like, no Wi-Fi, can't ring any credit cards out.
Oh, boy.
'Cause they have no like landlines. So to his credit, big shout out to my boy Jeremiah Watkins, because 99% of comics would have folded in that scenario. And me and Tina went out in the audience and got all the candles off the tables and put them on the stage in front of him to where he was like candlelit.
That's cool.
And the audience stayed in it. And he did like a one-man we did like an improvised play about a woman in the 1500s hoping things would get better. And then Sir Harrison Butker was in the audience to save the day. And it was super funny. And everybody in Kansas City loved it. It was very, very funny. And He did probably like 35, 40 minutes in the dark.
Just candlelit.
Improvised.
That's sweet.
Doing like crowd work, improvised, did a little bit of a set. Really, really crushed it. And the audience didn't feel cheated. They still feel like they got the show they paid for.
Well, I mean.
And then they figured it out. Everybody either Venmo'd, paid cash, or the servers went around and got everyone's credit card number. Like, hey, we'll run these tomorrow. We'll send you a receipt. And honestly, no a-holes.
That's really
Wow.
Usually in that situation, there's going to be one.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not giving you anything. But everybody was super cool. I don't know when the power came back on.
Wow,
but it was off.
Everybody came together at the comedy club.
It was cool, man. It was a cool thing to watch because
Wow, humanity.
a lot of
Sometimes-
comics would fold.
cool. I love that.
Power's out, no mic, no
done.
spotlight. There's be like, hey, I'll give you guys, especially 10 minutes, 15 minutes in, they're probably going to say, guys, sorry about this. I'll come back out when the power comes back.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I probably would be the same way.
Yeah.
I'm out. See ya.
He took it to the bank, dude. He had his Jordan flu game, and I watched it happen, and it was cool to watch a friend
That is
succeed in
good.
that way.
That's also
awesome.
how you get the lore started of how great you are.
That's what I told him. I go, you know what, dude? Everybody in this audience, this is probably going to be the show. Everyone in that audience will always come see you because of what you did. And they'll tell all their friends, and they'll bring all their friends. Like, you just made lifelong fans with whoever was in that Late Show audience.
I'm looking on Channel 2 here. I guess, I don't know where this was, but a house is shredded because of the hail.
Smokes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's down in Oakville because they got it pretty bad down there.
You know, Valley Park got it bad, too.
Valley Park got it bad. Well, this is from STL Today. The National Weather Service confirmed yesterday a weak tornado touchdown during Sunday night storms in South St. Louis County, crossing Interstate 55 in the Mississippi before lifting just west of Columbia. No injuries reported from Sunday night storms, which uprooted trees, dropped golf ball-sized hail, flooded roads, caused some damage to homes and businesses. The National Weather Service classified the tornado as a weak EF1. EF1 tornadoes have wind gust speeds between 86 and 110 miles an hour. Tornado touchdown at 5:48 p.m. Sunday, southeast of Butler Hill and Tesson Ferry. Traveled east for almost 9 miles through the Melville and Oakville area in South St. Louis County before crossing the river and dissipating at 6:02. I mean, that house on Channel 2 they're showing, shredded.
Yeah.
Crazy.
The siding, the roof.
In Overland, it was they call it a 1T. So only one trampoline blew
One
in my yard.
trampoline blew away. That's
So
good.
I knew it wasn't too serious. Like, we didn't get anything too serious over there in Overland.
That's a relief.
My family was at Kentucky Lake, and they got stranded because the way that the power lines and things went down at Kentucky Lake, like, they couldn't get out of the streets because so there was no power. They're running out of water. Electrical lines were down. And they're like, we're trying to get home, but we can't leave.
Oh, man.
And then finally somebody cleared a way for another option. But my mom was like, I don't think we're going to get home in time.
Well, there were a ton of people that sent us pictures. I guess there was a Taco John's
Yep.
that was taken out in, where was that?
Sad day.
Minor, Missouri?
They said Sykeston on all this. About 300 people sent me this. And then I brought my Taco John's thermal cup to drink, pour a little out, pour a little Dayquil out.
Like a sign of
In
solidarity.
Yeah.
The Taco
For the homie we
John's.
lost in Sykeston.
Is that the same area, Minor, Missouri, Sykeston?
I imagine so. If 2 Taco Johns got taken out, then I know Taco John controls the weather.
Ooh.
Now we know.
You never know.
Fun Inc. controls the weather.
It could have been 2 Taco John's. I don't know.
If 2 TJs went down,
Oh.
let me tell you something. Conspiracy time.
The war has begun.
Oh, the Great Taco
Connor.
Wars.
I
Great
told
Taco
you.
Wars.
This is how it starts.
The Harpa Taco.
They said it was a tornado. It was Taco Bell's drones that came and destroyed that Taco John's under the guise of a tornado. Nice try.
Because Taco John's doesn't have a blue roof, do they? So
I mean, there's their first
that's what
sign.
happened.
yeah,
Lasers. Got it.
Yeah, Ron just sent this over. Near Sykeston. Yeah, Taco John's is.
Look at that damage. Does that look like storm damage to you? That looks like a horribly made horribly assembled burrito drone came out of the sky
Right.
and tore the roof off that place. Let's just say I'm not sold on this whole tornado thing.
Ha!
Laser tots.
You think there's more to it, huh?
I do. I think we go deeper.
Ha!
Don't worry, I'm doing
I
my
mean,
own
this is right up
research.
there with the 9/11 conspiracy.
Right.
What really took down Building 7? Don't know.
Could
But
be
Taco
these
Bell-
taco drones.
Does have.
Don't know.
I just don't want Taco Bell thinking they got away with one. I'm going to use my platform for good. That's let people know.
Yeah, I get it.
You're thinking outside
Thank
the bell.
you.
Or
yeah.
the bun. or
I'm
whatever.
outside their bun. That's right.
I get it.
I'm on your buns, Taco Bell.
You're fooling nobody. Hey, do you know if so anybody go down to a military cemetery yesterday? And we had talked about this before, and being that yesterday was Memorial Day, the meaning of coins on the headstones.
Mm-hmm.
Did we talk about this before?
No, not yet last week at all.
So if you go to a military cemetery or even a regular cemetery, and in the cemetery a veteran is buried, I heard of people going, "Oh, people left change on top of the headstones." I think we may have had an email about that, and somebody was taking the coins, and people were like, "No, they mean something." Like the coins on top of a veteran headstone, they all mean something. So if you see a penny on the top of a military headstone, a veteran's headstone, it means you just stopped and paid your respects.
Oh.
If you see a nickel, that's somebody who attended boot camp with them. If you see a dime, that means somebody served in the armed forces with them. And if you see a quarter, that means you were with the soldier
Oh,
when
wow.
they were killed.
Holy cow. That's really neat.
That is neat to know.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty neat. I had no idea what those different coins meant. I know like not to touch them. I know they have some kind of significance.
So where do they go? Like, do they stay there forever and ever, or?
Yeah, do they ever collect them like the actual cemetery base?
I have no idea.
I would imagine they have to.
Wow.
Like the cemetery comes and collects them.
I would imagine so, yeah.
Yeah.
So a penny, you stopped, paid your respects. A nickel, you attended boot camp with them. A dime, you served in the armed forces with them. And a quarter means you were with the soldier when they were killed. So if you see those, that's what those mean. Don't
That's
touch
the
them.
changing of the
Don't
guards?
touch them. Don't touch them. Big carnival, I guess, down in the Chesterfield Mall parking lot.
Yeah, I saw.
You saw that? Anybody drive by?
I did.
I heard about it.
Thought about it. Drove by after work on Friday, and I thought to myself, I see Ferris wheel, and like they're setting things up, and I'm like, am I going to do this right now? Am I going to go?
Oh, you thinking about going?
Yeah. I told my best friend, I go, what are you doing this week? Let's take the kids. And then I said we could eat the Cheesecake Factory afterwards or before, whenever. And then that just kind of fizzled out. I think she had
I
other
don't know. I
plans.
see those things and I go, I
I want to get on that Ferris wheel.
don't know. Maybe we've heard too many stories of things gone wrong.
Dude, don't live your life like that.
I'm trying not to.
Just get on the Ferris wheel.
Yeah, they
Headline,
use WD-40.
headline, Chesterfield.
Oh, no. I obviously did not look at the news.
Headline, Chesterfield. Firefighters rescue worker trapped on Ferris wheel in Chesterfield.
Gosh, dang it.
No, it was fine. It was this morning.
Oh, it was this morning.
It was this morning. Carnival worker was trapped after being, I guess, dismantling it.
Oh.
Trapped 45 feet in the air. Monarch Fire Protection District Battalion Chief Dave Schmidt said the worker was helping dismantle the ride when a section collapsed and trapped him 45 feet in the air shortly before 2 a.m. This morning.
So wait, the Carnies get to like go roundabout a couple times after the thing
No, they were
shuts
taking
down?
it apart.
I know, but like, what if he was? I'm gonna get a couple of rides in before I take this thing.
I would
down.
imagine.
You know, it's not bad. It's one of the perks.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is the perk.
Yeah.
One of the perks of being a carny.
Yeah.
Free rides.
It's pretty cool.
Free rides whenever you want.
Worth it.
Except this one. Yep. Got to call the fire
Man.
department.
Kind of sad, too, though. Like, imagine being on the Gravitron alone. Just stuck to the wall with your thoughts. You're just stuck
going
to the
round
wall
and round.
with your thoughts.
Just
of all
going
the
round and
mistakes
round
you've
and
ever
round and
made.
round and round.
It's kind of a sad moment.
Yeah, they had to harness this guy, lower him back to the ground safely. The man complained of back pain. Take him to the hospital. He'd be fine.
You'll be all right.
Yeah, carnies don't get injured.
But this is prime Carny time, and this is it.
It is prime Carny time.
That Carnival lighting is the best, I think. I think it's my favorite.
Yeah.
You know, like candlelight, they say, this is, which is great too. I'm not knocking candlelight, but something about walking through Carnival. Beautiful.
On the blacktop.
On the blacktop.
What normally would be a parking lot.
Or the dirt, you
has
know.
transformed into an amusement park.
Yes. Is it still romantic to take your date to a carnival
Heck yeah.
in 2024? Or is this purely for families now?
I think it's still.
I'm looking
I
for
think
man
it's a
opinion.
perfect one,
I don't know, I think
especially
some of
high
the-
school kids.
Some of the shine has come off.
But you're
Some
right.
of these
The
parking
lighting.
lot- some of these parking lot carnivals, I don't know. Seems to be a lot of fighting.
Yeah. That's part of the deal, though.
Yeah.
Like Monroe County Fair, please.
What's the best carnival you've ever been to?
The DuQuoin State Fair is the best. It is the mecca of carnivals in the
Oh,
Midwest.
that's the end-all, be-all one?
It used to be. I haven't gone in many a year. I probably haven't gone in 25 years, but I would love to go again and see if it's still banging.
Yeah. That was like the hopeful moment as a kid. Like if there was a girl you liked, meet her at the DuQuoin Fair, go to Club Pepper. It was the underage dance club.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Maybe you walk down the midway together, get on a ride, get stuck. I remember I rode the Predator.
Which one is that?
It was I rode it with a girl, Angie Eaton, a girl I had a crush on since I was a kid, and she threw up on me, and it was just kind of over. Because it was like I don't remember if she threw up or just spit came out of her mouth and like, pow.
Oh, right in the
Because it was
face.
like one of those. It was like one of those ones with like a lot of G-force where it was like spinning.
yeah.
It was like the octopus one where the big thing spins and then the car you're in also is spinning. So you're getting the double spins.
And she spit in your face?
Yeah, she didn't mean to. It was just like the G-force got a hold of her. I didn't think it through. I was like, this high octane ride will get adrenaline pumping and then we'll lose our heads. And a kiss might happen. I kissed her, but it was long distance. Her spit went right on over.
Best kind.
I was not deterred, but I think she was like
Mortified.
yeah.
Dang.
Just so you know.
You didn't get to necking that night?
Not that night, I don't think. We had our time in the sun.
I'll tell you what, though, reading up on the life of a carny, which I'm very curious about. There's got to be some.
There's many books.
Somebody tell me a good documentary to watch on a carny.
Oh,
The Jerk
please.
is pretty good.
That's not a documentary.
Your special purpose. Yeah, where is the Carny docs? I'm down.
I'm sure there are carny docs.
There has
I'm
to
really
be.
curious. Like, is it all just fugitives?
Right. Who are divorced?
Who are the carnies out there? Are they all fugitives? Are they just nomads just going, from town to town, breaking down, setting up,
living that
pillaging and plundering? I don't know, living the carny life.
for sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting existence, but I can see the fun in it.
Jenny says Theo Vaughn interviewed a carnival worker recently, and it was a great listen.
Oh, really?
On his
Okay.
podcast, look that up.
I
want that ethnography. Where is that? I want that subculture of people.
Yeah.
The carny life and the nomadic life of a carny.
Yeah, like what
worker.
happens when when the last guest leaves?
Right.
Well,
I'm sure it's like any tour, like on Warped Tour, once everyone was done, the stages were torn down, everything was loaded up. It was always somewhere they'd have what they'd call like a trailer trash or a redneck party or something, and everyone go out to this one area of the parking lot and
how do we unwind?
Yeah, that's how.
How
they
do the
do it.
carnies unwind?
And do they date?
2008 documentary called Carny. Follows 6 carnival workers. Harry, a lesbian cotton candy worker in search of love. Poochie Love, a former aspiring R&B singer who now uses the balloon game as his stage. Dave and his 2 girlfriends trying to make ends meet while keeping their threesome alive. Ray and his family's chase for the middle-class dream. And Bozo Dave, whose mysterious departure from all he's ever known reveals a man lost among the outside world of townies. Their lives merge and split into personal stories, unveiling a microcosm behind the whirling, twirling lights, not too different and yet worlds away from mainstream society.
I am renting today. Where Amazon? Where is it? Tell us.
We all have an assignment tonight.
It's called Carny.
Called Carny.
Amazon? Where is this?
This is on IMDb. I don't know where you find it. I just read I put in documentary about carnival workers, and that's what popped up.
And what year did that one come out?
2008.
I just imagine, these carnies smoking these off-brand cigarettes, a lot of them. Mm-hmm. Retiring to their little pill-shaped trailer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Living with the donkeys or something. That's what I would
Living with donkeys?
Yeah, my trailer would be, I would have the petting zoo, and then I would live with the animals in there, and that's where I would smoke my cigarettes with the donkeys.
What?
This is my story. See, where you would have a little pill-shaped
I would have like a little
Joe
pill-shaped, like a little pill-shaped trailer. I'd be in charge of probably one of the Carny games. Probably
goldfish bowls.
No, it'd be probably shooting the water into the clown's mouth.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'd be my game.
Yeah. There used to be a clown at the fair. I've talked about him before, and everybody tried to fight him. He had to get like police escorted in and out of the dunk tank, where he'd like sit behind bars, and you had to he would insult people as they walked by. And I'm talking these weren't family friendly insults, dude. This guy was 7 or 8 Coors Light deep, easy. When he got in that chair, he'd be like, "Hey, ugly. Hey, you can't bring your pets to the fair. Get that big fat buffalo out of here."
Oh,
like a guy walking with his wife. Yeah, he would be
brutal.
And it would make people so mad, dude, that it would work because they'd stop because they'd want to dunk him. And then, if you missed, he used to go even harder and harder on you. And,
man.
Crowds would gather around. And I remember, my friend's dad tried to fight him. He tried to, get the door. He went, tried to, open the door to the thing because he was, so enraged.
And that man is Jeffrey Ross, who's now the Roastmaster General. Yeah. Got to start being a dunk tank clown. Dude. Traveling carnival.
This guy was ruthless.
That is great.
He was ruthless.
I wonder what that guy's doing now. Probably dead. Probably somebody killed him.
He's probably in this documentary.
I would imagine.
He's probably that bozo guy in this doc. I wouldn't be surprised. Bozo Dave. Sounds about right.
Yeah, I'm going to have to watch that. I mean, do we find romance amongst the other carnies?
Dave's dating 2 chicks. I hope to God one
Dave,
of them
that was a different guy.
Oh.
Trying to keep his threesome alive through Carny work.
Well, there is a movie with Gary Busey called Carny.
Yeah.
That seems awesome.
I think
he's a clown.
Jodie Foster's in that.
Yeah, she's in that. He's a clown.
Young Jodie Foster.
Anyway.
Maybe Busey was the clown, dude. It did kind of sound like him. Honestly, now that we're sitting here talking about it. Excuse me. You can't bring a buffalo. Hey, don't throw that ball over here on private. Ugly. U stands for you. G stands for girlfriend.
L, love. Why?
Why would you have sex with her? She's disgusting. Gary, get out of the dunk tank.
You, girlfriend, looks like a yak.
Listen closely. You're not the boss of me. No one is the boss of Gary. Gary sits in the tank for as long as he wants to be here. I'm private. Call me. I don't have your number, Gary. Call me. Shut up. Start over. Speak to me like a ex-girlfriend at a mutual friend's wedding. Gary, I don't want to talk to you like that.
Very specific,
Listen
Gary.
to me. It's very specific how I'd like to be talked to in an interview. Talk to me like you just ran into me at the cereal aisle in an Aldi's. Wow, I didn't know. Look at this. We both eat Rice Krispies. That's interesting. Gary, I don't want to talk to you like that.
Yeah.
Throw the damn ball.
Throw the ball then, sissy.
I can imagine the carnival leaving without Gary.
Oh,
I can't imagine
parking lot.
I can imagine the carnival being like, Gary, you're too crazy to be a carny. It's like the one job he can't get.
My son turned 15 yesterday, so today he's going to get his permit.
Oh.
Today's the day.
You going with him? There's mom going with him.
Nah, the wife's going to go.
Okay.
I said, might as well get there early. Get there first thing.
Why?
Get there. You don't want to. Listen.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to have to deal with the DMV yet.
Get there when it opens. Be like one of the first people, because noon at the DMV. Everybody's going to go there. During their lunch break.
That's the experience, though.
Just get it done.
Yeah.
I would want to show him the worst. I would go to the worst time. I go, this is what we're dealing with now.
This is what it's like, son.
Yep. Every
In
couple
real
of years.
life?
Yes. That way he's not shocked when he goes there on his own one day.
Well, and we have some family friends who have kids that they have, they're 15, 16, 17, still have not gotten their permits. Mm-hmm. It's just not a thing like we used to run out on our birthdays and go get our permits or go get our licenses.
Very weird.
And there was a big article about this, actually. So you know what a Zoomer is? A Zoomer is born late 90s or early 2000s.
Okay.
So this article says Zoomers are seemingly rewriting the teenage rite of passage script, opting for tech over tires as they steer a cultural shift away from the traditional rush to the open road. New research found that the youngest group of drivers, ages 19 and under, make up only 1 in 25, or approximately 3.6% of licensed drivers in the U.S. Taking all drivers under age 25 into account, bring that combined percentage to 11% of the driving force. And that's way lower than what it once was. So why are young people not getting their licenses as quick as we once did?
There's so many options. I mean, you don't need to have a license anymore. You can Uber everywhere. It's maybe safer that way.
Social connections have changed.
Yeah. Gas is so high in price. I mean, people aren't buying cars just like they're not buying houses. Yeah. I mean, things are expensive.
Yeah.
So
and it's hard to talk and, TikTok and drive.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of reasons. But I don't know if this is the shift that's going to be good. I would, even if I couldn't afford a car, didn't have all this stuff, I would still want to get my driver's license just in the event that I need to drive. Like, what if something happens to your Uber driver and you got to know how to work a vehiel? Just to
what
have
are the odds of that happen?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it has happened. Like a Uber driver has a heart attack, and oh my god, I gotta drive him to the hospital. I don't know.
I think too, our way society is going. Kids, the younger generation, doesn't care so much for responsibility and the they would rather have convenience over the freedom of driving wherever they want.
So is it Uber now and Lyft? Is it the reluctance to take on an additional expense? Is it maybe a pushback against their parents?
Yeah, like the helicopter parenting, and they're like, okay.
No. Like, so I'd say, well, I got my license right when I turned 16. Mm-hmm. And the boy would be like, well, I'm not gonna because you did.
Yeah, that's a weird rebellion.
That's the pushback.
Yeah.
But, a researcher who did the study here said, when you think about how deeply tied automobiles and driving are to American identity and American culture, he says, I think that it's a pretty seismic thing and suggests that there are some very major changes happening culturally. In the past, getting a license at, here would be your permit at 15, your license at 16, was a milestone achievement towards becoming an adult, right? That was an integral milestone in your journey to become an adult. But the percentage of 16-year-olds who held a license dropped to 25% from 46% in the 80s. So in the 80s, almost half of all 16-year-olds had a license. Now it's a quarter. He says, I think that, for Gen Z, mainstream driving culture may not have been as important or seen as much as something that you just do when you turn a certain age. For that reason, I think Gen Z seems to be a little more willing to question these kinds of things. Yeah, finances also play a role.
Well, no one's really taking the jobs either. Like back in the day, whenever we were 16, we'd go work anything, just pay for gas, and now who's working? No one seems to be working anymore.
Well, you have nothing to pay for. I worked because I had to have gas money.
Yeah.
Or I wanted new
So
clothes.
if you don't drive, you don't have to work.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. There's more options, I think, now. That's why. We didn't have Uber. We had taxis, but who
took a taxi?
Who took a taxi? But this is interesting because you're from New York, and so people in my Midwest mentality, people on the East Coast, kids on the East Coast, didn't need to have their licenses.
But that's if you lived actually in Manhattan. So,
or Jersey, you needed to get to wherever, right? Like the surrounding communities.
Right. I grew up in my formidable years in the suburbs. Nobody called a taxi. Just you got a car.
Okay.
But now it's, finance plays a very big role. Driving a car, owning a car, keeping a car, maintaining a car. All aspects of having a car are very expensive. If you cut out that expense, it could be, look at me.
Yeah. Saving that money.
Saving that money. At the same time, repair costs are on the rise, meaning, a simple fender bender could break the bank. When broken down at the state level, data offers another interesting thing here. U.S. states with larger populations have larger quantities of drivers, but accounting for population difference, the study says that Iowa has the biggest percentage of young people on the road, followed by South Dakota and Utah. Basically, those states are pretty rural and less likely to have access to alternative forms of transportation, meaning to see their friends in person, get to work, go to college classes or school, driving is the most practical option.
Sure.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, social media, texting have also eliminated some of the need to meet up with friends to socialize. As now younger people do all this stuff. We can FaceTime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just in Shelbina, and I regret not looking to see if I can get an Uber in Shelbina.
Oh, yeah.
bet
It's probably
there's-
very expensive if you can.
Yeah.
Wait, a ride to or while you're in Shelby?
While I'm in there, yeah. See if they take me up to Casey's or something. All the way uptown. Very long.
Yeah, I wonder if there's maybe one driver. It wouldn't be a bad thing to have like one guy on call.
No. Maybe the mayor.
Like there'd be one Uber driver. He just has he's just the guy.
Right.
Yeah, Mr. Dimmitt, he could do it.
Yeah, down in let's say Dal, where you grow up.
Yeah.
Rafe, is Uber an option down there?
No, you should call Dale. Dale come get you. Dale dropped you off.
Would have been in West Frankfurt now.
Oh, God. I wouldn't get in a car with anybody.
Is there?
Not even Dale.
Is Uber an option down in,
I'm sure
in
it
Southern
is.
Illinois?
Yeah,
No.
now.
We had DDDs, designated drunk drivers.
We had like one cab in West Frankfurt.
Wow.
I mean, and that was the service. So if you needed to go anywhere, that's who you'd call. And nobody ever called him.
They also said on here, and this is, I think, probably the saddest part of this study, was this new generation is too anxious to drive.
That was going to be something I brought up, but do you think we've punted a little bit on the milestones? Because, when we grew up, it was probably like, I'm not saying that it's good or bad, but when we grew up, it was like, at 18, you're out. You're getting out of my house. Like, parents had no problem, like, being like, at 18, you're out. You're off the teat. You're out of here. Now we've kind of kicked the can and punted, which might be a good thing. You're on your parents' health insurance till you're 26.
Right.
A lot of people don't leave home at 18 anymore. It's like in their mid-20s. It's not uncommon. Like, culture is changing in that way. So I wonder if, like, the necessity of learning that independence at 15 and 16 years old there's not as much pressure to be like, hey, you need to learn to drive and be self-sufficient.
And independent.
Because in 2 years, you're gone. Like,
see that countdown? That's till you get to be 18.
Yeah. Yeah.
That countdown is till your 18th birthday.
And I don't know if
And
there's
then the
any
day after, we'll have a party for you, and then you're out the next
gone. You're gone. And I don't know if there's any credibility in that theory, but I wonder if that plays a part in it.
I don't know. This researcher says, you know what, with the anxious generation tag getting slapped onto, Generation Z, fear of car accidents could also be to blame for the driver drop-off. They're just too nervous to drive.
There might also be something, to posit a second layer to that theory, the connectivity of phones and being able to, like, online game, all the other ways you can connect to your friend group. Like, when we were 16, it's like, if I want to talk to some girls
You got
without my mom picking up the landline and eavesdropping, I got to go hang out at McDonald's parking lot.
I need to go to the girls.
I got to go to where the girls are. Take me to the girls.
Where are the girls?
Excuse me, where are the girls? Gary, get out of here. Girls, good looking, interesting, lovely. I skipped the R.
Why is Gary Busey here? He
I know.
followed me home from the carnival.
He keeps driving us around.
Good looking, interesting.
Radiant.
Radiant, lovely, slutty. Gary,
Damn it, Gary.
you were doing great to
Get
the
out of here,
end.
Gary.
You creep, get out of here. Private bye. He just peels out, but he's actually driving a Power Wheels.
Oh, Haas says the police officer in your small town is your Uber.
Yeah?
Yes, actually. I took a ride from a police officer one time when I was a little kid. So, yes, that is correct.
How hammered were you?
I was super hammered on the diamond tap whenever I was six years old, I guess.
You got taken home by a cop at
I
6?
was older than that. I was probably like 10. Yeah,
You got
What?
taken home by a cop at 10?
I did.
Why?
I was walking alone and mad, probably at my dad or something, and I would probably look distressed, and he picked me up and took me home. That didn't happen to you? It was
No.
a small town. Everybody knew my dad, so it was like, there's Lauren Colvin again.
Yeah.
On the
crying
side of the road.
On the side of the road.
Walking on the side of the road.
That's because you walked so hard, you looked mad.
Yeah, probably.
Probably just out for a walk.
It was like my
Did you know the police officer?
my dad did. Yeah, he was like his friend Dwight or whatever.
Dwight,
Dwight, bring her home.
Lauren's out again.
Greg, I found Lauren out stomping around again. You've been,
Dude, that's how it was.
what'd you do?
You know, somebody said that Uber down in Southern Illinois, I guess there's so many regulations down there
There were.
that there aren't a lot. And it's pretty tough.
Some towns kept it out for a long time. Edwardsville was like that. No cabs, which that's what made me feel like it was a DUI entrapment zone. They said cabs would ugly the downtown, the ambiance of the beautiful
Well,
downtown
that's
area.
pretty ridiculous.
That is
So they'd rather.
And then they didn't let Uber in for a long time.
So they got bars downtown,
Bars downtown, several.
but you're no
Bar
cabs
district.
allowed.
No cabs and no Uber for a long time. Like Edwardsville was one of the last towns to get on board. But they voted it down. In fact, I still think there's no cab. They wouldn't allow a cab company in Edwardsville. So if you wanted a cab, you had to call like Alton Cab to come
From
get.
another town to come
Yeah,
over
and it was
here.
crazy
Christ.
expensive. It was
Wow.
like $50 just to get them to the place. Because I used to have to call cabs for people. Like my boss, Lori, would, when I worked at Lori's place, if somebody seemed like they were messed up, she's like, I'll pay for it. If it seems like someone's going to drive and you're trying to like
Right.
reason with them not to drive or take their keys, she's like, call the cab company and I'll pay for it because I'd rather have that than like a
Yeah.
lawsuit.
Yeah. I don't know. For me, it was, you know, I had a job as a teenager, so I didn't want my parents to drive me back and forth. If there was any extracurricular activities, for a parent, when your kid's got his license, man, that's freedom.
Yeah.
For you. Freedom for the parent.
Yeah, it's one little step.
That's one step. Oh, my God. I drive to that stupid hockey rink 4 or 5 days a week. Once the kid has his license, I'm free.
Yeah, look at how much time.
Look at how much
Amen.
time I have for all these activities.
Yes.
I could maybe, I don't know, start a garden.
Get a little hobby.
Yeah.
I'll start a hobby.
New life.
But isn't it sweet that kids love their parents so much now? They want them to drive them forever.
Everyone just
They're
spend,
in their
Dad,
30s
I just
still,
want to
mom and
spend
daddy
more
driving.
time with you.
Yeah. Well, I think it's also
Still live
helicopter parenting. We all like want to rag on the kids, but I think that it also is like the way they're set up. So
Yeah,
a lot of these kids aren't making their decision to not go get a job. It's like, mommy and daddy will do everything for you still. It's like, let
Right.
go a little bit.
like being anxious. What the heck? You got to tell your kids, like you have to train them how to get over that.
you do. That's
Because you're
part
going
of
to
life.
face the real world.
Yeah.
You can forgive people.
Well,
You can move on. What are you doing?
parents maybe not pushing them to get their license.
Sure.
Like, hey, buddy,
Time to go.
time to be a little independent.
Yeah.
And it's good to teach them how to get out of their comfort zone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
because I get that. I do think that cars are not as affordable as they used to be
For
in
sure.
terms of getting a kid their own car, but they're still like borrow the car. I was just borrow the car for the night. Was
Yeah.
like borrowing my mom's car on a Saturday. Didn't bother me. I was happy to do it.
yeah,
She would loan it to. She'd be like,
Wheels
yeah,
are
go out,
wheels.
get your friends.
it's fine.
That's why you save up to buy your own car. I mean, I bought my own car. It was $150. We've talked about Rafe 23, that sex symbol, before, but it was just a rolling turd. But man, it was a rolling turd of freedom. I'll tell you that.
That's right. You got to go wherever you wanted to go.
And I had
Yeah.
wherever I wanted, as long as I had gas.
Are parents getting their kids beater cars
I don't
as
know.
first cars
Probably
anymore?
not.
Well, and are kids judging friends on their cars? I remember getting in so many hoopty rides back in the 90s and early 2000s, and you did not care what you were getting into. Like,
No.
my best friend who drove me to school every day in high school, my neighbor, Tim, He had a Beretta. And like that thing was like you're saying, it was a freedom ride, but it was 1,000,000 years old. We'd listen to ICP and it would be all rigged up in there. But and this is a girl and a guy, like, here I am.
No,
I wasn't
was a
judging
car.
at all. I was like, this is cool as hell.
And the
So-
seatbelts were jammed. You couldn't get them open.
always
You're like,
jammed.
whatever.
It
Didn't
break
care how the
down.
car looked. It just was a ride
It
somewhere.
was a ride.
Yeah.
So, like, are young people judging their friends on their vehicles? Because that was not a thing when we were younger.
I just don't think there's beaters really aren't available anymore. And I think it comes to maybe in small towns they are, but in St. Louis where you have to have all the emissions tests and all those things, I think they've gotten rid of the beaters. You can't really have that old classic first car.
Yeah, well, they may not be. No one judged the cars when I was, but I mean, one of my friends, Jason Dorr, had a canary yellow '67 Mustang that his dad rebuilt for him that he drove, and like, it helped. It helped his status.
Sure.
There was always a hot girl riding
Yeah,
shotgun
there
in
were
that
the
car.
kids with the nicer cars.
Well,
So
yeah.
it wasn't necessarily that you were judged, but I do think there was a stratus. There was a social strata to like if you had a badass car in high school and you were a dude specifically, you were doing great.
Well, same with the chicks.
Yeah.
This girl, Ray, had her dad owned a car dealership and she always had like a new Mustang. And it was she was the coolest chick ever.
Oh, heck yeah.
But I knew we were in a different stratosphere, like you said. I was like never going to have that.
Yeah, my son is like, I'm going to get your Jeep, right? No.
Haven't you had that for a while? Isn't that thing paid off? Don't you want a new car? Why don't you give him
I just don't
the
want him
Jeep?
assuming he's getting anything.
Okay. I'm looking out for you.
Yeah.
Time for dad to get a new ride. How long have you had that thing?
It'll be 6 years.
It's time.
Thing runs like a champ.
I'm sure. Time to get something cooler, though.
I think you get him a beater.
Cooler.
That's what my brother-in-law owns a salvage yard in New Jersey.
Yep.
He gets his license. We're going to fly out to Jersey.
Oh, yeah, this is the
My
point.
brother-in-law is going to get him a car. Like, what do you want? You want a 1998 Honda Accord? Here it
Yes.
is. I'm giving you the car.
That's nice.
It's
And
tight.
then
That is awesome.
as father and son, be our last road trip. Last road trip together. I don't know. It'd be like one of those.
It'd be one of many more.
No, just him and I.
Yeah. But my dad and I, we took one in
And
2010.
the cats in the cradle and the silver spoon. That'll be on repeat because we can't get the damn tape out of the deck. Mm-hmm. Why is Harry Chapin in the tape deck? It won't come out.
Right.
And just that song is played on infinite repeat as we drive the 16 hours from North Jersey to St. Louis.
Love it.
That's the plan. And some parents are like, well, that car doesn't have the safety features.
We all made it out.
It's made of solid steel. That's the safety feature.
Yeah.
This car's got crumple zones. This car's got 4 crumple zones. Sure, you're in the middle of it.
You have to think less about like totaling the car and more about like there's probably going to be a few dings. There's probably going to be I put it in a ditch.
Yeah.
Or in the bad weather, or I dinged it on a pole trying to back out a Dairy Queen. Those were the kind of problems I had as a beginning driver. Just like being careless or showboating in front of your friends, and then you put it into like a trash can trying to like peel out. in the
Oh, my
McDonald's
brother
parking
killed
lot.
my dad's Mustang, drove it into basically a river and sucked up water into the engine.
Damn.
Favorite son, right here. Whoa. How'd you do that? How'd he do that? He just did it? Like just veered off?
No, I mean, I guess it was a lot of water. It was a flood.
Drove through it.
Drove through it.
That horse couldn't swim.
What is the average age of vehicles on the road? Because the new numbers are out.
Oh, yeah.
Geez, my car's 6 years old. It's fine.
Yep.
Isn't it like 20 years, 15 years? I'll go
What is the
15.
average? And by the way, more Americans are holding on to their rides longer.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
According to nationwide vehicle registration numbers, the average age of U.S.-owned vehicles is at an all-time high of how old?
63 years. No,
I'm
it's going
going-
8 years.
8 years.
I'm going to say 18 years.
18 years.
Damn. I don't think it's that much. I was going to say 7. So
7 years.
I mean, 20 years ago, I had a Pontiac Vibe on the road. I saw 2 of them this weekend. was like, whoa.
You Southern Illinois?
I still
No.
see the Jeep.
Just saying.
I'm making model out all the time, and I salute everyone. Even
Cherokee,
if I'm not
the
in.
old, what is that, a 94, 95?
96,
96.
which that's almost 30 years old.
Yeah. It's a 28-year-old car.
Wow.
Got mine. I just got a
Right? Is that
text
math
from
right?
my friend's
28
wife
years?
over the weekend.
Wait, 96, it's 2016? Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's 2024.
Almost 30 years.
Yeah, it's 28 years old.
Yeah.
I got a text from my friend's wife over the Memorial Day weekend. My friend who is a mechanic. They're both my friends. They're both great people. And she goes, "Hi, just checking in to see how you're doing, but mostly what's up with your Jeep because it's in their driveway. It's been there." Because he keeps being like, "Yeah, in the spring we're going to work on it. We'll get it running. We're going to get it back tip
Yeah,
top."
it's our project car.
And he keeps punting, and instead of standing up, instead of telling his wife that we're having these conversations, he keeps putting it on me. And she's like, "What's up with the Jeep?" And I go, "I don't know. She's like, "It's ugly." She's like, it looks trashy in our driveway." And I go, "How dare you?"
Well, just so you guys know, the average age of U.S.-owned vehicles is 12.6 years.
12.6.
12.6 years.
I like it.
And they say, a lot of people can't afford to get new cars because what do you think the average entry price of a car is? The average price of a new car is $45,000. Yikes.
People can't afford that? Come on. What's going on?
Oh, no. Listen, everybody's going to go EV, huh?
So, yeah, right.
Everybody's going to go EV.
'Cause that gets
'cause
cheaper
those are
that
cheap.
way. It gets so much cheaper. It's so silly.
Yeah, so many people can't afford to get a new car since the average entry price is $45,000. Others trying to figure out, do I go from gas to electric? I
got more and more friends doing it.
And by the way, a new study found pedestrians are at more risk of being hit by an electric car than one that runs on gas.
I saw a Tesla truck, Cybertruck, two of them yesterday on 270, and I gunned it up to. Tim and I were driving to my mom's house, and I wanted to look at this thing. They're so ugly.
Oh, Cybertruck?
So dumb looking.
They're so dumb looking. It looks like it's trying.
I've
to
yet to see one in the wild.
They're
Saw one-
fun,
you know
man.
what? You got one out by you guys.
I know
because
everybody
every
keeps
time I
talking about
come,
one.
I've seen
by us.
one every time I come to your house. When I'm driving back from like the Wildwood, Ellisville area.
Some
where
guy in
y'all's
Eureka's
live,
got one, and he drives it up and down 109.
I've seen. That's where I saw it. Was leaving when we had dinner the other night. Leaving, I saw a Cybertruck again. Lame. Looks dumb.
I
It
want
looks
one.
fake.
Too futuristic. Yeah, it looks like costume.
I want to
car.
sit in one.
It looks like an iPhone. Is just with wheels.
It looks like scrap metal.
It does.
But then we passed a Rivian like a mile later.
Those are cool.
And those are cool as hell. They
Yeah,
look
they're
like
nice
cars.
looking.
They're
Somebody
normal.
in this building has like a hunter green Rivian downstairs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I see it in the parking garage, and it's pimp.
All right, so why are pedestrians now more at risk of being hit by an electric car? There's two main
They're
reasons.
quiet.
Because the electric car is a smart car, and they're not that smart.
One, it's quieter, so people are not hearing them.
Right.
And two, electric cars tend to be driven by younger and less experienced people. So those are the two reasons. They're
I
quieter.
thought they were like in the, like where you just have it driving for you.
I thought the young people can't afford the car and they can't get they're not getting licenses.
yeah, but the
How are
ones who
young
can
people
are hitting
driving them?
people
Nice.
and running them over.
Yeah. I don't. Electric cars. After driving it for a week, I realized not for me.
Yeah.
Gas
for you?
makes more sense. It's
Moon was driving
better,
around
cheaper.
that hybrid one.
Hybrids
That
are different.
Hybrid Jeep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim really wants one. He'll get one. And I will too eventually. I just haven't found my thing. I haven't found the Rivians are nice. They're so expensive though, and they're made up in Illinois, up in Bloomington,
Are they?
That's cool.
which is neat. And I have yet to. You can go rent Teslas from the dealership in Chesterfield and take them. You,
Moon
They
and
have,
I did that.
they have a
Did you?
Cybertruck on the lot right now.
you should go test drive the
We
stupid
did.
Cybertruck.
Moon and I drove a Tesla Model S. Awesome.
Yeah.
It
They're
was so cool.
they're fun, but my wife said it best. Like there's a lot of aspects to it that are very fun and exciting and stuff like that. But she said it's a really nice car with no soul because you get in there and you're like, I don't know, it doesn't have life. It's just weird.
What, the Tesla?
Yeah.
It is
It's a
kind
cool
of.
car, but-
I know what she means because
Yeah.
I've ridden in a lot of Uber Teslas, and it's because the dashboard's so barren.
Yeah.
It feels like you're in a it feels like you're in a video game car that hasn't anything added onto it yet.
You almost feel like you're on a roller coaster that's a fake car.
Yeah, there's no
going on a track.
gauges. There's no. Everything's run off of the computer. If that touchscreen goes down, that car's done. You can't do anything in it.
No.
There's no like manual knobs for the climate control, for anything. Radio, nothing.
Yeah.
And it feels very foreign. It feels very weird. It's almost like the drone people with no face on Westworld.
I just feel like my dad, if he were still around, he'd go, more stuff to break.
Yeah.
Exactly. No.
There's just
I just don't
more
like
stuff
the
to break.
time it takes to gas it up. I feel like my time's far more valuable than that.
Well,
I
it
don't
goes
know.
by fast. Like if you go to, there's different ways you can drip power it, which is like if you essentially just plug it into
At
your house.
nighttime, yeah.
But if you go to some of these superchargers like at Wally's, I mean, you're on the road.
It's like
30
time.
20 or 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
They get to hang out at Wally's.
You get to hang out at Wally's.
Well, so if you're going to buy a new car, there was a new study on trust of dealerships put out. Do people trust car dealerships now?
I think so.
I would hope so, but it's a big purchase, so people go in wary all the time, I bet.
The majority of Americans think dealerships are trying to rip them off. I mean,
Yeah.
it's 76% of people that did this giant study
Okay.
do not. 76% don't trust dealerships.
But that's all the time. It's been forever, right?
That's
Is that
been
up
forever.
Or down? Like that, I would be curious.
That's been forever.
20 years ago, what it was like.
A third of people have felt pressure to purchase add-ons. Oh, you don't need, dude, you need the undercoating.
Yep.
You're not getting the undercoating? I know it's an extra $6,000, but in the long run, it's going to save you.
Especially in wintertime. Keeps it warm.
A third agreed on a price and found hidden fees when they went to sign. Almost a quarter felt like the salesperson was trying to trick them into a deal. Almost a quarter left the dealership and went to another because they thought they were being lied to.
I just figure with all the warranties now, everyone's easier to trust them, but I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point.
I
guess
know.
it's
They
still,
said just do your research.
well, I think, too, the less we know about vehicles, how to repair them, how to do it ourselves, everything kind of seems like a scam.
I think maybe back in the day when you walked onto a dealership lot, there were the seedy car salesmen.
Yeah, they had the plaid suits.
But now you have basically everything at your fingertips. You could go in there, a well-informed consumer. There's no excuse anymore,
Yeah.
right? Just do a little research. You could shop around.
You could buy online.
You could shop around now without even going to 14 different places. Just be an informed customer. That's all it takes. It's a
Yeah.
big purchase.
Yeah. That's why it's nice to have a boomer in your life because they all knew cars somehow. And so you have them come to the lot with you. No,
No, you never talk to a boomer before you buy a car because everything's a scam always to them. Right?
It is fun to take a boomer.
Everything's
to
always a
dealership,
scam.
though,
Yeah.
So they can like offload the energy. Mm-hmm. You know, let them be the
and
crazy
they work
one.
the magic. They know how
No.
to walk away from
Never
it,
bring a
son.
boomer
Walk
with
away.
you. No.
Don't agree right now. You got to walk away right now.
Oh.
No,
They'll call
I
you in a few
disagree.
minutes.
That is their Disneyland.
Yeah.
I love this ride.
While going to a dealership?
Yeah, kicking some tires and doing a little bartering.
Get some cheap coffee.
That's like a boomer's Legoland. They love it. Take 'em.
Watch me haggle.
Yeah.
I will take the free water. Yeah, they take all the.
Yeah, all the
How can
free
we make
stuff.
you comfortable? I will take
Hey.
a sandwich. Yes.
Don't take the donut. I know they're offering free donut. That's how they get you. What do you mean, Dad? How do they
Take the donut down.
What does that mean? Oh, once you take the donut, they got you hooked. What?
The snacks.
What
are
does
great.
that mean? Oh, they want you to take the donut. Next thing you know, they're holding you upside down and shaking all the change out of your pockets. You're not fooling me, Randy.
My son's going to write a number on this napkin. Then he's going to slide it across the desk. And you either going to say yes or we walk. Sir, this napkin says $12. That's right. Final offer.
Good deal.
It's just a $48,000 vehicle. Yeah, so you say. After markup.
What's the real price?
Fine, $13. All right. Could you guys just
That's
please
it.
leave? I'm serious. We're out of here. We want you to leave.
And take Gary Busey with you. I don't know why.
Listen to me.
I don't know why you brought him with you.
I'm gonna make a deal using only letters. Car. Killing. Anyone. Redundancy. So that makes no sense at all, Gary. Exactly. $12. Private. This deal's a private deal.
All right, with that being said, all right, Team Riz Member of the Day brought to you by Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill, proud partner of the St. Louis Battlehawks. Find all the cacao at hotshotsnet.com. From O'Fallon, Missouri, Rob Palisak is our Team Riz Member of the Day. Rob is a longtime Riz Show listener. He's been a fan of the show since the very beginning, listens as often as he can, and make sure to never miss a moment. Has converted his wife into a Riz Show fan as well, and always preaches the gospel of Riz to every and anyone who will listen. God. Loves the first hour of the show, and we're just kind of chopping it up. Appreciates Friday Fail Stories and Freak of the Week. Well, thank you, Rob. Rob Palisak from O'Fallon, Missouri is our Team Riz Member of the Day. Get the super sweet Team Riz Member of the Day soccer jersey. Get yourself signed up 1057thepoint.com/Team Riz. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back with your crap on celebrities. It is 7:08. It is Tuesday, your first look at the traffic and weather. Lern coming at you.
And it's brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The Confluence Music Festival with Ludacris, Riley Green, and more with the NASCAR Cup Series is happening June 1st and 2nd. Get your tickets at www.raceway.com. Debris in the roadway on 270 eastbound just before 367, so watch out for that. 2 lanes are closed. Point weather today will get up to 80 degrees. Going to look pretty good. 57 is the overnight low. Right now, it is 62 out there at 7:09.
All right, Lern, what do you got for us?
The Black Keys Can't Hang, new Sublime, and shout out to all you rat-faced hot dudes. Plus, who's the oldest rock star on the roads this year?
All right, we got that. We got your crappy birthdays. We got the porno birthday, and that $1 bill hanging out of your wallet right now could be worth a lot more than just $1. I'll give you all the details.
Nice.
Next, stay there. Now, will you be doing the same thing, making the same amount of money in, let's say, 5 years? And you're miserable. You know, you could change your life with a career in tech. Yes, technology. Technology, a career in tech, unlimited growth opportunities. Now, you've heard me yap about centric training for a long time, but why haven't you done anything about it? Graduates are always saying, well, I wish I would have done this sooner. Don't wait for something bad to happen or let somebody else make the decision for you. Make the decision to change careers your decision. If you went to college and maybe it didn't work out and now you're stuck at a job you don't like with nowhere to go, look into Centric and a career in technology. And you could change your life in 4 months. I'm telling you, not 4 years, 4 months. Programs starting all the time. You don't even have to have any tech experience. They'll teach you everything, and they help you find a job. If you're a veteran, you could use your GI Bill or VA benefits to fund your education. They've got a staff over there dedicated to guide you through the entire process. Learn about the cloud and hacking and password cracking and digital forensics and many more technologies. You could be in a new career by the time maybe Halloween rolls around. It starts by you going to centric.com/Riz, CENTRIQ.com/Riz.
Paps, be good to your daughters. That's how you know to be good. 'Cause some will turn to mommies when others will be daughters and dads. That's how your brothers can be mothers too. That was John Mayer. Daughters.
Joined by Seether. Gentlemen, how are you? It's great to see you, and thank you for being here with us. The first thing I want to bring to your attention, and I'm sure that you guys don't keep track of this because you have way bigger things to do, but this is your 6th Point Fest, all right? Out of the 30 some odd that we've done, you've done 6 of them. Not to mention birthday shows, Christmas shows. While other rock bands have kind of gone by the wayside, you guys have just been a constant core artist for us. I was looking last night. We have played like 26 different Seether songs in the history of our career, and your career. Thanks, and man. Our career as well. You have just been such an important part of the station as the alternative format goes left and we stay rocking. You guys have been a really big part of that. And I just, as the music director of the radio station, just wanted to say thank you. And I'm sorry, Sean, if you're getting eaten alive by something over there.
I'm making my acquaintance with the local wildlife.
You guys are celebrating 20 years this year. That's a really impressive feat. How, many bands that have been successful still don't make it 20 years. How have you guys been able to do that by your account?
I think we've just basically written stuff that we want to hear. I love a lot of bands. I love a lot of music styles, and a lot of different types of music. But whenever we write albums, we just stay. I try to stay true to what we like. We like to write stuff that we like to play.
I'm going to speak my language right here. Does your home need repairs? Mine does. Maybe an update or a remodel, but you don't want to pile on the debt? You got to check out Together Credit Union's interest-only home equity line of credit. My wife and I have looked into this because this is what we need. With Together Credit Union's interest-only home equity line of credit, you can borrow up to 90% of the current equity in your home and pay interest-only monthly payments for the first 10 years. Plus, there's no annual fees or no prepayment penalties. That was huge in our case. We have some big home repairs that we have to do, and Together Credit Union has given us the opportunity to do just that. Let them help you. Together Credit Union's interest-only home equity line of credit offers flexible borrowing, which means you can borrow as much as or as little as you need to make your house a home. And you can pay your balance at any time during the draw period and then borrow it again, which puts you in control of your finances. This was a huge part of my wife and I getting our finances together. To learn more about Together Credit Union's interest-only home equity line of credit, stop by any branch. There's 14 of them in our area. Or just visit the website, togethercu.org. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Ever found yourself in the middle of your daily deuce and thought, I wish this was funnier? Today's your lucky day. Welcome to the Number 2 Show. I'm your host, Rafe Williams, stand-up comedian, plus-size male model, and co-host of the Rizzuto Show on 105.7 The Point. What is the Number 2 Show? Well, it's me on the toilet talking to you on the toilet, just like it sounds. In each episode, we'll plunge into riveting topics that'll have you rolling in the stall with laughter, so much so that it might freak out whoever's sitting next to you. But I say, hey, lean in, make a friend. Sometimes it's just me. Other times I'll have interviews with special guests. Not now, obviously, dumbass. This is a promo. I'll also have musical performances. Ever heard of tiny desk concerts? How about tiny stall concerts? Like to see those nerds over at NPR try that. Is this a genius idea? I don't want to toot my own horn, but you're goddamn right it is. Enjoy the Number 2 Show. Don't forget to wipe.
Backstage at Point Fest, our first interview of the day is a gentleman that the first time that we met was in the restroom.
And we wasn't doing drugs.
No, not at all. Jelly Roll,
you got to clear that up in this area. Somebody be like, I wonder what they were doing in the bathroom together.
They're just going to assume that for sure. Even if we say we didn't, they're going to assume that anyway.
Well, I'll tell the story that I was stoned and waiting on a commode that was open. I didn't realize the door was closed, and I thought somebody was there, so I sat there for like 15 minutes with my butt puckered, waiting to use the bathroom just to find out nobody was in there.
While I'm going, you're directed traffic in and out of the bathroom.
I'm telling people, I'm like, oh, you're good that way. That one's open. That one's clogged. Somebody's in that one. I'm waiting too. And it was, that was my morning.
Well, we got to start out. I mean, there's a lot of things that we could talk about. But first, man, Dead Man Walking goes #1 at rock radio. And for you, and in kind of watching your path, you seem genuinely, one, thrilled, but two, it's like still kind of surprised, even after it's already happened.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it was a big surprise, and I have to touch on this because this is special to me. It's #1 at rock radio for 2 consecutive weeks, which was even crazier. Because I never thought I'd be in the top 10. I don't know if y'all seen it, but I had posted when I went to the top 10. I was like, we made it further than anybody thought we would. Let's go to #5. And I was like, to me, I'd have been cool at like just going back to 12 at that point. I was like, we made it to the top 10. And then we were #1 for 2 weeks. We was in the top 5 for like 8 weeks. We were lucky, though. You know, we were blessed. It was a little rough. My dear friend Shinedown just controlled the chart for like 7 weeks. I mean, you speaking of
my son's eye doctor, that's Dr. Vasella over at Fenton Family Eye Care. We'll be down there on Thursday, as a matter of fact. So Dr. V is one of only 2 pediatric specialists in St. Louis affiliated with Treehouse Eyes that does myopia control for kids. So my son, he's nearsighted. He wears glasses. And I'm always on him like, wear your glasses, dude. Oh, I forgot them at school. I forgot them at home. So with these prescription overnight contacts, they're called myopia control overnight contacts. The boy puts them in before he goes to bed and wears them all night. When he gets up in the morning, he takes them out and he can see all day long without glasses. And the contacts have stopped his prescription, stopped his eyes from getting worse. And I think every parent should know about this. Dr. V is great with kids. It's a gorgeous office down there in Fenton. Consultations are absolutely free with 0 obligation. Just go to FentonFamilyEyeCare.com, book that free myopia control appointment. That's FentonFamilyEyeCare.com, book a myopia control appointment. FentonFamilyEyeCare.com.
Dude, this sucks. Hey, welcome back to the farm. So a couple weeks ago, a storm blew through and knocked a big-ass tree down. So I got a tree that I need to kind of get rid of, or at least saw down a little bit. So, of course, I got the pro, Mark from Colonel Landscaping, with me. So, Mark, not only...
Yes, sir. You can do about it. Happy birthday, Riz. See ya.
I love you too, buddy.
I love him so much.
I love you too.
George Wallace has been popping up in all sorts of different things on my TV screen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was on that Everybody's in LA with John Mulaney, and he was a camp. He did something with like saw something in my feed where he was on some sort of weather show and just took over. I love him.
He's
a great
amazing.
guy. All right, welcome back to the Riz Show. Phone number 314-624-3833 or 618-398-3833. The Mick Ultra Studio Cams. 1057thepoint.com/Riz. The socials at RIZZ Show. Your emails, RizShow at 1057thepoint.com. Sex Sound Fun Facts on this special Tuesday, Sex Toy of the Week. Also, we'll play a game called the 1 Second Song Game. We'll play with Lern. Yeah, it's funny. We were doing the Memorial Day driving playlist last Friday. My wife was listening. She goes, wow, you and Lern have very similar taste in music. I go, yeah, but she put WAP from Cardi B.
Edited, too, which is even worse.
Oh, it's an edit?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's
like, we had
awesome.
this cool rock and roll playlist, and Lern put WAP from Cardi B on there.
Well, I supported it.
Yeah, did you listen? I listened to our playlist all weekend, and I thought, I love this. This is like our friends. It was all of our tastes, aside from Moon, I guess, all together. That was nice.
We could add Moons to the playlist when he gets back.
Okay.
But the 1 second song game, it's simple. I'll play you 1 second of a song, and Lern, you have to tell us what it is.
All right. I'm going to start dreaming up how good this will be right now.
And these are all big hit songs, and you're well versed in music. And it's classic rock, it's modern rock, it's pop.
All right.
All stuff you know.
Cool.
And you have a chance to win tickets to go see Limp Bizkit. You have a chance to win tickets to go see the Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's a hot ticket. You have a chance to win tickets to go see 30 Seconds to Mars. Okay, that's a ticket. And you have tickets to go see. You have a chance to go see Mr. Rafe Williams this weekend.
We're all in the exact same league.
At the St. Charles Funny Bone 2 nights, Friday and Saturday.
Cool.
1 show Friday, 2 shows Saturday.
Yes, sir.
Hot ticket alert.
Hot ticket, right up there with Limp Bizkit and the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Rafe Williams at the St. Charles Funny Bone, Funny Bone, Funny Bone. It's going to be a good show, man. I got Libby Higgins is in town. She's going to open for me. Tina's going to open for me. We're going to do some fun. I got a lot of fun stuff
Well, I'm going to be there on Friday.
in store for you. Yeah. You and the Riverman.
Yeah, my wife and I are going. Jamie Rivers and his lady Ashley, we're going together.
on.
So we have come to be entertained.
If I could get a video of me roasting Jamie Rivers and him coming out of the audience to check me on stage.
Yeah.
Viral. My life changes overnight.
Like if he grabs your shirt like a jersey and pulls it over
It
your
just
head
beats the
and
crap
just
out of
beats
me.
the hell out of you.
Instant virality. I'll be on the Tonight Show next week. Like that girl that got a beer thrown at her.
Oh, yeah.
Changes your life, man. You get a good clip.
Yeah.
Man,
Who cares? Jamie, I'm open to it. Just don't concuss me, brother.
I love Libby
Don't
and
have like a flashback.
Tina so much. If you're not listening to Slap City podcast, listen every week. And those two, the chemistry is so freaking hilarious. So I'm
telling you.
jealous that Libby's in town. That's cool.
Oh, you're not coming on
I'm
Friday?
not gonna be able to go.
What about
No.
you, Scott? Are you going to come out on Friday?
Maybe. I got to double check. But I might, yeah, that might work.
Well,
Get on it.
Okay.
get on it. Get on it. Because the Rizzes are hitting the town.
All right.
No
We're hitting
pressure.
We're hitting St. Charles. Hard.
You did a lot at the last one, bro. No pressure.
Oh,
You
that's
performed. You know.
You did good.
Thank you.
I applauded.
Thank you.
Was I there?
I applaud.
I was there. Yes.
You were at the
I
early
was-
show.
I was
Yeah,
there.
you were.
I was there.
Yeah.
You were drunk.
That's
Had a
right.
good time.
I had a great time. And I plan on having a great time on Friday.
This time you won't leave in cuffs, though.
The best part is
No.
you and your wife were so drunk at the last one that any jokes I retell at this one will seem new to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on.
That's what I like about you, man.
Streets of St. Charles, get ready.
There's no pressure for me to come up with like a new hour if you're coming to see
Yeah.
me 5 or 6 months.
Get ready, buddy.
Because it's all new to you.
Yeah. Hey, here's a reason to use cash. See, that $1 bill hanging out of your wallet could be worth a lot more than that. So CNBC did a story on rare misprinted $1 bills that sell for thousands online. But the hard part is you need 2 of them. So every bill the government prints gets its own serial number. But in 2016, a printer in Texas accidentally used the same ones as a printer in D.C. If you find 2 that match up, they could be worth a good amount of money. One set sold for about $2,300 in March. Another set sold for $7,000 a few years ago. There aren't just a few of them out there either. Over 6 million duplicate ones exist. But over 14 billion $1 bills in circulation. So that's around 1 in every 2,300. Finding 2 of them on your own is practically impossible, though. But the good news is you don't have to. There's a website called Project 2013B, listen up, that connects people who find them. They've got around 80 serial numbers listed right now, so if you find a match, you could split the money. They've already made 16 connections this year. So here's the 3 things to look for.
Okay.
It has to say Series 2013 next to Washington's head. That's the year the design was first used. The seal to the left of his head has to be a B. That's the branch of the Federal Reserve that issued it. There are 12 of them. B means New York. The serial number starts with a B followed by one of these 2 sets of numbers. 1 through 250,000 or 3,200,000, 1 through 9,600,000. If that's too much to remember, just look for the 2013. And does that number start with a B, then a 0? If yes, hang on to it. Check it out online. It could be worth a lot more than $1.
Sweet.
So that's a Project 2013B. If you want to, I thought it was kind of cool. I was kind of nerding out over it, but do what you want. Fine.
I like this.
Fine. All right, today is May the 28th. Back in the day, 127 years ago, 1897, Jell-O was introduced.
Thank God.
When was the last time you had Jell-O?
Within the last year.
Really?
I love Jell-O.
I do too.
What flavor?
I like me the red Jello. I
Orange
like
Jell-O.
I like the blue. Whatever,
Green Jell-O.
Whatever blue. I don't like green.
I like lime.
You had
Whatever
Jello
blue.
at our Hot Shots event out in
Did I have Jello?
out on the street, right?
Oh, Jello
Jello
shot.
shot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shout out to Lori.
Yeah.
What color was that?
I think
I
that
believe it was blue.
Okay.
Or
Good
red.
one.
Or red. I don't know.
We don't remember.
Yeah, I haven't
know.
had that in a while.
101 years ago in 1923, U.S. Attorney General said it is legal for women to wear trousers anywhere.
What's up?
67 years ago, 1957, National League club owners voted to let the Brooklyn Dodgers move to
Los Angeles.
L.A. and the New York Giants to move to
San Francisco.
San Francisco.
Guys, I am here.
Yeah, you
with your
are.
sports news.
Sports
So, I mean, can you believe that?
director.
So New York lost 2 teams in a day. The Mets were founded 5 years later to fill the National League void that was left in New York. 42 years ago, 1982, Rocky III was released, starring
Sylvester Stallone, Mr.
and
T.
Mr. T, which gave us a hit song, Eye of the Tiger. 31 years ago, 1993, for some reason, Super Mario Brothers was released, starring Bob Hoskins as Mario, John Leguizamo as Luigi, and Dennis Hopper.
Yep, still holds
King
up.
Koopa. Nope, that movie was terrible.
Hey, when you think of Dennis Hopper, where does your brain, aside from this movie, take you?
Easy Rider.
Now it takes me to Speed.
Me too.
Yeah.
Hoosiers.
True Romance also. Man, he was good in that as Christian Slater's dad.
Yeah, I've only seen that movie like 2 or 3 times. It's been a long time.
Holds up. Great movie.
That's a big shootout scene in the living room, right?
It has one, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he has that scene with Christopher Walken where he's looking for, it's iconic, where he's like torturing him, trying to find out where his son is. And he,
I gotta watch that again. 26 years
good.
ago, 1998, Phil Hartman, shot and killed by his wife.
Gosh.
Murder-suicide. Wild. 14 years ago, 2010, Gary Coleman dies at the age of 42. 10 years ago, 2014, Maya Angelou, the poet, dies at the age of 86. And 8 years ago today, 2016, Harambe, a gorilla
Never
from
forget.
the Cincinnati Zoo, is shot after dragging a 3-year-old boy who had slipped into its enclosure. R.I.P. Harambe, 8 years ago today.
Hashtag. Baby.
And that's what happened back in the day. Harambe. All right, time to find out what's going on in the world of music and entertainment with your Crap on Celebrities.
And we're going to start with this unfortunate news. The Black Keys have announced they've canceled the upcoming U.S. arena leg of their International Players Tour, which was scheduled to start mid-September and also was supposed to be part of the Evolution Festival here in Forest Park. So if you go to their website, the only show listed for the Black Keys is happening, I believe, in July in Chicago. And so everybody who purchased tickets or VIP for those initial tour dates will be fully refunded. And according to Stereo Gum, the cancellation refers to speculation over low ticket sales.
Yeah, why are they playing arenas?
I don't know.
Why were they playing arenas?
I mean, there was a point in time when they could have done that. This isn't the
Well, they
first
have
time
in the
they've done it.
past, right?
Yeah, they've done the Enterprise Center before, and they sold.
But done well?
Yeah, they did well. I feel like that was at the peak, and now we're kind of on the way out.
Yeah, they went away for a little bit. Did a new record. I love the Black Keys.
I
I've
do
seen
too.
them. I seen them. I saw them at, what's up in Chicago? The Metro?
Ooh, that's a good club.
Well, that's what they're talking about too, going back to intimate venues. So we may get a Black Keys tour, but it's not going to be at Evolution Festival, and it could be back at the Pageant or the Fox.
Yeah.
Or
So
Seattle.
Evolution, which is in September, yeah, they're already off the website. So Beck is playing the Saturday, and Sunday is the Killers and Change Addiction. Damn it!
No, you're
I
going to
guess
take
I'm gonna
Monday
take
off.
Monday off.
Good for you. The first new song from Sublime in 28 years features Bradley and Jacob Noel. We got a little snippet of this. It's called Feel Like That. It's a collaboration with the band Stick Figure. So if you're a fan of Stick Figure and Sublime, check this out. 28 years in the making to make this happen with father-son on vocals.
Okay. So this the son and the dead dad.
Yep.
Cool.
I like it.
Oh, you know what I watched over the weekend? I watched that whole Lollapalooza.
Did you?
documentary on Paramount.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was good.
I need to see that. This Sublime song, by the way, is born out of an unreleased jam that happened with the trio back in 1996. They were actually at Willie Nelson's studio in Austin, Texas.
Nice.
That jam was bootlegged under the name Irene, and so they decided to release it. I think it's really cool that Jacob Noel gets to hang out with his dad on that track. All sorts of cameos this weekend at Bottle Rock Festival in Napa, California. Eddie Vedder brought out Bradley Cooper during Pearl Jam's set on Friday night. The two performed Maybe It's Time, written by Jason Isbell and sung by Cooper in A Star Is Born. And then Cooper later rejoined the entire band for the final song of the set, which was Neil Young's Rockin' in the Free World. Here's a little bit of Eddie Vedder introducing an A-list surprise guest at Bottle Rock.
Please, will you join me in welcoming to the stage my great pal, Bradley Cooper.
Oh, Brad Cooper.
Maybe it's time that the always ride. Maybe it's time to let the always ride. Takes a lot.
Okay, wonderful. Hey, by the way, the Black Keys played Evolution last year.
They did. I was going to say, didn't they?
Oh.
You know why they're not on the website this year? Because they weren't playing.
Oh.
Thought they played last year because there were a lot of black bands.
There were the Black Crows.
The Crows,
the
Black Keys.
And the Black Crows.
And Ice Cube.
During their set.
What?
Threw shade at the Black Keys.
Weren't they supposed to come into town, though? Weren't the Black Keys supposed to be here?
I don't know. Because you said, the Black Keys canceled everything. And I went to the Evolution. And I go, they're off the website already. They
You
weren't
and
even
I
on
dreamed
there.
this up. Okay, well, apologies to all involved.
What's everyone's favorite Black Crow song?
Black Crows? What's your favorite
Thorn
Black
in
Crows
My
song?
Pride.
Remedy. That's the jam.
Well,
That's a good one.
sorry we were all stoned when we came in this morning. Anyway, hey, the Offspring were joined by Ed Sheeran, did a performance of Million Miles Away, a song they haven't played live in 8 years. That also happened at Bottle Rock Festival that nobody went to in this room, but I just wanted to say that some cool cameos were happening at festivals. Sammy Hagar posted a video on Instagram showing off a new look. He shaved his beard off.
Okay.
Listen, it's a light news day for celebs.
What does he look like?
He looks completely normal. You don't even remember that he had a beard because it was so red and blonde. Duran Duran, they just learned an important lesson about the internet. People lose their minds when Elon Musk gets involved. The Rock and Roll Hall of Famers recently posted a photo on Threads posing with a Tesla Cybertruck, only to face a wave of online backlash. It was so intense that the band had to delete the post, and then the social media manager offered an explanation and apology, saying they stood in front of a friend's truck because they thought it was funny. It wasn't theirs. They didn't get paid to post it. We certainly misjudged how
Just
strong the
because
reaction would be.
Because people don't like Elon Musk.
I
That's
guess. I think that's so stupid.
it. By the way, first of all, they posted it on Threads. Who's on there?
Nobody.
I'm seeing this picture of Sammy Hagar. He looks like an old man. Without the beard,
You think?
Sammy Hagar looks like an old man.
I think he looks completely how he normally does. I mean, he's old. He's in his 70s.
I know, and he looks like he's in his 70s.
Well,
With the beard, he looked,
a little bit younger.
like in his 60s. I don't know.
Rest in peace to Doug Ingle, co-founder of Iron Butterfly, singer of the signature song "Inagata Davida." He died on
Rafe
Friday.
talked about that song last week.
We did.
Rafe?
My bad.
He died at the age of 78. He was the last surviving member of the band. He retired from performing in '99. So rest in peace to Iron Butterfly. Everybody is gone.
Everybody in the band's dead now?
Everybody is gone.
And this was the last guy, so
This
what
was the
was his, he played what?
He was the main singer.
He was the singer?
Inagata Davida. So if you knew Iron Butterfly, like there's a great song with Eric Braun on vocals called Scorching Beauty. Highly suggest you look up that song. It's like another level of Iron Butterfly that's beautiful. But the classic version of Iron Butterfly is with Doug Ingle.
So the story goes, right, they were in the studio, and it's supposed to be in the Garden of Eden.
Yes.
And they were so messed up.
Really?
And he just kind of mumbled it.
And it turned out great.
No.
I like Danny DeVito, baby. Did you say like Danny DeVito?
Yes, I
I don't know.
Wow.
did. The new trailer for...
Okay, so
Oh.
I'm sorry. According to the drummer of Iron Butterfly, the vocalist Doug Ingle wrote the song one evening while drinking an entire gallon of Red Mountain wine.
A gallon?
When the inebriated Ingle then played the song for the drummer who wrote down the lyrics for him, he was slurring his words so badly that what was supposed to be in the Garden of Eden was interpreted as Inagata Devita. What the hell's Red Mountain Wine?
We just went with it.
Oh, okay.
Sounds
Good
nice.
stuff.
The new trailer for The Bear Season 3 is up. You can check that out on Hulu June 27th, but you can see the trailer now on our website. Actor Hank Azaria, best known for his work on The Simpsons, is branching out into rock and roll. He's going to start a Bruce Springsteen tribute band called Hank Azaria and the Easy Street Band. They're going to make their debut August 1st at a charity show in New York. And he says he's never worked harder preparing for any role than he did in perfecting a singing vocal in the impression of Bruce Springsteen. The show is going to be a benefit for the 4 through 9 Foundation. And believe it or not, this is kind of an interesting fact. Bruce Springsteen never appeared on The Simpsons.
Never, huh?
Never. Like the actual Bruce Springsteen. He just never has done
Never
it.
been on. Oh, I wonder if he was
turned
ever
down the
asked.
show. He did.
Oh, he said no,
turned
huh?
it down on 3 separate occasions.
He doesn't
I
like
read.
yellow people.
In movie news, we talked about this early. Mad Max versus Garfield at the box office this weekend. Furiosa, the Mad Max saga, and Garfield movie running neck to neck for that #1 spot, which unfortunately earned a total of $31 million through the 4-day holiday weekend combined, which is not good. This is the lowest grossing Memorial Day weekend movies have had in over 30 years.
So they said it cost 120-something million to make Furiosa. Yikes.
Big yikes. The official trailer for a new Amazon original documentary called I Am Celine Dion arrived. Gives us a look into her life after being diagnosed with that rare neurological disease, the stiff person syndrome that she has. And so this brings on chronic muscle pain, impaired mobility. She has a breakdown talking about it, obviously being a performer her whole life.
Yeah.
Huge
Did you
blow
watch?
to
Did
her.
you watch the trailer for this thing?
I
It's
watched a
very
little bit of
sad.
it. Yes, it's very sad.
So I mean, that's something that doesn't kill you.
Right. You just
but
live with
makes it. Yeah, makes it very difficult to live.
Sure, and perform, obviously. So if you're interested in that will be on Prime Video on June 25th. A third Knives Out movie is coming to Netflix in 2025. Director Ryan Johnson officially announced Daniel Craig will return as Bino Blanc in another ensemble murder mystery set for Netflix, and again, 2025. Here's something that we have to talk about. So there's something on TikTok now called Rodent Handsome. Have you heard about this? Rodent Handsome.
Really?
And apparently this all stems from Zendaya's new movie Challengers, where the guys in that movie are sexy, but they also have what people are considering rat face. And so rat face dudes are having a moment. And there's a list of guys that they've rattled off here who are rodent handsome. Okay, so these are guys with pinched angular features that are not considered conventionally handsome, but they're also displaying the opposite of toxic masculinity. They're not afraid to publicly show their love for
took their
partners,
face and kind
etc.
of like scrunched it up.
Well, they're naturally like that. These are people that are like Kieran Culkin is on this list.
Is a rat face?
Is a rat face. Like people think Mike Faced looks like Stuart Little. Tom Hiddleston's on this list. Logan Lerman, Tom Holland, Tobey Maguire, Matty Healy.
Has a rat face?
These are all people that are hot rat-faced dudes. That, again, rodent handsome. So
good for them,
does
man.
Rafe have a rat face?
Damn.
Why are we?
That's okay.
I'm wondering,
Does anybody in this
do
room
I-
have a rat face?
Do I have a rat face? Honestly, I don't know what exactly we're talking
Okay,
about.
you look like a rat with your face like that.
That's messed up, dude. I can't believe you said that about me.
I don't know. I don't see this. So I saw this pop up and I'm like, what? Like
this is ridiculous.
Kieran Culkin's a babe.
What a horrible shots
like this.
fired on your
Rodent
side of
handsome.
I want to destroy you.
I'm asking. Let's go
probably.
around the room.
Probably.
Do I have a rat face?
What animal would you be
I probably
then?
got a rat face.
Has anybody ever told you you look like an animal? Like if you were an animal, you would be?
I'm trying to look up this
Right
trend.
now, I'm picturing you still in your white rabbit costume from Halloween last
Do
year.
you
So
think I'm
you kind of look like a bunny rabbit.
Like a bunny rabbit, okay.
Okay, I can see.
You left us off on purpose, didn't you?
I didn't leave it out on purpose.
Jeremy Allen White.
Yeah.
He's on
That's
there.
why you asked. Shots fired. Both of you. I'm
Jeremy
gonna
Allen
destroy
White
both of you this
from
week.
The Bear is a rat face.
Yeah.
People have said that Rafe could be Jeremy Allen White's
So
ugly
yeah.
cousin. What?
I don't know.
I'm a
I've
rat-faced
never
piece
thought
of
rat when I
trash.
looked at these dudes. So I'm opening it up for discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
She tried to soften the blow by leaving him off the list, but I
That's
looked
very
it up.
nice of you on this Tuesday.
But you looked it up and like fired shots. Thank you for your brutal honesty, and I will destroy you later this week in some way. So be
Okay.
ready for that.
I'm here for it.
And then me,
Cool.
I will
here.
probably, my tires are slashed after the show. Hey, Mike Tyson had a medical scare 30,000 feet in the air. He was flying from Miami to Los Angeles on Saturday. He became nauseous and dizzy due to an ulcer flare-up 30 minutes before landing. He was in so much pain, flight attendants were asked if anyone on board could help him, and paramedics reportedly boarded the plane as it reached LAX, and they treated him right there on the spot. His rep says the 57-year-old is training right now for that July
the
boxing
fight.
match with Jake Paul. But he's doing great, so the
July
fight is
20th.
still on.
Okay.
All right. And finally, who are the oldest people touring right now in rock and roll? So, like, no Willie Nelson, like, who
Because he wins.
rock and roll?
Stones.
The Stones are on here,
yeah.
but can you guess how old, like, do you know how old Mick Jagger actually
80.
is? He's 80. But he's not the oldest on the list. He's number 3.
Is Paul McCartney older?
Paul McCartney is not older. No, he's in his 70s. And actually, Paul's not touring right now, so he's not on this list.
Okay. Billy Joel's not in his 80s.
And he's not touring right now. Think of people touring.
there's
What's
somebody
the? We just said his
older?
name.
There are 2 people older than Mick Jagger
Neil
who are
Young.
out on the road right now. Neil Young's not out. Mm-mm.
They're not in the Stones, though, right?
Yeah, Keith Richards is right below. So Keith and Mick are both 80.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
So
it's
technically
two,
both are number 3.
Is it a female?
There are females. There's 2 females on this list, 73 and 70 years old, respectively.
Who is older than 80 that's touring
And
right now?
75.
Maybe Paul Simon.
No.
Paul Simon, good call.
Thank you.
But I don't think he's touring anymore.
Yeah,
I think he
okay.
retired.
One of the ladies on this list was just here, Stevie Nicks. She's 75, still hitting the road.
Okay.
But somebody's older than the Stones.
Yes. 2 different men.
2 men.
What? The,
Well known.
So they like in?
Big bands.
Yes.
Was
Huge
there
bands.
ever controversy with them?
No.
So Townsend's not.
Like Sammy Hagar's on this list, 76. He's out there still doing it. Jeff
Who's
Lynne, who's
older
coming to
than
town.
80?
David Gilmour just announced a
Bob
tour.
Dylan.
Bob Dylan is number 1.
Good call.
The man is 83
Yeah.
years old, still out there doing it.
Wow.
Also tied
more.
for
Younger
first.
than I thought.
Ringo Starr, also
Ringo.
83.
Ringo.
So those 2. So your top 4 oldest people out on the road: Keith Richards, Mick Jagger, Ringo Starr, Bob Dylan. So when you think of all these bands that are shutting down tours,
And it's crazy. They're the oldest in rock, and then Willie is 90. What is he? 92 now? 91.
yeah,
And he's still on the road.
He's still on the road.
And he's cutting new albums
Right.
and left. He's
It's
dropped
incredible.
another new single last week.
these old people.
It's ridiculous.
It sucks because each time I think about all these old legendary rock stars that go see them because you don't know.
Yeah.
You have no like the Stones going on sale this Friday for that Branson show. It's going to sell out immediately. My mom heard a
God.
rumor tickets are going to be like $600 as a minimum
Oh, boy.
because it's such a condensed
Yeah.
show
yeah,
stop
it's
for them.
20,000.
Yeah, versus an 80,000 arena that they've been playing. So those are going to be but go.
So the
Splurge,
Stones,
spend the money, go.
Stones, they could play the Dome easily
Yeah, they did.
and sell it out.
Yeah,
Which is what, 60,000?
something like that.
And they're playing a 18 to 20,000 seater.
And this is possibly the last tour stop. So get your tickets.
Yeah, that's why I was.
Good luck.
I saw Willie a few years ago. I got to see his sister, Bobby. She was still playing piano at the time. Mm-hmm. And she's no longer with us. I mean, she was in her 90s at that point.
Is Ringo
So it's
coming
incredible.
to town?
Nah, I don't know.
All right, celebrities celebrating a birthday today. Michael Orr, the Blindside guy, who is, I think, still suing his adoptive parents. He turns 38 today. Jake Johnson, Nick from New Girl. He was in the movie Let's Be Cops. He is 46 today. Kylie Minogue is 56. Krista Miller. Do we know who she is? Krista Miller.
Kristen Miller. Krista. No.
Oh, Krista Miller.
She was Jordan on Scrubs, Ellie on Cougar Town, Kate on the Drew Carey Show.
She's so funny,
She's
man.
so funny. She's married to Bill Lawrence.
She's in Shrinking. Oh,
Shrinking.
Yeah, she's funny in that
She's the
too.
neighbor in Shrinking.
Oh, she's in, I know. I never watched the other
Hilarious.
shows. Yeah, I like
She's
her in
great.
that.
She is 60 today. Kirk Gibson, in 1988, he won baseball's MVP award as a member of the Dodgers. He made one of the most memorable hit one of the most memorable home runs in baseball history. Kirk Gibson turns 67 today. John Fogerty from Creedence Clearwater Revival is
75?
79.
Damn.
Dang.
Gladys Knight is 80. Rudy Giuliani is 80. And Mr. Clutch, Jerry West, NBA Hall of Famer, and the silhouette on the NBA logo. He turned 86 today. Today's porno birthday, which is being brought to you by Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet, is...
Who did you just say?
Jerry West.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Bill Walton. My bad.
No.
He didn't turn anything.
No, he's...
Go ahead.
No.
My bad.
No. Today's porno birthday, which is being brought to you by Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet, is Misty Mendez. And today's birthday girl's been in 189 fine films, including 10 Things I Love About MILFs, The Adventures of Nurse Lick 5, Ass Aliens, The Bang Van 1, The Big Boob Diner, Butt Naked in Public, Dirty Dean's Done Dirt Cheap 1, 2, and 4, Good Wives Gone Bad 4, The Great American Ass 3, The Wet Panty Car Wash, Yo Mama's a Freak 1, and Who Could Forget a Role in 2003's Pull My Hair and Call Me Stupid. Misty Mendez is 49 years old. That's your porno birthday. Those were your crappy birthdays, and that was your crap on celebrities. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We have your sex time fun facts. Is subscribing to OnlyFans cheating? And the top dating red flags that America has been Googling. All that and more. And your sex toy of the week. It is 7:48. It is Tuesday. Traffic and weather. Lern coming at you.
Worldwide Technology Raceway sponsors at the Confluence Music Festival with Ludacris, Riley Green, and more with the NASCAR Cup Series is happening June 1st and 2nd. Get your tickets at www.raceway.com.
That's this weekend.
It is this weekend. My goodness, you're right. Debris in the roadways, northbound 55 at Arsenal. The two right lanes are closed. Your point weather will get up to 80 today. 57 is the overnight low. Right now, gorgeous at 64 at 7:48.
We've had this place for a little over a year now, and every time I come up here, I discover something new, whether it be a new structure or just something hidden in part of the woods here. So a couple months ago, just spotted something in the woods, and what the hell is that? So I went exploring, and let me show you what I found. Check this out. That, my friends, is a hidden sawmill. So I drove out here one afternoon. I said, what the hell is this? Well, you get all this cut wood.
And we had some pretty bad hail on Sunday, and maybe where you were, you had some pretty bad hail. So this week, I'm having the Happy Roof Co. at my house to inspect my roof. It was that bad. And just for that peace of mind, I'm going to have them go up there, just take a look around. Is everything okay? Because that hail, again, it was pretty wicked on Sunday. I just want to make sure that a little problem now won't become a huge, costly problem down the road. The Happy Roof Company. Did you have roof damage and your insurance company already paid you out, but now you need a roofer to just give you an estimate? Happy Roof Co. Do you need help with the insurance paperwork on your damaged roof? Happy Roof Company. Did your insurance claim get denied, but your neighbors all got new roofs except for you? Call the Happy Roof Company. They work with the insurance companies. If you have a leaky roof, an old roof, a damaged roof, or an ugly roof, the Happy Roof Company should be your first call. You know, if you call today, they're going to have somebody out to look at your issue within 24 hours. Roofing, siding, gutters. Again, if you were in an area that had pretty significant hail on Sunday, call the Happy Roof Company for an inspection. 314-665-3001. 314-665-3001. Online at thehappyroof.com. It's the Happy Roof Company with the happy and happy endings.
We are backstage at Point Fest, and I am absolutely honored and incredibly nervous, as a matter of fact, to have the pleasure of speaking to Alice in Chains. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. It's really great to see you here today.
Why is he nervous? Is he owes money or something?
I do not. I do not.
You slept with my wife, you son of a bitch.
Oh. See, none of those kinds of things other than just your random fanboy saw you in 93 at Lollapalooza,
That's all right.
all
That's
of that sort
acceptable.
of thing, you know?
All
But
good, man.
It's really great to have you here. And, you know, one of the things that, in reading about the new record, it seems like the excitement level is more than just kind of like, you know, of course everybody says the nice things when their new album is about to come out.
Not everybody. Not everybody, man.
Well, but it seems like there is genuine excitement about this particular project. Can you tell us
I'll
a bit
just
why?
mess on you.
Yeah.
Well, we don't do records every year, so it takes a while. So when we get one out, it's like, all right, they actually did one. Like, it's been about 5 years since we put a record out, so the response to the one has been really strong. We've been having a great time playing it. People seem to enjoy it, so it's all good. You know, we've been lucky enough to be able to still be doing this. We still get to go cool places and show up and have people want us to play our music for them, and we're still making new music that people like too. So it's great.
Some of this stuff is just cyclical, you know. Like, you never know why it is that a certain record might get a little bit more attention or energy behind it or excitement around it than others, but you just kind of weather it either way, you know. And so it's cool that this one seems to have a little bit more, I don't know, some kind of enthusiasm maybe around it, you know. It's
Absolutely so. And I mean, do you guys kind of, say that a bit to yourselves when it comes to songs?
Victory, Men's Health. Let's talk about it. Maybe you're a rat-faced guy like me who needs to even the playing field and get your body back in tip-top shape in 2024. Well, wait no longer. Go to Victory Men's Health. Skitter on. Get out of that trash can and skitter on into Victory and let them find out what's going on with your body. Maybe you're not feeling yourself. Maybe you need peptides, a testosterone treatment. Maybe you need red light therapy. Maybe you just need a big old hug and somebody tell you that they like you. You know what? You'll get it at Victory Men's Health because they have customized treatment plans just for you. And wherever you are, whatever dumpster you're skittering around in, there's a Victory near you. There's one in Sunset Hills. It's brand new. There's one in Town and Country that we all go to. And there's one on each O'Fallon on each side of the river, Illinois and Missouri. So wherever you are, there's a Victory near you. And they'll get you in there. They will invest in your health. They'll test your blood down to a cellular micronutrient level to find out what's going on with your body and get you on a treatment plan that is customized just for you so you can feel better, get buff, get hot for the summer, and then go to the pool and take advantage of this rodent revolution we're having in America right now. I know I'm going to, so you don't have to wait any longer. Go right now to victorymenshealth.com, victorymenshealth.com.
All right, guys, welcome back to the farm. So it's a Sunday, and we got a whole crew here doing stuff. We're going to work in the field today. So this will be the final episode of the farm series for now, but I'm sure we'll return back to the farm at some point. So I'm going to show you what's going on here, the progress of the plants, how those elderberries are looking, and we'll look inside the house, and I'll tell you about some future projects we got coming up here. And there's our tractor, courtesy of Herb Equipment, the Captain Riz tractor. We're moving some poles. Poles. All right, so behind me is another barn. This is a future project that we're going to do. So we're going to turn this barn into a greenhouse. So come on, let me show you what's going on inside. So this is where the old owner, I guess, stored some of his tractors, some of his big carts for the field. So eventually, what we're going to do is we're going to take the sides off and kind of renovate this structure and make it a greenhouse, so we could start cultivating our own elderberry brands and maybe start selling what they call the cuttings. Right now, this is home to many a groundhog. All right, we're out here in the big field, and I am going to show you the progress of some of these elderberry plants. So you saw at the beginning, pretty much nothing. And it's a couple months later, and I'll show you what these elderberry plants look like. Look at that. Mulch is down. Plants are looking good. You know, you'll see a weed every once in a while, but we gotta pull those. But these plants are looking sweet. There's my partner in crime, Cat the dog. All right, Cat. Let's go. Cat is the consummate farm dog. And there's new dog. Come on, Maggie, Cat, let's go. So I'm not sure if we're going to get a very good crop this year, but this is basically laying the foundation down for years to come. First year being a farmer. So it's been almost 2 straight months of mulching. We're not even all the way done. See some of these rows?
Celebrate this month. You got, graduations, end of the school year, barbecues, warm weather months ahead. Even the summer, there's a lot to celebrate. And you have people over. And you know what the first thing they do when they come to your house? They judge you. How does everything look? How does everything smell? Your house smell all right? The carpet's dirty. You got kids. You got pets. Your house is gross. You got to get Zero Res in there to do a good clean in the summer. Call the cleaning pros. Celebrate summer in a clean home. Now, you know Zero Res as the zero residue carpet cleaners. They don't leave behind any dirt-attracting soap and chemicals that the other carpet cleaners use. Trust me, don't risk it for the other guys or go DIY with it with the carpet cleaning. Your carpet's going to end up soaked for days. It's actually going to do more damage than good. And by the way, Zero Res, they not only do, residential places. Hey, if you got a business, Zero Res will come in and clean your business as well. Check out the 5,400 raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating. They are the #1 carpet cleaner in the St. Louis area, without a doubt. Schedule today. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at $129 and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. You got to mention the Riz Show, whether it be for your home or your business. 314-474-2020, 314-474-2020, or you can book online anytime at ZeroResSTL.com. Zero Res, spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. It's Zero Res.
So let's start off with an easy one.
Okay.
You have this incredible career with Everclear.
Right.
Made all of these records. You've had, I would think, multiple opportunities to do like a solo record, but you're going to put out a solo record for seemingly the first time in your career.
For not seemingly the first time.
The first time in your career. Why now?
Well, I mean, you know as well as I do that Everclear has been my baby from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's my thing. So as far as doing a rock band situation, I never felt really a need to do a solo record. I tried to do one once, and it turned into an Everclear.
Oh! I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts on exotic meats?
You know my stance.
I don't know. You've had deer, right?
Yeah. Is that
Scott,
exotic,
you've had
though?
deer. I don't know. You can't buy deer at Schnucks. Have you had deer before?
Of course, yeah. Deer sausage.
Okay. Rafe, you've had deer before, I'm assuming.
Sure.
What about elk? Have you had elk?
No.
Yeah.
I've had it. Somebody gave us a couple like elk steaks. We have them in the fridge.
Wow. They just gave it to you?
Yeah, I've
That's
never had it
good.
before.
That's like gold, man.
Is it good?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Bison. Have you ever had bison?
Yes.
Yep.
I've had bison burger. I've had bison. Yeah.
Snake. Have you eaten snake?
Snake is incredible. I really like it because it's sweet.
Had
If
gator.
you mix it with, and there's a place in LA that would mix rabbit with snake, and they put them in sausage, and it is phenomenal. It's so good.
Never had it. Gator? Gator,
Yep.
okay.
Gator's tasty.
I've eaten rabbit. What about bear?
Nah.
I've not had bear.
Have we eaten bear? Would you be willing to eat bear?
I can't imagine a scenario where it would be necessary, but
I don't know. You got a buddy that went hunting.
Yeah.
And he, bagged himself a bear. I know a guy that goes bear hunting every year.
Right on.
I don't know.
It's not my thing. And dude, this guy goes out solo by himself. Catches a bear, kills a bear. And then has to drag it out of the woods himself.
Damn. Scary. I don't like it, but everybody knows that.
Would you be willing to eat the bear?
I'm not going to let it go to waste.
I don't know. It's not really something that I'm
you're
looking
at
to
a
do.
barbecue and oh, dude, Billy bagged himself a bear. He's got some bear meat. Would you like to try?
I'd probably pass.
I'd probably pass too.
I mean, I don't want it to go to waste. I'd give it a whirl. I'd have to.
I'd probably
it
pass.
probably tastes just like Teddy Grahams. So
Headline.
Oh, dadgummit.
Headline.
Years for years.
I'm not a fan of like big game hunting, so I would probably just be like, nah.
Is that considered big game?
I don't know.
Imagine.
I mean, it's a bear. It's big as hell.
Pretty big.
Yeah, but I mean, big game is like going to the Serengeti and bagging yourself a giraffe.
That's true.
Yeah. I don't know.
Family
Bear just also doesn't sound like it would taste that good.
Family stricken with rare brain worms after eating undercooked bear.
There you go.
Mother Nature's way. She says, watch this. Hold my beer.
Oh, that is yummy.
A family gathering in South Dakota for a reunion that included a special meal, kebabs made with the meat of a black bear. So I guess one of the family members had, quote, harvested a bear from northern Saskatchewan. Not having a meat thermometer, the family assessed the doneness of the meat by, oh, that looks good enough.
Just put your finger on it. Ah, it's cooked.
Yeah. Cut it open. See. Yep.
Huh.
So, yeah, the bear kebabs and then no thermometer. They go, it looks good enough. So at first they're like, ooh, this is a little rare. Maybe we should throw it back on. Which a few members of the family noticed, like, oh, this is a little too rare for me. I'm not going to try it. Just throw it back on the grill. But other family members like, rare. This is how you eat bear. Now, the rest of the reunion was pretty unremarkable. And the family members went back to their homes in Arizona and Minnesota and South Dakota. A couple of days later, people started getting sick. One guy up in Minnesota, 29-year-old guy, went to the doctor, fever, severe muscle pains, swelling around his eyes. Damn. They took his blood. They're like, ooh, man, you got a lot of white blood cells going on here. And they called it other laboratory anomalies. He was hospitalized 4 times over the course of a couple weeks. And it wasn't until one of those hospitalizations they were like, did you eat anything strange? I would figure that'd be one of the first things you... Like, hey, over the past couple, weeks, did you eat anything weird? Like, oh, yeah, I ate bear meat. And then it all made sense. The doctor suspected the guy had a condition called trichinosis. I know I'm saying that wrong. Basically, an infection of roundworms. Roundworms, guys. And these parasites are everywhere. Pretty much embedded into the muscle fibers of different animals, but it's quite rare to find them in humans. But if you eat undercooked meat, especially, wild game, once eaten, here we go. Here we go, guys. Enjoy your breakfast. Once eaten, the larvae, encased in the meat, released, begin to invade the small intestines, causing pain, diarrhea, nausea, vomiting. Then the larvae develop into adults in your gut still.
You poo them out.
They have sex with each other. And they produce more larvae.
Intestines, your orgy.
Now the second generation, so you got the first generation you ate from the bear or whatever.
The larva.
Now they've had sex, and now the second generation is out. Now they go wandering
it's like
around
Magic
your
School
body.
Bus episode I don't want to watch.
They go wandering through the lymphatic system, and they get into your blood, and they go throughout the body.
Wait, pause.
Yes.
We've all had dogs that have had worms before, correct? Have you ever seen them poop out the worms?
They scoot on the floor
so
or whatever.
Disgusting. It will traumatize you if you've never seen it.
Yeah.
I remember my dog Sophie had them.
Ugh.
And that's all I'm imagining right now. Like, do people...
People get it.
Do they escape?
Yeah, I would imagine. If these things, I don't know how many would be inside you. Hundreds, thousands,
Yeah.
I don't know. But the second generation, now they go wandering through your body, through the lymphatic system.
They're vacationing now.
And they can end up all over. They could go, skeletal muscles, the heart, the brain. The brain, they're like, yeah, man, there's a lot of oxygen up here. We're good. We're going to stay up here.
What's the, Robert F. Kennedy had the brain worm, and now these people got brain worms? This is crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Mother Nature's
Fever,
taking over.
Man.
Periorbital edema, muscle pain, heart inflammation, brain inflammation.
These people lived, or did they die? Did you get to that point yet? Are these people dead?
I'm still getting there.
Okay.
I'm working my way.
Oh,
working my way.
No. But they did save the bear's life, right?
The guy's symptoms, fit this case, and yes, several tests confirmed, yes, it was a parasitic infection. Of 8 interviewed family members that were there for the bear meat meal, 6 people had this. Like 6 people got worms. 3 of them were hospitalized, including a 12-year-old. 4 of the 6 sickened people had eaten the bear meat, while 2 only ate. So now Lern's at the barbecue. And you go, no, I'm just going to eat the veggies that are on the grill. Cross-contamination. The parasites jumped to the veggies.
Of course.
So those people got sick, too. Everybody's fine.
Okay, good.
Everybody's fine.
All right, good.
Yeah, of the 3 that were hospitalized, anti-parasitic drugs were covered. The remaining 3 cases, fortunately, recovered without treatment, so they're all right.
Yeah, the cool thing is they did save the bear from dying from.
They only just carved out a
worms,
little section of its body. Yeah. Gross, dude.
And the warning here is, if you're going to eat exotic, meats, have a friggin' thermometer, you dopes.
Yep.
Make sure it's cooked to at least 165 degrees. That's what the CDC says. That's a little too well done for me.
Oh, great. Yeah, argue. Okay.
Although I'm not eating bear, honestly.
What about paw?
I'm just going to avoid risk of brain worms by not eating this garbage. I don't know. That's just me. Just give me a regular hamburger. I'm good. I don't need your bear meat.
Yeah, I'm good on the worms.
Yeah, no worms for me. Thanks.
Dude, that's just a warning. That's from your buddy Riz.
Look at
Thank you.
Caring about everybody.
Hey, could have saved a life or 2 today. I don't know.
Ooh.
David says every bear carries this. It must be cooked to well done.
There we go.
Most outdoorsmen know that.
Whew, that's risky, though, man.
If you get an itchy butt at night, that's a parasite.
Oh, no. Everybody's got parasites.
Oh.
I watched a TikTok video this weekend of an old lady. She lives in bear country. And somebody asked her, like, how do you walk to your car? Because she always has bears in her yard and she doesn't have a garage. And she did a video. She goes, this is how I walk. She's just walking by these big old bears.
No, you don't walk, you run.
No, she walked and she talked to, she says, hello, bear, and had this whole calm demeanor. And I'm like, there is no way that I would be that
She made
calm.
a deal with them.
I guess. Yeah. And one took off running. Like, one ran away from her.
She made a deal.
I'll give you worm treatment if you don't eat me.
Brad says you really shouldn't eat bear unless it's a survival situation because they have so many worms and parasites in them.
There you go. Save the bears.
There you
Thanks.
go. Oh, I know, but you want to be a guy that eats. Look at me, I eat exotic meats.
I eat this bear. You know what? And men are eating more bears because that whole thing that happened a couple weeks ago about women. Would you rather be in a forest with a man or a bear? And we've all picked the bear.
So now they're
so men are rising up, getting all PO'd about
I'm gonna
us
eat the
picking
bear.
the bear. Yeah. Good luck.
They said they picked the bear. They meant Jeremy Allen White.
Yes.
Yeah, they did.
All right, take some fun facts. Sponsored by?
Yes, they are sponsored
They are
by
sponsored by
Patricia's,
Patricia's.
where fun and fantasy both meet.
All right, so here was a question before the break. Is subscribing to OnlyFans cheating? And I do have what some relationship experts say. I'm going to start with, and without explanation, Scott, is subscribing to OnlyFans cheating if you are a married person or with somebody in a committed relationship?
Yes.
Learn.
No.
No, okay. Rafe.
Nah.
It is not.
I don't think so. Tina has an OnlyFans, so it would be pretty messed up if she's like, you're not allowed on there.
Well, that's
know what I'm saying?
She's a content creator.
So, but I'm just saying, like, if her having one isn't cheating, then me being on it sure as hell ain't.
But somebody else's page.
Yeah.
Subscribing to somebody else's page.
Yeah.
Is it cheating? In my opinion, no. But yeah, there'd be some problems at my house.
Tim and I were just having this conversation on a road trip not too long ago, and we had differing opinions about it in different ways. Whereas I don't think it's like cheating. It's the same thing to me as watching pornography. Is watching pornography online cheating? No, in my opinion. But then you start to think about how, because I was talking about the OnlyFans teacher, Brianna, who we've had on the air and love her. Is it cheating if he started subscribing to her because that's somebody that he could possibly run into at the grocery store, or or if he was watching Tina's, like, is that cheating? Like, or if it's somebody or is somebody who's obtainable to you. Or
I think it goes into the cheating territory once you start interacting with them.
Like online
and
messaging
like spending money.
Well, you're spending money to subscribe to them.
And spending money and getting personalized things.
Sure.
What if you don't do the customized stuff? What if you don't ask for a custom vid? You just unlock videos they've made.
Nah.
That's just porn, right?
Yeah, it's just porn.
That's just porn. But
so is that the line?
Custom, I guess, does. Yeah, it's a line.
That's a line for me.
I get it.
Well, even to explain to my wife why I would be spending money on this that's a conversation that it's gonna be a rough conversation.
Well, that's probably why people don't have the conversation and they just do it secretly because they don't want to have that conversation.
But also, there's also the secrecy of it.
Sure.
Yeah.
The secrecy of it, that's also into its own territory of dishonesty.
Yep.
So what constitutes as cheating? And the real answer is that opinions vary depending on who you ask. Yeah, it depends on what type of relationship they're in, where the boundaries lie. So when it comes to relationships, people are still divided over what really constitutes as doing the dirty on your partner. There's a gray area that couples have battled since the beginning of time, causing rifts and resentment, or worse, a relationship total breakdown. While some argue that simply subscribing to adult content on a platform like OnlyFans isn't inherently cheating, the question remains, where do you draw the line?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're subscribing, okay, spending money, okay. To some, that's the line.
Right.
You spent money on this, where you could spend money on your children, or I'm buying me something nice.
Mm-hmm.
But this is something that I'm buying for myself. I get that argument, but also think about the money you spend on yourself. That's just a person's way of spending money on themselves. I'm just saying the subscription, not necessarily the extra that comes with it. It's just like a Netflix for yourself.
Yeah. One expert says, a relationship expert says, if someone has subscribed in secrecy and is developing an emotional or physical connection to the OnlyFans model they have subscribed to, then yes, it would be considered a form of cheating. Another expert said that anything that is done in secrecy or hidden from your partner should be considered cheating or crossing the line. If you run a self-check and have to bend the truth or hide something like your phone, it's a form of cheating.
Yeah.
This woman also said that if people are if people are speaking with or watching an OnlyFans creator over being with your partner.
Oh boy, yeah.
Right.
That's a big time issue.
Then that's whoa.
It's like
and on the borderline of addiction.
Wouldn't that be all porn though?
Yeah.
Like, why is it an OnlyFans specific thing? Like, if you're addicted to porn and you're spending time with that over your partner, that's unhealthy in and of itself, whether it's on OnlyFans or Pornhub or whatever.
In this particular article, it's just talking about OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm just saying, like...
Because it's like a modern-day peep show. OnlyFans.
Yeah. Well, it's just the new... It is the new porn.
Yeah.
It's just a new form of pornography.
Or it's the new strip club.
Yeah, I was going to say it's just like the strip club.
Yeah.
And that's actually in-person physical contact. This is a screen.
Yeah.
So which is worse in that scenario?
What was you didn't really say, what was the difference of opinion?
Tim, he's more conservative on it than I am. Like, he
thinks it is cheating.
Yeah. Like, if I were to get on OnlyFans and start...
You think it's nuanced?
Looking at men and paying men to do things for my pleasures, he would have a big problem. and I was like, what if I had an OnlyFans, a secret OnlyFans? And he's like, yeah, that would be very problematic.
Well, we're getting a new deck. We need this deck.
That's what I said. Literally, the conversation yesterday was,
how are we going to fund this deck?
How are we going to fund? Well, and we need a bathroom remodel. I'm like, how else are we going to fund this? I need a second job. He's like, absolutely not.
Yeah, so I guess you could throw porn into it. Like, so instead of spending time with the one you love and can actually, have sex with, you're spending it paying for pornography.
Yeah.
Or going to the strip club.
Yeah, so it's that old-fashioned, it's a gray area, and it's better just to avoid that.
Intention does matter, too.
Absolutely, intention matters. That's the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter that you're looking at some girl's breasts or whatever you do. Like, what's your intention behind them? What is the meaning behind? What do you need? Are your needs not being met? Why aren't we having a conversation about that? That's the real problem at this. You could have a great time. Everything that's happening on OnlyFans with other people can be happening with your partner. You're just too chicken-ass to like bring up your needs and go, hey, I actually want to like role play this weekend.
It is natural to find other people attractive.
Absolutely it is.
But intentions, intention matters. The intention behind the interaction matters.
Yes.
I think there's part of porn too is like, at least for dudes, I think, and across the board, I'm not trying to make this, it's of the moment. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're like impulsive apes.
Right.
We're like, me horny now. It's like your wife may not be home. So you log on, you get the hate out of your body, and you go on about your day.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a tech.
2.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's not necessarily connected to.
But now we're talking to people. Now we're like,
Right.
Yeah.
if you go to one of those websites, if you go to one of these porn websites, it's we're done. That's it. But now, like with OnlyFans, like there's a chat feature, and you're paying for this stuff.
They'll say your name.
It's wild.
But it's so fake. It's so dumb. Like you'd have to be really. I'm not. It's like
Gullible.
Yes, I mean everything's like. Hey, stud. So glad you subscribed to my OF. Can't wait to make whoopee with you. And it's just
and some guy's like, oh, she's talking right to me.
Yeah, it's like a standard copy-paste message you're getting to get you to buy. They're trying to get you to buy videos.
Well, they're trying to sell you stuff.
It's a storefront, brother. And they're the clerk. No one's getting on there and, like, meeting up. It's all the same. They all copy each other's methods.
Some guys think there are...
Yeah, that's the same thing the guys that think the strippers love them. You know what I mean? There's always going to be those guys out there. And they're going to get a lot of their money. And to me, that's a victimless crime. You know what I mean? Like, if you're that guy that you think the stripper loves you because she gave you a lap dance and you just keep forking out thousands of dollars.
Right, and then but the fact that you're hiding it then from...
Yeah. That's problematic.
I think that does fall into the cheating category.
We all watched the Ashley Madison docuseries.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, there was
Did
one
you see
couple
that yet,
on there.
Scott?
No, I haven't.
Wow, dude, you got to watch it. It's
So
wild.
funny.
I forgot, which one is that on again?
I think it's on Netflix.
Okay.
There's a couple on there, though, who did meet through Ashley Madison and ended up getting together and have this kind of open sexual relationship. And they're very candid about that and
the
their
two
happiness.
freaks on there, they're like real freaky.
Right.
She's like a dominatrix.
Yeah. And he's not into that. He's into other things.
He's in other things, but they have an open relationship.
Yeah, man.
But some would argue, well, that's because they have great communication and they have gotten their needs met and they've told each other what they want. And I don't know if we'll ever be a society that doesn't accept or that accepts that. I feel like when you hear about people in your life that are having open relationships, the first things like we go to this kind of conservative look of, ooh, that's not the norm. And so like, what's up with that? And it's hard to kind of
but that's
think
not
through
for
that.
everybody.
It's not for everybody. I'm not saying it is, but I guess have a little bit of a more open understanding of, their communication has
I'm not
to be
yucking
better,
anybody's
and the
yum.
trust
If they're
is
into that,
still
they're
there.
into it.
I've always been a proponent of this. You can be sex positive and not want every aspect of sex positivity in your own relationship.
Sure.
So you have to decide what your boundaries are or what your rules within your relationship are, and if you can live with it, then it's really nobody else's business.
Exactly.
David says, I know a couple that had a very open sexual relationship. Oh, so open. And she found out that he was subscribing to an account of a person that he knows and interacts with them often. And he was secretly spending a lot of money on that account and ultimately ended the relationship.
The secret.
The secret ended the relationship that was already open.
Yes.
That's the whole thing.
That's the problem.
That's the problem is if you're doing stuff in in secret.
But I mean, it is, some people don't share that. You've talked about it before. You said you don't know what kind of porn, right?
Yeah, I have no idea. Tim and I, we do not talk about that. Like that's a line in our relationship that like we just don't share.
So, like just use that as an example. I don't know. I know Scott's never watched a porn before, but if he did, I don't think he'd run it by Allison first. He'd probably just go perusing the internet. I don't think everybody to me, it's like that's a secret too. So is that cheating? If you're not willing to open up your browser and be like, hey, check out what I'm into
right.
when you're not around, is that also cheating? Is because you watched
I think if my
nugget
wife,
porn
if my wife knew that I was watching porn that was like Civil War reenacting.
Yeah. Like nugget porn. You told me you love nugget porn, which is cool, man. I think that's awesome. And that you opened up to me in that way, I thought was also cool. I'm like, man, Riz loves nugget porn. He told me about it. It was weird he said it in a board meeting, but whatever. He said it.
But he was excited for it.
Well, at the very basis, the root of all of this is shame. People don't want to be shamed into what, like if I said I was into Santa Claus porn, people would go, oh, that's weird. And so that's the reason people don't share. And that sucks. But also, where is the line of like, can we have anything for ourselves as well?
I bet Santa Claus goes down on girls though.
Well,
what?
I mean, he is.
That's what nugget
my Santa Claus does. You looked it up.
He is the saint. No, listen. Like, what is the line on holding something back for yourself that's not going to be hurting anyone else?
Do you know what nugget porn is?
I don't. I'm trying to get through this.
Agreed.
It's porn to people who don't have arms or legs.
Oh, really? Well, I love it then because they deserve to have lust after them as well, or people loving them too. Like,
I like how you're pretending like you don't know when you told me it was your favorite kind of
pornography.
And you wear that shirt all the time.
One or both of the characters is a nugget. Has no arms and legs.
That warms my heart, dude.
Yeah. It's cool that you're into that, man.
Nugget porn,
like
when
the name
two
of that,
limbless
though.
persons record porn.
Oh, God.
There you go. See?
I thought it was the.
You're not weird, man.
The 1980s Chicken McNuggets McDonald's.
Yeah, I was trying to figure it out.
Could be that too. You're illustrating the point I'm trying to make, which is like it's okay to have stuff that's for you, right? Like
Yeah.
stuff that's for, hey, this is like my private thing. And as long as everybody's okay with that, you're like, I know you watch porn. You don't have to tell me what you watch.
Right.
I know that you
love me.
Right.
Still
I
find
know
me
that you're on
attractive.
OnlyFans. Just don't cross these lines, and I trust you.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
yeah,
whatever.
and again, people's lines are different.
Yeah.
People's lines are different.
Mm-hmm.
If you're spending thousands of dollars in secret, yeah, that's
problematic.
probably a line crossed.
For sure.
Well, then you get
In
into
most
that's
relationships.
financially irresponsible. You're having a different conversation then.
You have
It's
to
the
put
same
that in
thing
the
like
family
if you,
budget.
Yeah.
if you go to the casino and spend $50 once a week because you like to play a little blackjack is different than losing 10 grand.
Yeah.
If something becomes problematic, if a vice becomes problematic financially, then that's a different conversation around that vice.
Yeah, where it becomes kind of a god.
Well, there's so much of the stuff available now.
I know.
Temptation's out there.
So much temptation.
So much temptation. And if you're an addict, yikes. Good luck out there, guys.
Take care of yourself.
Google released a list of the top dating red flags we've been Googling over the past year. Now, do you think these 5 things that I pulled are a big deal? Okay, so these are the top dating red flags America has been Googling. Number 1 is saying I love you too soon. Is that a red flag?
Yeah.
If they say it a month in, maybe. If they say it on your first date, yes. Red flag. Is watching true crime, is that a red flag?
No. That's everyone.
Because they're obsessed with murdering and
If they
getting away
love
with
true
it.
crime shows.
Some of the nicest people I know watch these serial killer documentaries and listen to these podcasts, and they have this weird fascination, and I love it for them.
Does it mean they might try to murder you? I don't know.
Dang it, my wife loves the British murder mystery shows.
She may
like
be trying
Father
to-
Brown and all
Watch
those.
Figure it
yourself,
out.
Scott.
You know, a psychologist recently said that being overly obsessed with like true crime shows could be a sign of unresolved trauma. And you might be working through some issues. So I guess that's why people are Googling it. Love bombing. I forgot what this one was. Love bombing.
This is when you're just overly lovely to someone.
Okay. When somebody it's when somebody praises you or showers you with gifts early on and then turns psycho.
Yeah.
The Cleveland Clinic actually defines it as a form of psychological and emotional abuse. It's also something cult leaders do.
Yeah.
Whoa.
They try to
love bomb you. Whoa.
They charm the crap out of you.
Okay, I could see that being a red flag. Talking to an ex, is that a red flag?
Can
is
be, for
talking
sure.
to an ex a red flag?
I don't think so, but it can't. If it's very consistent, you kind of wonder what's up with that. And if you're not involved in that conversation or again the secret, the hiding it, or if hey, I'm going out to lunch with my ex all the time, like hey, maybe involve your partner so it kind of offloads the weirdness of that for them.
Well, if you're going out with your ex and not telling, like and lying about it, like oh, I'm going out with Scott instead of
like anytime I've
Sheila
talked to an ex or called an ex or whatever, like I always try to make a point to like bring it up, like hey, I talked to so and so today or saw him, and
I always tell my ex I talked with my wife, so we're on the same page.
Yeah, so everybody's on the same page. That's
Yeah,
good. Is double texting a red flag?
What is double texting?
That's when they send a follow-up text before you've even replied to the first one.
Oh, this is my life.
You're a double texter?
I'm a red flag, yes.
It's not always a red flag, but it could be a sign that like they're obsessive or
I want to know now.
or controlling. We're it's been 2 minutes. Why didn't you answer?
I always feel like such a loser when I do it, but I have to know. I'm like, oh, a follow-up thought. This. Just do it. Just be
So
yourself.
if somebody doesn't text you back, you immediately like they must be mad at me.
Of course. I have self-worth issues, dude. Okay, I'm digging myself out of a hole. Please always text.
Immediately.
Immediately. Oh my God, my brain.
They're not holding their phone.
I know. I'm getting through it. Okay.
But they are.
They are holding.
Most
their
people
phone.
are.
They're on the toilet with their phone.
Most people are.
Scott does not. Scott, you are off the grid for a lot of the day.
Yeah, it's
Is that on
bad.
purpose? That's on purpose, though, right?
Not really. It's just I kind of forget about it. I just don't even think about the phone.
You text this guy, it'll be hours until he responds.
I know.
Hours.
Do that to
And
me.
I'll lose. Like yesterday, I had no clue where my phone was for a while. I thought it was outside and all that. And then my wife's like, "Oh, you're charging it." I'm like, there it is.
What was something recently? Was it maybe Friday? Would something happen on Friday where somebody died or was there something? And like hours later, you were like, "Oh, this sucks."
Yeah, I guess. What was that?
He's probably sleeping.
That could be
Little
too.
nap boy.
I'm a napper.
All right, one more thing before we move on to the break, and then we'll get to the sex toy of the week. Sexperts. Imagine being a sexpert. What a job. They reveal how long sex should be and how long it takes women to reach the finish line. Okay, the average sex session lasts how long? How long?
22 minutes.
22
I was
minutes.
to say, yeah, based on personal.
22
experience.
minutes. No, what is
Easily
no?
20.
This is
I'm going 12 minutes.
12 minutes.
That's good.
All wrong. 5.4 minutes is the average sex session.
Damn. Really?
Yeah.
All right.
They're pros, man.
Okay, so with that being said, how average sex
Now,
session?
is this just, that's all, everything?
Like straight.
Or is that
average?
just
It's whatever
Coitus.
they mean by whatever they mean by average sex session.
Okay.
I'm having a problem.
that's
putting
start to
those two
finish
words
to me?
together.
A sesh to me is start to fin.
Right. The event,
Yeah.
the post.
Whatever their average,
The hello,
whatever they
the goodbye.
factor in there.
I think this is just the sex. This is not like the pre-gaming. This
Okay.
is just the deed.
Okay.
Okay, with that being said, 5.4 minutes average sex sesh. How long does it take a woman to get to?
Triple times that, which is, ladies,
22 minutes.
sometimes you just need to have this in your brain. So now you know 5 minutes. So you need to do whatever you need to do in that 5 minutes to make this happen for you. Because if it's 5 minutes, this is probably just the male's time.
Well, they say, so while men find arousal easier, like
Yeah.
usually takes, hey, I'm ready to go. It takes women about 20 minutes to even get like in the mood.
Yeah. That's why
22 minutes.
there you go. The
I
pre,
gave you the time.
the deed, the post.
And then when it
Wow.
comes to
Nice.
Getting to the finish line, it takes between 14 and 17 minutes.
Yeah.
But yet the sesh lasts only 5 minutes.
So everybody be aware of this. Like all involved, right?
We all got to be on the same page here, guys.
Yeah. And as a woman, you have to have your brain into what's going on big time. Like if I can't get there in my brain and get in the mode, it's not happening for me.
So a study published in the Journal of Sexual Medicine, which is a big medical journal, asked a group of sex therapists how long they think sex should last. And they were told to categorize different time frames as either adequate, too short, too long, and desirable. So the panel rated, like the actual,
intercourse?
The actual,
Yeah.
sex part. 1 to 2 minutes too short. They believed 10 to 30 minutes was too long. Adequate was 7 to 13 minutes. 7 minutes was adequate. 7 to 13 minutes was desirable. So 7 to 13 minutes of actual, 7 to 13 minutes desirable. That's what they said. That's where the pocket is right there. 7 to 13 minutes.
Okay.
Agreed. 20s, listen. 20s, depending on how much foreplay you're into, which I hope for your sake, it's a lot because it's fun. 20, if you can't get it done in 20, take a class. You're doing something wrong. Take a class online. Take my class. And if you go over 30, you're showing off. If you haven't gotten it done in 30, that's on you. Okay.
Well, they say if it's 30 minutes, it's undesirable.
Yeah.
Like that's too long.
Yeah. If you haven't gotten it done in 30, that's on you.
And there's probably whiskey
brother.
involved.
7 to
Be that.
7 to 13. That's the pocket right there. That's what the sexperts say.
Okay.
I'm gonna start hitting a timer.
Now, if you need some help, we'll talk about some help after the break.
Thank you.
Because Rafe's got the sex toy of the week.
And then I do.
And this is quite expensive, by the way.
Well, can't put a cost on pleasure. Or can you?
Apparently you can. Highly rated, though.
Very highly rated.
All right, it's 8:33. It's Tuesday. Traffic and weather. Lern coming at you.
Worldwide Technology Raceway sponsors the Confluence Music Festival is happening this weekend. Ludacris, Riley Green, and more with the NASCAR Cup Series this weekend, June 1st and 2nd. Tickets available at www.raceway.com. Doing really well with the driving today. Only a stalled vehicle, eastbound 70 at St. Louis Avenue. The right lane is closed. Sunny, gorgeous day ahead of us. 80 will be the high, 57 overnight low. Sunshine all day long. Right now it's 66 degrees at 8:34.
Mid-America Chevy Dealers present Point Fest.
It's 105.7 The Point, everything alternative. We are backstage at Point Fest, and I have the absolute honor of being joined by Sean and Mike from Alice in Chains. Guys, how are you?
Wow, how do you live up to that?
Yeah, we better not suck tonight.
That'll ruin our sound. So.
Wow, man.
All right, so the first question that I have is one that I've wanted to ask you guys and a band of your ilk for quite some time.
Ilk.
I like his vocabulary. He's good at what he does.
Well, when you are a band that has been around for as long as Alice in Chains has,
Millenniums.
And you were I don't know the best way to say this, so it might come out rough, but you were one of my favorite bands when I was in high school. Like, is that an odd thing for people to say? I've liked you for
Okay, we're old.
so
Just
long."
say it. We're old.
I am too, man. I am too. But is that, I mean, because I don't mean it in a negative way whatsoever, but I mean, you
How
guys.
old are you?
How old am I? I'm 37.
All right. See, we're not, we're a little older than you.
Yeah, but I mean, but again, do you mind kind of being, that sort of band? I mean, I think it speaks, volumes for the longevity of it.
It is what it is, right? I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. It's cool though that, it doesn't happen for everybody. Not everybody gets to have that kind of a longer career, and it wasn't on our account of trying to work it and everything. I mean, obviously we didn't talk to anybody for quite a long time. And but the music lived on the radio, you know, because they kept playing the songs. People kept passing it on. And that doesn't happen to everybody, and you can't have a record company or anybody making that happen. So,
a fast-growing business in St. Louis. You got to listen up. NetSuite's Business Grows Here event is coming to St. Louis Thursday, June 27th. You are not going to want to miss this. So why are they doing this in St. Louis? Because NetSuite knows St. Louis is a hub for entrepreneurs, forward-thinking founders, a top talent pool, pro-business leadership. Now, apply to attend the business event of the year, taking place at Union Station Hotel Thursday, June 27th. And you'll learn how Missouri is paving the way for new business growth and capital, see how technology fueled by AI is shaping the way we grow and run our businesses, and you'll be inspired by business leaders like Jamie Siminoff. This guy founded Ring Video Doorbell, and he headquartered his next company right here in St. Louis. NetSuite by Oracle Business Grows Here is free to attend if you qualify. So apply right now to find out, because seats are going real quick for this thing. Block out your calendar. Thursday, June 27th. Apply at netsuite.com/Missouri. That's netsuite.com/Missouri.
Well, big things happening in the 21 Pilots camp. And you know what? If you are going to talk about 21 Pilots, there are legitimately no better two people in which that you could call to talk about said band than our guys. Gentlemen, it's wonderful to see you again. Hello, and it's been a while. Hello from St. Louis.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, it has been.
We're excited.
Man, it's really great to see you guys again. And the first thing that we want to talk about is the 21 Pilots Cinema Experience. Now, it's coming out on May the 19th. There'll be a special encore on May the 22nd. But I want to know, this experience came about a year or so ago during the pandemic. And I'm curious, the show was so well done, so well produced. How long did it take you guys to put that whole thing even together in the first place for it to run?
I think it was probably, I guess we were talking about it was probably like 7 or 8 months from the very beginning. And it was, the way that we sort of had to go about doing it, we just kind of knew that because our live show is so reliant on people, that and once all that stripped away, that we couldn't just perform the way that we normally do. So we kind of had to just go and reinvent the entire thing and sort of start from scratch. And once we did that, then it kind of just we knew it was going to take a while to pull off. And so it took a good probably 8 months to get all the logistics coordinated and together and make everything happen.
So then for you guys, as far as the day-to-day goes during that 6-7 months time span, so you guys are finishing the record or it's already done, but then the pandemic's going on. So there's a lot of things that are happening while you're putting this together. Was it something that you were working on every day for those 6-7 months?
Yeah, pretty much. There was a lot of video conference calls and passing back and forth ideas, and looking back on it, I think it's still, I would say, is the hardest thing we've ever done. So, we released this last year with the release of our latest record, and it was a one-time thing, just live that evening. And we haven't really put it anywhere since. It hasn't lived anywhere else. And so we've been holding on to it. We decided to really go in and dive into the mix of the audio to make sure that it sounds really good, especially in a movie theater, make it feel really big and get that movie experience that we're familiar with. And now we're releasing it for, one night only in the theaters. We like that it feels exclusive. We like that it feels like, you got to come and see this thing, and it's, it could go away forever after that. And we're not really sure, but it I don't know, it just adds to, it feels like today, everyone, people feel like if you're going to create something, you want to try to spread it out as often and as far and as wide as possible. But there's something really powerful about being proud of what you make. I feel proud of this. I feel like this represents who I am. And when your security and what it is that you make is rooted there, then whether or not it gets, scattered all over the world, it becomes a secondary thing. Now, I get that that's something that as a band, it's been fortunate enough to be heard all over the world and for our music to be scattered all over the world. It is really easy for me to say that, and I get that. But it is something that we learned in the process, that let's just make things that we're proud of. Let's make something that we stamp on and be like, I'm going to look back on that and be so proud that we put in that much work. And that's what this thing is. And, it's a one-time theatrical, release of this thing. And, Josh said this earlier. He was talking about how, we executed this.
Your next chapter starts here with fasterhouse.com. Maybe you inherited a house. Maybe you got a house with termites or some sort of condition that is just going to make life difficult for you. If you're looking for an easy button and you have a house to sell, call Faster House today. They're the easy button and have been since 2002 in our area. Trusted home buyer here in St. Louis, Missouri. And I'm so proud to be working with them. They really do put the community first. They very, very much care. I've been in their offices and see all that they do to make sure that our community is benefiting from smart, good working people in the housing industry. So call Faster House if you're looking for the easiest way out as far as selling a home, maybe that you inherited, or maybe you lost a job and you need to change situations. They will help you in shifting to your next chapter. Also, you choose the closing. Again, they make it as easy as possible over at Faster House. Tell them Moon sent you. Your next chapter starts here of selling a house. Fasterhouse.com.
Okay, so let's go over Rafe's bucket list.
Okay.
So these are all the things Rafe would like to achieve.
Please tell me you don't have Dropkick on there.
I do not have Dropkick on there.
How about receive Dropkick?
It's on there now. Might as well. So we've been going over all of our bucket list items over the last couple of weeks. We've done everybody's. We did Lern.
Shower thoughts before we get to the next thing here with the sex toy of the week. Ever wonder how many toilets you've used in your lifetime?
I wish I would have kept track. That's a great question.
Almost everyone just agreed to use the same type of knot for shoelaces, even though it's arbitrary and there are probably better knots to use. Like, who's the person that decided?
Right.
Technically, it's impossible to skip breakfast unless you eat nothing all day.
Yeah.
Okay. People often talk about high and low IQs, but in reality, most of us don't even know our own IQ.
True.
Your mailman judges you based on how often you empty your mailbox, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the movie The Fifth Element?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if chemists initially thought The Fifth Element was a movie about boron. Okay. No.
Wasn't it the guy from Kazakhstan?
No chemists here. Some people don't realize how really unattractive they are until they start using dating apps.
Oh, gosh.
90-year-old has slept for 30 years in his lifetime.
Wow.
Somewhere on Earth, there's a person who has taken more steps than any other person alive. Maybe it's some random guy who uses the treadmill a lot and doesn't even realize he's in the lead.
How cool is that?
How cool is that? Somebody's the leader right now.
It might be me. No one knows.
Nobody knows.
Probably not you.
Darn it.
The price of everything is going up, except TVs. They keep getting bigger and cheaper. Huh?
I like it.
Who could see that?
Golf is the only sport where the worse you are, the more you get to play.
Yep.
That's why I quit.
Yeah, that's a rewarding.
The worse you are, the more you get to play.
Yeah, I like that. You get more practice.
You also don't necessarily get better the more you play.
Yeah, that's true. In 20 years or so, bars and casinos will start to smell like cotton candy and strawberries instead of cigarettes.
Oh, because of the vape pens? And nobody's going to have cigarettes anymore?
So. Yeah. We're closer to 2070 than to 1970.
Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day, man. Like, I know the boomers aren't popular in culture right now, but can we agree? I was thinking about, had this conversation on the drive home from KC. They had the best music.
Mm-hmm.
It's undeniable that era of music is the best.
70s?
Because just the boomer era. Let's just say 60s, 70s. I'll even go 80s. Right? So let's just say 1989 was how many years ago?
150.
Yeah.
Do the math.
30-something years ago.
30-something years ago. So imagine in 1970, rewind 30 years. Would have been what? 1940?
37 years ago was 1989.
Yeah.
Oh, no. 35 years ago.
35 years ago. So let's go right in the middle of that, right? Right in the middle of 1960 to 1980s, 1970. Go back 35 years from 1970. Where are we? 1935?
Yeah.
No one was jamming 1935 tunes in the 70s, right? No one was doing the jitterbug in the 70s like, this is classic, brother. But we still listen to, even younger generations still listen
to the 70s.
Classic rock.
Crazy.
It is the pinnacle of American music, and it is the one thing.
Not even just American.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
that's
music in general. Yeah, you're right.
That's when you got like Zeppelin and Sabbath and Pink Floyd came over. Like, can you imagine 1967 and Jefferson Airplane is coming on the radio? And also the 50s, the music of the 50s, like the doo-wop of the 50s. Now, that was cool.
Yeah,
like, so
I
the
like
boomers
that.
got to get raised on that music.
Will our kids, though, be listening to Beyonce?
Sure. She's going to be one of the heavyweights that makes it last.
That I don't
Miley
know.
And Lady Gaga and Taylor Swift.
In the current state of music, I'm saying it's undeniable that the boomer era music has outlived and outkicked the coverage of any other era of music, any other generational music so far.
Yeah, and look at
I'm
the
not
arenas.
saying that there won't be later maybe some other form of music that comes along in Americana, but the emergence of like doo-wop, Little Richard, Elvis Presley, rock and roll has stood the test of time.
Yeah.
Over several generations. That didn't happen back then. Nobody was listening to like, hello, my baby, hello, my honey, hello, my ragtop gal. Like, bro, turn it up, brother. Nobody's in a T-top Camaro in the 70s listening to ragtime. Do you know what I mean? It just wasn't. It was of its era, and then it wasn't. But boomer music. Hey, boomers, I'm giving you a win today.
I'm saying flash forward 35 years is Taylor Swift.
Yes. She's going to be the
Still being
James.
listened to.
It's
I don't
similar,
know.
and Scott, I want to hear what your thought is, but Taylor Swift is the James Taylor, the Neil Young of now. It sounds different. I'm not comparing. They're different, but her legacy will live on as those songwriters did. Scott, I want to hear what your brain was going to say.
Yeah, I think she will transcend. But it's wild to look at who's still in arenas right now and who can sell them out, like Rolling Stone and all that. All these old timers. U2 can sell out the Sphere. Like they can.
Sure.
They're crushing it, and a lot of new groups are not selling out arenas. They might be packing them out, but they're not selling them out. It's weird.
Well, listen.
Strange.
They still work.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Time will tell.
Couple
For now,
more,
boomers get the win.
We'll give them the win today. A couple more shower thoughts. Fish is the only food that is regularly accused of tasting too much like itself. You never hear about women with a foot fetish, right?
That's...
No, I got a lot of subscribers on Working Man's Feet, dude.
And
Blade toe?
favorite, man. BladeToe.com.
A lot of gals would get on the blade toe, brother.
And security at every level of the airport is high, right? Until you get to the baggage claim.
Yeah, what the heck?
Then it's your problem.
Thank you.
That's true.
Yeah, why?
Why
did they do that to us?
Because
they don't care about
their
us.
job is done. Like,
Well,
you've already flown. You're good.
They don't know how to tell if you're taking your own bag or not anyway, though.
Well,
How
they
do
give
they
us
know
a
that?
tag. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but the X-ray and you're responsible for whatever bag you go through security with. Once they throw it on the conveyor belt, all bets are off. It's your problem now.
That's funny.
All right, here we go, Rafe. Sex toy of the week.
Well, oh yeah.
Let's put a capper on 6 Some Fun Facts with the sex toy of the week, Rafe.
Let's hope this wasn't in your luggage when someone stole it off the carousel, because it's a pricey item today. Today's sex toy of the week is the Snail Dual Stimulating Vibrator.
The Snail Dual Stimulating Vibrator, yes.
Normally $199.99. On sale now for $179.96 on AdamandEve.com. 4.5 out of 5 stars. Overall rating, this unique multi-purpose toy does it all. Blended vibegasms at your fingertips, inside and out.
All right.
As more and more, quote, does it all, end quote, vibes enter the exciting world of sex toys, you'll want to know everything about this humbly shaped wonder. You see it in front of you, the world's first vibrator to offer the vibrating power of a wand, the thrustable depth of a dildo, plus the dual stimulation of a rabbit vibrator. Say that name again? LOL. The Snail Dual Stimulating Vibrator is ready to play. Don't let the name fool you. There's nothing slow or snail-like about the amazing experience you'll have with this unique device. Here is the science behind the hoopla.
Okay. Science, guys.
It's science, guys. Science time. It's no ballyhoo. Just blendgasms to blow your mind. The Snail Vibes patented design was inspired by the work of 2 pioneering sexologists.
Oh.
How do you get that business card? Psychiatrist Dr. Helen Kaplan and psychotherapist Edward Eichel. Dr. Helen Kaplan's bridge technique helps create a neural connection between your erogenous zones. External and internal stimulation is connected by the bridge of this vibe through which clitoral pleasures become vaginal or vice versa. Your Snail Dual Stimulating Vibrator provides tailored pressure for both the love button and the love tunnel through motion and quick click of a button. The coital alignment technique, a sex position developed by Eichel, benefits from the simultaneous stimulation aimed at both spots through rocking strokes to create pressure and counter-pressure, much like the movement of the snail's flexible spiral head as the toy goes in, back and forth. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and experience your very own Snail Dual Stimulating Vibrator! Now a couple of reviews. First review, subject line. This thing looks like a clown's penis, but it's great. 5 out of 5 stars. It looks so dumb, and it's surprisingly heavy and bigger than it looks. I'd prefer any other color. It's my only real critique. The silly shape is forgivable. Women like colors other than pink. I swear. Come on. Functionality hits the spot. It does exactly what it says it does. The control part of it is as good a spot and comfortable to hold for penetration. For my anatomy, this works exactly as intended. Normally, I'd be suspicious of a wacky concept. It looks like Krusty the Clown's ding-dong, but it actually works. Signed, climaxed with 3 X's. 5 stars. Next up, toe curling amazing. 5 out of 5 stars. Bought this for my wife. She's completely in love with the new toy. It's soft and velvety to touch. The curling snail tail is a game changer. It always hits the right spot. Amazing vibrations in all the right places. She says it's like getting an internal massage with all the fringe benefits. 2 thumbs and 2 toes up for this game changer. Definitely recommend Mr. Pleaser 69. And finally, short and sweet, simply titled Tia-ha-ha! Girlfriend liked it so much we had to get one for her girlfriend.
Whoa.
Oh.
Tight.
Dueling girlfriends.
Giving it to her in more than one way on her birthday. LOL, 5 stars. All right, there we go. Pretty much.
Pretty cool.
Unanimous.
Maybe worth the hefty
money.
Hefty price. There you go.
Check
That
it
is
out.
the sex toy of the week. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll give away some stuff. We've got tickets to go see Limp Bizkit. Big summer show, July 18th at the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. We've got tickets to go see the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Big summer show, July 30th at the Amphitheater. We got tickets to go see 30 Seconds to Mars with AFI and Poppy. August 2nd at the Amphitheater. And we got tickets to go see comedian Rafe Williams. Special 2-night engagement Friday and Saturday over at the St. Charles Funny Bone.
Yeah, baby.
All right, here's the deal. This is a Lern game. I'm going to play Lern 1 second of a song. You have to tell me what the song is.
Fine.
So, possibility of 2 points for each song. 1 for artist and 1 for song title.
Fine. Love it. Great.
12 songs altogether. And I'll give you a practice one before we start. You know what? Let's set the table.
do it now.
Let's set the table right now.
The plates are out.
Let's set the
You
table
gotta stay
right
warm,
now.
though. You can't freeze up after this. Loosen
Let's
up.
set
Loosen
the
up.
table
Stay
right
loose.
now. Let me get to it here. It's called the 1 second song game. So I'm going to play you 1 second of a song. You tell me what the song is.
Okay.
Possibility for 2 points. Title and artist.
Bring forth the sound. That's Red Hot Chili Peppers. Give it away now.
Is it?
Yes.
Dang.
Okay, there you go. That would be 2 points.
Cool.
That's just a practice one.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that was very impressive.
Thank you.
Just what 1 second. I mean, amazing.
Thank you.
Look at you.
Look at me.
2 points. So I'm going to give you 12 songs.
All right.
Out of 12 songs, a possibility of 24 points. How many points will Lern get?
Okay.
314-624-3833, 618-398-3833. Closest without going over wins. And we'll do duplicate numbers too. So if somebody says 12 and another person says 12 points, that's fine.
Okay.
We'll have 2 winners then.
Right on.
314-624-3833, 618-398-3833. The 1 second song game is next. And you will get a Rafe and a King Scott lifeline.
Oh, good.
One
want it.
Rafe, one Scott.
I'm going to need it.
And these are pop songs, these are classic rock songs, modern rock songs, all over the place. All right, 8:57, Tuesday, traffic and weather. Lern coming at you.
And it's brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway, the Confluence Music Festival with Ludacris, Riley Green, and more. And the NASCAR Cup Series is this weekend, June 1st and 2nd. Get your tickets at www.raceway.com. Stalled vehicle eastbound 70 at St. Louis Avenue. The right lane is closed there. Your weather today, absolutely gorgeous. 80 will be the high, 57 overnight low. Right now it is 67 out there at 8:57.
We're talking about shopping local, right? STLmattressdirect.com. Mattress Direct, right here in St. Louis. Campbell Mattress, made here in Missouri. Missouri-made mattresses. Why pay to get a mattress made somewhere else and shipped here when you can get such a deal right here from Mattress Direct? And right now they're celebrating Campbell Mattress's 90th anniversary by giving you free sheets and 2 free pillows with a purchase of a Campbell mattress at Mattress Direct. Check them out now. STLmattressdirect.com. AntonsHVAC.com, ANTONSHVAC.com. These are the people that have really truly saved me as the leader of my household, because I had a house that was, shall we say, inefficient. I had my son always complained that his room was too hot. My daughter's room was always too cold. It just was not an efficient household until I called Anton's Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Energy experts. They did this energy audit, and they really are focused on total home comfort, total indoor comfort, making sure that every aspect of my house is working in sync with one another, and all the efficiencies that I can get out of my household are lined up. The tech was in there for 5 minutes and already had some suggestions that A, saved us money, and B, made the home much more comfortable. I've had replacements done and repairs done, so they've got everything covered. They save you time, they save you money. Let them help with total indoor comfort for your home. Call them today. AntonsHVAC.com. Tell them Moon sent you. ANTONSHVAC.com.
Some don't they, yeah. Cause when you get something that's a tough day, yeah, even flow. Got a horse and a butterfly. Ooh, you don't know. So he marries a Hungarian.
105.7 The Point, Everything Alternative. We are backstage. We are at Busch Stadium.
Busch
Kirk
Stadium.
Hammett from Metallica joining us today. Thank you. It's absolutely an honor to get the chance to meet you.
Cheers, likewise.
All right, so first we're going to talk about things that are not music related.
Okay.
I saw your Instagram post on Friday night about coming to St. Louis, looking for some comic book spots.
Yeah.
Did you find any?
Well, I found one spot, but you know what? I didn't have time enough to make it to the place.
Sure. It happens, I'm sure.
Or in other words, I had every intention on going today, but, I made the mistake of picking up my guitar in my hotel room, and
There it
2.5 hours later, I put it down. And I thought, oh, well, there went my gallivanting around the city time.
Well, when I'm buying records, I find days where there's things where I either have it or just don't want it. Like with the collection of memorabilia and comics and things that you have horror related, do you have a tough time sometimes finding things you need and that you want and that aren't already in the collection?
Well, I just kind of leave myself open to just anything when I'm just out there and just out and about. It's crazy because just recently on the East Coast, I went out to a comic store to buy some comic books that I knew had just had just come out. And I found something that I'd been looking for like the last 20 years. And I did a double take. I was like, is that really what I think it is in the cabinet? And sure enough, it was. And I was just blown away because I've only known of one of these things through a book, another book, Right. I saw a picture of it in another book. I've never actually seen one, in the flesh. But lo and behold, there it was. And so I was like, oh my God! I just have to grab that thing.
Do you get excited for the find?
Oh, I couldn't believe it. I took pictures of it. I called a bunch of friends and I said, "Look what I found! Have you seen one of these?" And all of them said, "No, not at all. That's probably a one-of-a-kind piece."
Man, well, that's a win. That's a win.
Well, it's from 1933 too.
Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible. So we turn things to the show here tonight. I'm really excited to see. I haven't seen you guys in quite a while. But one of the parts that I'm looking most forward to is the actual show, the actual stage. Like I've been watching the stage set up from the first show in Baltimore and things. How long does the preparation for that stage start before you guys know that you're going to go out on a run? And how much do you guys weigh in on, how you want it to look and the particulars of it?
Well, I mean, this stage is an evolution of a stage that we started to play on like 2 or 3 years ago, and so that's how we got to this point. But yeah, usually, this is a stage that you can't just put up, the day of the show.
Sure,
it has, the first few pieces gotta start showing up, a couple of days in advance, and it's a task. I mean, it's just like, erecting, a huge erector set.
Right,
right. The erector set's the kids' erector sets. That's what it's like, but just on a mass scale. And, it takes a lot of time to put it together. And then once it is together, you have to check everything, spot check everything.
Right.
Then once that's done, you actually put the stage on, the back line comes on, they do their thing. I mean, it's a process, a definite process, and I have to hand it to our crew. They know what it takes, they know how much time it takes, how much effort it takes, and they know what it takes to get it to a point where it's safe.
Sure.
And then they know how to get to a point where it's like ready for us to walk out on stage.
How many people do you have out with you? Do you know?
It just
it's a couple hundred.
It fluctuates from tour to tour, but depending on the production, our route crew, our crew that's a constant is around 60 to 70 people.
Very cool.
Yeah. And people are added or some go depending on the situation.
Well, and I know, final question for you here, Kirk. I know that there was quite a length between albums, between when we received Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Now, obviously, you did the Lou Reed project, you did the movie. But I think I've even heard you kind of say in quotes, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you hope that it's not that long of a wait before we get another Metallica record. Do you believe this next one?
In my subdivision in Wildwood, I saw a family on a golf cart drive down to the pond by my house. Oh, golf carts are so hot right now. Soulard and Eureka up there in Newtown. I know Rafe... there was a possibility of him going up to Innsbruck over this last weekend. Huge golf cart community. So where do you get your golf carts from? Not the big box store. you got to go to Getaway Carts. Getaway Carts, your one-stop shop for custom golf carts. And they specialize in made-to-order golf carts. You pick everything. Color, seats, wheels, top, body, lift. You want a kick-ass stereo system in there? They'll do it for you. And you're talking honest face-to-face interaction. You talk to the owners directly. The service over there at Getaway Carts is what sets them apart. When I was down there a couple weeks ago, they got this new, like, Mad Jack's X Series, now offering, like, 0% finance. They only sell golf carts. They don't sell cars. They don't sell trucks. They don't detail cars. They don't tint windows. They don't sell storage units. They don't sell trailers. They just sell service and work on golf carts. And at Getaway Carts, free delivery to your home when you buy one. Lift kits, rear flip seats, light kits. The possibilities are endless. Go to getawaycarts.com. That's getawaycarts.com.
Backstage at Point Fest, our first interview of the day is a gentleman that the first time that we met was in the restroom.
And we wasn't doing drugs.
No, not at all. Jelly Roll,
you got to clear that up in this area. Somebody be like, I wonder what they were doing in the bathroom together.
They're just going to assume that for sure. Even if we say we didn't, they're going to assume that.
The smell of your breath in the morning. Wow. Happy birthday, Riz.
Damn, right?
What?
I mean, that person was very much all up in ya.
Yeah. Duncan Trussell. Good dude.
Duncan Trussell.
All right, let's give away some stuff. All right, we've got Limp Bizkit tickets. We've got Red Hot Chili Peppers tickets. We got 30 Seconds to Mars tickets. And we got tickets to go see Rafe on Saturday or Friday.
What a treat.
Over the St. Charles Funny Bone. And we're playing the 1 second song game. Fun game. I think it's going to be fun at least. So I'm going to play 1 second of a song. And Lern's going to have to tell us the song title and artist.
Mm-hmm.
Possibility of 2 points on each song. I'll play 12 songs all together. And you guys on the phone, you have to guess how many points out of the 24 will Lern get. So we got Sam. He says 19 points. Pablo says 12 points. Brad up in Hazelwood. He says 18 points. Bobby in St. Anne, 14 points. Kyle at East Alton, 16 points. And Chaston, St. Peter's, STP, is that St. Peter's? He says 20 points. So people got confidence.
All right.
They're serious.
All right, so you get 1 Rafe and you get 1 King Scott Lifeline.
All right.
Good luck.
Good luck, you guys.
I ain't going to do much for you.
So, like, if you know the song title, so I played you as an example before, like the first one was okay, you guessed Chili Peppers. But let's say you couldn't get the name. You could go to one of them for...
Cool. And still get the 2 points.
And still get the 2 points.
Right on.
All right, Lern, you ready?
Yep.
It's the 1 second song game. What's this?
Soft Cell, Tainted Love.
Soft Cell, Tainted Love. Yes, it is. 2 points. Okay.
Coneheads.
All right.
Okay.
What's this?
That is the Spin Doctors. Little Miss can't be wrong. Spin Doctors, 2 Princes.
Spin Doctors, 2 Princes. Correct. Hey. Killing it.
All right. It's a simple story.
Yeah, Little Miss Can't Be Wrong is another song.
Yeah. I had to get my head on straight.
This one's going to be easy for you. Song 3.
Paradise City, Guns N' Roses.
Yeah. Okay, easy.
Killing it.
You seem like you know music.
We're rolling through these.
All right.
Song 4. 1 second song game.
Nirvana. Oh, man. Oh, Nirvana. She love it. I'm going to go to King Scott on
King
this
Scott.
one.
In Utero.
Damn it.
Or
Both on wrong. I'm sorry. Both wrong.
Oh, really?
Yep.
What?
Well, give me one more time.
No.
Son of a bitch.
What's this?
It did sound like heart-shaped box.
You were thinking heart-shaped box.
Yeah.
That's what I was
But it's
thinking.
Black Hole Sun.
Wow.
Bitch.
I never realized how similar those two beginnings
Yeah,
were.
neither had I.
Fooled you.
Oh, my beloved.
All right, now we're getting.
Okay, let's
we
go.
can get hard here.
Yeah,
Go.
How many points you got
Sorry,
so far?
Lern.
Six.
Sorry.
6.
6 points.
That's okay.
This is good. This is a tough one. Your first real tough one.
Getting jiggy with it, Will Smith.
Oh! Did you know that, Rafe?
Yeah.
You did? Scott, did you know that?
It was either that or Skilo a little bit. I wish I was a little bit taller. There's only 2 like record scratch starts.
You got that off here, huh?
Yeah.
Whoa, okay.
Killing it.
All right, what's this one?
It's Metallica. Ah! Rafe Williams.
You're coming to a dry well. Let me hear it again. Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
Sad but true. Is that it? Not committing to that yet.
Yeah.
Sad but true. Metallica.
Metallica, Sad But True?
Yeah. Oh,
Had to hear it in my head.
Okay.
It's a good place to hear it.
Man, this next one. Woo, boy. Oh, boy. And you've already used up your lifelines.
I know. I'm screwed at this point.
Crushing, though. You're at 10. You're killing it.
Okay. Here we go.
Bob Hansen.
Oh, my God, really?
It's my bully song, dude. This song haunted my dreams. It still does. I'm triggered right now.
Why is this a bully song?
She looked
Because
like
when
she's a
I
member.
moved to
Because one of the
Columbia,
Hanson brothers.
I
kicked
looked
the
like
crap out of her.
the fourth Hanson brother in 8th grade, and all the kids at Columbia Middle School would sing "Mbop" to me in the hallway. I am gonna go. Let's keep on going. I'm triggered.
So you got that off this, huh?
Yeah. Ugh,
That's
that
good.
song.
I didn't know you liked it so much.
I hate
That's good.
myself.
She wrote it.
Yeah, I wrote it. I'm the fourth.
She's the fourth Hanson
Taylor
brother.
Hanson.
Here's song number 8.
Terry Hanson.
Dun-dun-dun-dun. Oh, God, that sounded like Smooth. Show me Smooth Carlos Santana featuring Rob Thomas.
The song he would never have chosen.
I know.
That deserves a full play.
Triggered.
This deserves a full
Yeah, I'm
play.
triggered.
Man.
That's a hot one.
Man, it's a hot one.
Still holds up.
Yeah.
Still a great song.
You're right, Riz.
It's a hot one. Oh, man.
Okay. Song 9.
Give me again. Hey, 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 hey. That is the Breakfast Club song. That is
You're there.
I Am
Take it
There.
home.
Let's see.
Take
that
it home,
damn
Mama.
song. It is Don't You Forget About Me. That's not the name of the stupid song. Gosh damn it, this band. I always forget the name of this band. Don't You Forget About Me. What the hell is the name of the band? I don't, and I don't even think it's Don't You Forget About Me.
It is.
Point for Lern.
Okay, fine.
That's the name of the song. The song she's saying. It's the name of the song.
She didn't lock in.
Okay, I'm locked.
I'll give you the 1 point.
Hang on, let me go through the alphabet. A, B, C, D, D, E, F, G, H,
ABBA.
A, J, K.
I'm going to need an answer.
I don't have an
In
answer.
3,
I
2,
don't know
1.
the-
It is Simple Minds.
Simple Minds,
Yeah.
mother F. Of course it is.
Difficult.
And don't you
I do forget about them.
parenthetically forget about me.
Yeah, so it counted.
Yes.
All right, well,
The song is Don't You, but it does have parentheticals.
Yes. Don't you forget about me.
okay.
All right.
I'm mad at myself.
Song 10. How many points you got?
I got,
15.
no. Yeah, 15.
15. Okay. What's
Not
this?
bad.
That's Uptown Funk. That's Bruno Mars. Say what?
Okay. 2 more.
Well,
Dang.
I'm impressed.
What's this?
Crushing it.
Ooh, that is The Police, Every Breath You Take.
Okay, locking that in.
Wait. It's The Police, Every Breath You Take. Oh no. Oh wait, or is it unfortunately Puff Daddy featuring Faith Evans with
Nah,
it's got to be the original sample. The Police, Every Breath You Take. Yes.
That would be a dirty trick to pull.
I know. I wasn't going to do that. I thought about it, actually. Every Breath You Take from The Police.
The Popo.
The Police.
Okay. Sitting at 17?
Yes.
All right, 17 points. Got one song left. So who would be the winner here? Okay.
Somebody picked 18.
18, Brad. 19, Sam. Or Kyle is sitting at 16. Okay, I don't think you're going to get this. This is the hardest one on here.
Oh, no.
But I've been very surprised at your performance so far.
Good.
You're pretty locked in here. All right, here's your final song. The 1 second song game. What's this?
That's Old Town Road, Lil Nas X.
Locking that in?
Yep.
Score?
13.
So 21?
21's what I have.
Damn. All right.
Chaston wins. Congratulations.
Way to go, Lern.
Crushed it.
Thank you.
Crushed it.
Killed it.
I like games like this.
Well, Old Town Road, I wouldn't have gotten.
Dude, I would have gotten like 4. Maybe 6 if
All
I
right,
go to
so I'm going to do a
Lifelines.
music game with you tomorrow.
Don't do that.
'Cause obviously, this chick ain't challenged.
I am challenged, very much so, but not in this way. In other ways.
In other ways, but you did great.
Thank you very
Congratulations.
much. That was fun.
21 points. Chaston
Thanks for
is
my
the winner.
lessons.
You're welcome.
Well, on fun.
Yeah, we did a lot of the heavy lifting there.
Yeah, I really helped you out.
We had it at
Big
1
way.
point.
Well,
in
what'd you get,
totality.
Scott? Oh, you got it wrong.
You got
I was
nothing.
thinking,
That was hard,
heart-shaped
though.
box.
I mean, that sounded like
I want to hear
Nirvana.
those back to back
I do,
now.
too.
I got to hear that again. 'cause
Heart-shaped
that's
box
weird.
and Black Hole Sun.
Yeah.
Weird.
Very similar, yes. All right, it is 9:18. It's Tuesday. Traveling of weather. Sports after the break. Lern coming at you.
Worldwide Technology Raceway sponsors the Confluence Music Festival with Ludacris, Riley Green, and more is this weekend with the NASCAR Cup Series, June 1st and 2nd. Get your tickets at www.raceway.com. We have nothing to report out there on the roadways. You guys are doing excellent. Your weather today, a high of 80. Gorgeous. 57 is the overnight low. Right now it's 67 at 9:19.
8:19.
8:19. Sorry, guys.
All right, stay there.
All right, so here we are, way back Point Fest, the first interview of the day. It's Real Big Fish, everybody. Gentlemen, how are you? It's great to see you. Great to see you.
Fantastic.
Hello.
Oh.
Hey.
Thank you. No, don't stop. No, more, please. More.
It's really great to have you guys back. We have, over the years, done so many different things, so many shows. I did legitimately the worst stage intro I've ever done in my life at a Real Big Fish show at Mississippi Nights through no fault of your own. I came up on stage too late.
Jewelry, ninjabling.com, the exclusive jeweler of the Riz Show. They've been doing it for 40 years, been in business for 40 years. That's amazing. A business is around that long because they do great work. They're, 40 years, that's a damn near a pillar of the community. It's because, word of mouth travels fast in the city, especially if it's bad. They always do great work in Boris Horse Jewelry. They will become your family's jeweler, whether you're looking for an engagement ring, or you're looking for an anniversary present, or you're looking for a holiday gift. Rings, necklaces, watches, they do it all at Moritz Horse Jewelry. Custom-made stuff. You'll see pro athletes going to Moritz Horse Jewelry, and you'll see people coming right from the construction site and everybody in between. They'll work within your budget. And listen, of course, when it comes to that engagement ring, you want to start the rest of your life off of this other person on the right foot. And the first great decision you make is going to More Choice Jewelry. Go to ninjabling.com, get the phone number, get the address, make an appointment. See what we've been talking about for so many years now. More Choice Jewelry, the exclusive jeweler of the Riz Show, where you get the jewels and not the shaft. Is our guest on the phone?
There's some guy named Bert on the phone.
Oh.
Bert.
Hopefully
That's the guy I'm supposed to be calling, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Ladies and gentlemen, the machine, Bert Kreischer on the phone.
Hey, man.
That was well played, gentlemen. That was well played.
Well, we're expecting a call from Bert Cummings, too, so we're not sure.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
You know, it's funny. I told my son yesterday, I was like, hey, I have one of my favorite comedians on the show tomorrow. He goes, awesome, you have Kevin Hart on. I go, damn it.
My daughters and I saw Jumanji, the first one, for the first time, and I was like, I got out and I was like, God, I want to like text Kevin and tell him how great that movie was. And they're like, Kevin who? I said, Kevin Hart. And they go, you know Kevin Hart? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, Dad, come on, you don't have to lie to us. I was like, no, I know Kevin Hart. They're like, Dad, how would he know a guy like you? I was like, you know he's a comedian, right? And they're like, yeah, but he does, like, big shows. I'm like, oh, my God.
Do your kids think you're cool?
No, not at all. Not even remotely. Not even remotely.
Really? So, I mean, you have a lot of very famous friends, and they're not impressed?
Well, first of all, my daughter's not a friend. My oldest daughter's not a huge fan of Joe Rogan's. She's a little woke. And so our sensibility, what makes us giggle, offends my oldest daughter.
Oh, no.
My youngest daughter's clueless. She doesn't it just, they have no clue at all. Like, They're, by the way, they're just, maybe you don't want your kids to think you're cool. I don't know. I thought my dad was a badass, but they think I'm an idiot.
But they know their dad has a cool job. They know, their dad is a comedian, doesn't go to an office, every day.
Well, you know what they know is that the boys that go to school that are the bros, the meatheads, the morons, the chest thumpers are all huge fans of their dad, and they're like, roll their eyes. The boys that are probably going to end up being problematic are all fans of their dad and all his friends. They said to my daughter Isla, you know Joey Diaz? And Isla's like, Uncle Joey? And they go, yeah, Uncle Joey. But Isla calls him Uncle Joey because he is her uncle. And they're like, that's so epic. Does he slide? And, it's like, I got dosed by Ari Shaffir in my backyard with ecstasy one time.
I heard that story, yeah.
These boys think it's awesome, and my daughters are like, yeah, he almost killed my dad. Like, they're like
it's funny.
So it's a slippery slope, gentlemen.
No, I got it. Are you afraid of your daughters Googling you? And I'm sure they have.
Oh, they've definitely Googled me. I remember the first time some kid in the library pulled up my machine story. They were really young, so they were still sharing a room back then. And I went in to put him to bed, and my oldest daughter goes, hey, Dad, some kids at school said you robbed a train. And I was like, well, it's a long story. And they're like, you didn't rob a train, right? And I was like, no, I actually did rob a train. And they're like, but bad guys made you do it, right? And I was like, well, kind of. And my wife's like, just tell them the story. So I get a glass of wine, and I sit down, and I was like, all right, when I was 22, I got involved with the Russian mafia. And they're like, what? And I tell them the story, right? I get to the very end, and I was like, I get off the train, I'm walking to my class. The cop is standing in front of the class I just robbed. Next to the gangster I robbed them with, Isla, my youngest, goes, stop! I can't know anymore. Do you get away with it? And I'm like, you moron. I'm sitting right here.
Got to the end. Do you get away with it?
And by the way,
got to the end. I gotta know.
And by the way, that's one of the famous stories you tell on stage. And now that story is a major motion picture.
Yeah, we just shot the movie in Serbia. We're editing it right now.
How crazy is that?
I go back in September, yeah.
Unbelievable.
And Mark Hamill is in the movie.
What?
Mark Hamill plays my dad.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, he's phenomenal in it.
Along with the fact that you just casually said, yeah, we just shot a movie in Serbia. That's pretty damn impressive, too.
Yeah, it was 3 months. We spent 3 months in Serbia, shot the movie, it was probably the most amazing experience of my life. And when I say I gave it everything on this movie, I ruptured my tendons in my left elbow, doing action scenes. I had to get surgery. I mean, I gave this movie every ounce of me. So hopefully people like it. Yeah.
Yeah. So how long were you out in Serbia doing the movie thing?
3 months.
Because you were kind of off, and I noticed it, kind of off the grid for 3 months. I mean, no podcasts. Yeah. I mean, you got like 3 podcasts you're doing.
It ends up making you feel like I felt very lonely. So I was like, you'd listen to podcasts and stuff would go on in the States, and you'd want to comment on it, and you just had no way to talk to anyone.
Right.
I remember I did an interview.
Byerly RV, the center of the RV universe, the center of the RV world for so many years, 75 plus years, 3 generations, locally owned and operated right here in St. Louis. And they are incredible. Not only the sales and the parts and the service and the storage, but you've heard me talk and just praise the name of Byerly RV for their rental services. Why? Because I have a big family. We are full of adventure. We're always wanting adventure, and we're always wanting to save money, and we travel as much as we can. We save so much money going to Disney World by renting Byerly RV's RV. We did a Super C, this incredible Omni RS36. You can ask them about it when you call them. But this is a perfect way for us to introduce the family into the RV lifestyle, the RV experience. And my wife made mention about 2 or 3 days into the trip that now we found out exactly what size RV fits us, what type of floor plan, what kind of amenities we're interested in. It is a perfect way to enter into the RV lifestyle if it's something that you've been interested in. Call Byerly RV today. Tell them Moon sent you. I love them over there. ByerlyRV.com.
Hello, I'm Lefty Borton, here for you, your Valentine's 2016 holiday dating tips. Number 1. Fireplaces are great, but don't get too close. Human hair is flammable. Tip number 2, a bearskin rug is romantic. Go with something dark. It'll hide most
favorites.
All right, we got a couple minutes left. Let's do some news and sports. We'll start with news.
Oh, yeah. We're gonna do some news.
And your news being sponsored by
Energy Star's heating and cooling preferred partner of Ameren, Illinois, to make your home comfortable and affordable.
You know, it's amazing. 4 years ago, virtually nobody was flying. Things have changed drastically since then.
People have wings now.
Yep. On Friday, the TSA said it screened 2.95 million airline passengers, a new record for the most ever on a single day. Now, they haven't said how many people flew yesterday. You know, the previous record of 2.91 million was set back in November. So a record set on Friday for people flying somewhere for Memorial Day weekend.
That is good news.
The airline industry is anticipating a record number of people traveling the summer season, with an estimated 271 million passengers, up 6.3% from last year. In Atlanta, the world's busiest airport, had its busiest day ever. The Atlanta International Airport broke a traffic record on Thursday when 111,000 passengers, crew and airport employees were screened at security checkpoints.
Yeah, Lee. So this means ticket prices will be dropping because there's so much.
Yep.
Right.
The second busiest day followed Friday when just under 110,000 were screened. I didn't realize Atlanta was the busiest airport.
Yeah, that thing is crazy.
Yeah.
That's the one you want to avoid if you're doing the connections to.
Atlanta?
Yeah, it's huge. It's very busy.
Vast.
Mm-hmm.
There is a new airline that's starting up, which provides a first-class experience for dogs. That's right. It's called Bark Air, and I'm serious about this. It's called Bark Air, and it's a real thing. And it isn't just an airline where dogs don't have to be in crates in the cargo hold. The dogs are pampered with plenty of space, along with treats, earmuffs, and beverages, including a dog-friendly champagne and even a dog coffee. It is a luxury airline like thing. It's charter, so prices are high. $8,000 for a one-way.
All right.
Dang.
A one-way international flight, which includes one human companion.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
$6,000 for domestic trips. But they're hoping to get the prices down a bit as it scales. So there are only a couple destinations to start: New York City, Los Angeles, and London. But they're considering adding flights to Paris, Milan, Chicago, Seattle, and seasonal destinations in Florida and Arizona.
This sounds like a human's worst nightmare. It's loud barking dogs the whole time.
Yeah.
So loudness on an airplane, smelly.
But think about this: $8,000 for a private flight. You can have your dog, but you
One
get the
way.
private flight over. Oh, one way.
One way. $8,000
But still,
one
is
way.
that cheaper?
It's a nice
than,
plane.
That's still cheaper than most private jets, right?
Although, what is in that dog coffee?
I don't know.
That sounds like a mistake.
Here's the co-founder. Here's the co-founder talking about it.
I was unable to travel with him long distances and had the idea that there should be an airline that caters to dogs of his size and of this size to travel with their people in comfort, not in a duffel bag, not in a cargo hold, but treated as a member of the family.
I would never put my dog in the cargo hold. Never.
No.
In a crate in the cargo? Never.
Yeah, same.
I don't think mine would. No.
I would never do it.
I don't know.
And I'm sure it's fine. I couldn't do it.
Right.
You see the way the bags are handled, how Moon's guitars go missing.
I'm
There's all
sure
this
they
weird stuff.
I'm sure they treat animals fine.
It's
I
cold
just
in
couldn't
there.
do it.
Nah.
I would not be able to fly like that.
Can you buy your animal a seat? I've never flown with a pet before. So if you have a dog.
If you keep them in a carrier, they have to be in like a bag.
Okay.
So they have to be small enough to fit, and do they have to be a support animal? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think I'd have to go and figure out how to make mine support animals so they can come with me.
Well, Rafe?
I believe so. I believe they do have to be a registered support animal, which isn't, from what I've seen, that hard to do these days. But I don't think you can just bring. But I could be wrong, because I do remember like a family bringing a bunch of pets on. There was like a family sitting beside me, and the mom and dad put headphones in, and the kids were like insane.
Okay, so according to American Airlines, depending on animal breed and size, they could travel as a carry-on or be transported through American Airlines cargo. Carry-on pets are limited to cats and dogs that meet the size, age, and destination requirements. So I think they have to fit in a bag.
Yeah, I've sat next to somebody with their dog underneath the seat. It was a little bitty thing. But I didn't know if you could actually put the carrier on the seat.
Yeah.
So it sounds like.
Or you could put it in the cargo, which I don't think I'd be comfortable doing.
I like this idea, though. If you could travel like that, plus you're probably going to land in a small airstrip everywhere. So then also with the going through customs will be very easy. It'll be like a bus going to Canada where they just check off the thing, like, are these people here? Yep. And then when you look, they just let you go on in. You don't do anything.
United's not. So United won't even allow you to check your dog.
Really?
They don't do that anymore. We no longer let you check your pets through the Pet Safe program or fly pets in cargo, unless traveling as active duty military or with the State Department. If you plan to fly with your pet, they must be a cat or dog and be in the cabin with you. You can bring up to 2 pets per person. However, you must buy 2 seats on your flight if you're bringing 2 pets. Your second seat needs to be next to your assigned seat so you could care for both pets. And they do a thing like make sure your pet fits in and it's like a carrier.
All right.
All right.
It's good to know,
I think
but
my
my
girls
dogs
are
won't
good.
fit in carriers.
You don't think so?
I mean,
They're so big.
I'd have to cut them up.
Yeah. You could always repace everything and make them
I
work
have to
together.
cut them up, and I could listen. I could fit a Scott in a pet carrier if I cut you up small
Yeah.
enough.
It's pretty cool. Free flights.
But can you imagine putting one of your cats underneath the?
No. Oh, that's a nightmare. The cats would not want to fly. They don't like other people. I'd have to
I'm sure
tranquilize
it's
them.
fine.
I would just drive. Like if I ever move anywhere, I'm not going to, I will be driving everything, just to kind of make them more comfortable.
We've driven with cat to dog, for 14 hours, 15 hours. Not the new dog.
How's she do, though?
She's fine. Give her one of those, tranquilizers. It's fine.
Yeah. My dogs are both really good at traveling.
Travelers?
Yeah, they don't throw up. They don't get sick.
That's good.
Thank you, girls.
My cat's meow the whole time.
what's that drug that you give to the dog? Trazodone?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is to calm him down. Man, that dog gets looped out. All good.
Maybe we should, because we do, like, one of them, she instantly lays down and falls asleep. The other one will sit up the whole time. So maybe that's the one to give that to.
Yeah,
so
but have you done 14 hours?
Well, we've gone, I guess, about almost 8.
Trazodone.
The longest with them.
Trazodone, yeah.
Takes about 2 hours to take effect and can last up to 8 hours when given to your dog.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's good.
okay.
Works good. All right, here's Lern in sports. All right, Lern. A lot happened over the weekend.
So much happened, Riz.
So much.
Great
I'm
weekend.
glad you brought it up.
Sports-related.
Here we go. You know, Paul Goldschmidt, who's very good. I saw this guy hit 2 homers on Sunday night. It was a late
Oh,
game.
you were at the game.
And let me say this. Paul Goldschmidt, or Goldie as I like to call him, has hit 3 home runs in the last 48 hours, okay? But it wasn't enough to beat the Reds. The Cardinals unfortunately lost to the Reds yesterday, 3 runs to 1 run. And tonight, man, they're going to try it again. It's going to be 5:40 game time. So
They got sleep this time.
Arenado was beating himself up over. He went 0 for 4 yesterday, and he's just like, I suck.
Dude, he had some pop-ups and stuff. But also, I hope he realizes, hey, you goofball, you guys didn't finish till almost 11-something on Sunday. Then you had a flight at like 4 a.m. or something.
yeah,
They had
it
no
was
sleep.
crazy. By the way, I was at Busch Stadium Sunday night whenever the new pitcher, Mr. Helsley, comes out.
Helsley, yes.
And they put on AC/DC's Hell's
Yeah.
Bells, and they darken the stadium, and it becomes like a Metallica show for a split
That's
second.
like the new thing they're doing.
With
And
the
it's
closers.
cool.
Closers.
Because it's kind of like the Major League movie, whenever Wild Thing would come in.
Well, whenever, Mariano Rivera would come out for the Yankees and
Oh,
they
yeah.
would play Enter Sandman, you get goosebumps.
So fun.
I
I,
thought-
love they
Cool,
do
right?
that, though. Because it's
I
like,
like it.
the big fighter coming out for the final,
Yeah,
the heavyweight
showmans.
match, and here it goes.
I didn't know what was happening. I thought I drank too many beers, but it was really cool. So look forward to
I'm
that.
so glad you saw the good game.
Me too. Let's go to UFL, guys. Final regular season home game. It's the Battlehawks, and they're going to be hats off to heroes at their next game. And this is happening at 3 p.m. in St. Louis. Final regular season game. The team is
It's coming up when? It's this Saturday?
It's the first. Yeah, that's this Saturday. Final regular season home game. And as you know, Riz, the Battlehawks have made the playoffs,
Yeah, and the championships game is going to be here in St. Louis.
which is incredible.
Very awesome.
In NFL news, as you know, the NFL is the biggest sport in America, and it's hoping to get even bigger over the next 3 years. According to a USA Today report, Commissioner Roger Goodell says that he has a goal of $25 billion in revenues by 2027. Now, this might not seem crazy now with the annual revenues approaching $20 billion, but Goodell reportedly set that goal all the way back to 2010 when the league-wide revenues were just $8 billion per year. So moral of this story is that guy knows what's up.
Yep, he knows
You
what
know?
he's doing, and he's grown the league an incredible amount.
He has. Now to other types of football. The City SC, they signed midfielder Cedric Teshert to a 2-year deal, and this is through June of 2026 with a club option for the remainder of 2026 and to occupy the international roster spot and to have a contract designation of a target allocation money player. In City news, they fell 2-1 to the Seattle Sounders at City Park on Saturday, which is unfortunate. NBA, let's go there. The playoffs are in action. The Celtics swept the Pacers. In the NHL, the Stars beat the Oilers. Couple of RIPs for the sports world. We'll start with this. Professional golfer Grayson Murray, 2-time PGA Tour winner. He died at the age of 30 by suicide over the
Yes,
weekend.
very sad.
Yeah, very sad.
Murray had withdrawn from the weekend's Charles Schwab Challenge tournament on Friday. He was citing illness. And he was ranked 58th in the world after winning the Sony Open earlier this year. He had also been quite open about his struggles with alcohol and mental illness, mentioning back in January that he was sober last spring. So rest in peace to him. And also to basketball legend Bill Walton, who led the UCLA Bruins in 2 national titles before winning 2 championships during his NBA career. He died at the age of 71 after a long battle with cancer. Here's a little bit of sound from NBA Hall of Famer Bill Walton.
This past summer when I had my 31st operation.
Now, see, that's what, on your feet?
On my feet,
That's
most
what I
of
was
them,
talking
most
about.
of them.
That's crazy, isn't it?
When I was lying in the hospital bed, and it's a very serious major operation, 6 months of just laying down there. And my second son, Nathan, was 24 years old. He came over and sat on the edge of the bed, and he said, "Dad, it's been a long, hard road for you. What are you going to do when your foot finally gets better? What are you going to do when you get up out of this bed?" I said, "Nathan, I am never going to sit down again." So now that we're here in the playoffs, the basketball game has been my life.
He was a huge Deadhead.
That's what I've read.
Saw over 1,000 Grateful Dead shows.
Lots of tie-dye in this man's life.
Yeah.
So rest in peace to Bill Walton. But I don't want to end sports on a sad note.
Thank you.
We want to say congratulations in order to Steph Curry, who announced the birth of his 4th child, and his son's name is Caius Chai Curry. So
Caius Chai.
Yeah,
Caius Chai Curry, congratulations. The Blues are off tonight. We do not have an NFL team, and I am your sports director.
Thank you, Lern.
Thank
One
you.
final break. We'll come back, wrap her up.
So here we are, way back Point Fest. Goldfinger, everybody.
Shaka.
Yes. Yes. And so here's the thing, okay? John, first things first. Seen the band a million times. Phenomenal band. You've changed members here, but now you've got a goddamn all-star team going on with our buddy Mike, and then we've got Phil here and Moon, and it's just...
Phil and Moon.
It's funny. He's never called me that.
I've never
Never
called
once.
you that ever. And I'm sorry, but that was the first thing that popped into my head. It's the first thing
Moon
that
was
popped
telling...
We keep getting storm after storm, and that means you need to get your roof checked out, get your siding checked out, get your gutters checked out. That's why you got to go to GorillaRoofing.com. That's GorillaRoofing.com right now, and you can get a free estimate. They'll come over, they'll check our house, and you want them to come over because these guys are the best of the best. They're created by 2 local boys right here from St. Louis, and they have absolutely created an incredible company because they strive for the top tier quality. In fact, even the shingles they put on your roof are the best of the best. They're made right here in Missouri. They love things that are local, and they're here for you, and that's why they're already a 5-star Google reviewed company. They're absolutely amazing. Reach out to Gorilla Roof, have them come over, because again, they not only do shingles, but they'll do your siding and gutters. It's absolutely amazing, and they truly are the best of the best. So reach out to Gorilla Roofing. Head to GorillaRoofing.com. You get that free estimate. They'll come check out your roof, make sure everything's okay. Again, go to GorillaRoofing.com.
105.7 The Point, everything alternative. We are backstage. We are at Busch Stadium.
Busch
Kirk
Stadium.
Hammett from Metallica joining us today. Thank you. It's absolutely an honor to get the chance to meet you.
Cheers, likewise.
All right, so first we're going to talk about things that are not music related.
Okay.
I saw your Instagram post on Friday night about coming to St. Louis, looking for some comic book spots.
Yeah.
Did you find any?
Well, I found one spot, but you know what? I didn't have time enough to make it to the place.
Sure. It happens, I'm sure.
Or in other words, I had every intention on going today, but, I made the mistake of picking up my guitar in my hotel room, and 2.5 hours later, I put it down, and I thought, oh, well, there went my gallivanting around the city time.
Well, when I'm buying records, I find days where there's things where I either have it or just don't want it. Like with a collection of memorabilia and comics and things that you have horror related, do you have a tough time sometimes finding things you need and that you want and that aren't already in the collection?
Well, I just kind of leave myself open to just anything when I'm just out there and just out and about. It's crazy because just recently on the East Coast, I went out to a comic store to buy some comic books that I knew had just had just come out. And I found something that I'd been looking for like the last 20 years. And I did a double take. I was like, is that really what I think it is in the cabinet? And sure enough, it was. And I was just blown away because I've only known of one of these things through a book, another book, Right. I saw a picture of it in another book. I've never actually seen one, in the flesh. But lo and behold, there it was. And so I was like, Oh my God! I just have to grab that thing.
Do you get excited for the find?
Oh, I couldn't believe it. I took pictures of it. I called a bunch of friends and I said, "Look what I found. Have you seen one of these?" And all of them said, "No, not at all." That's probably one of a kind piece.
Man, well, that's a win. That's a win.
Well, it's from 1933 too.
Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible. So we turn things to the show here tonight. I'm really excited to see. I haven't seen you guys in quite a while. But one of the parts that I'm looking most forward to is the actual show, the actual stage. Like, I've been watching the stage set up from the first show in Baltimore and things. How long does the preparation for that stage start before you guys know that you're going to go out on a run? And how much do you guys weigh in on, how you want it to look and the particulars of it?
Well, I mean, this stage is an evolution of a stage that we started to play on like 2 or 3 years ago, and so that's how we got to this point. But yeah, usually, this is a stage that you can't just put up, the day of the show.
Sure,
it has, the first few pieces gotta start showing up, a couple of days in advance, and it's a task. I mean, it's just like, erecting, a huge erector set.
Right,
right. The erector sets, the kids' erector sets. That's what it's like, but just on a mass scale. And, it takes a lot of time to put it together. And then once it is together, you have to check everything, spot check everything.
Right.
Then once that's done, you actually put the stage on, the back line comes on, they do their thing. I mean, it's a process, a definite process, and I have to hand it to our crew. They know what it takes, they know how much time it takes, how much effort it takes, and they know what it takes to get it to a point where it's safe.
Sure.
And then they know how to get to a point where it's like ready for us to walk out on stage.
How many people do you have out with you? Do you know?
It just
it's a couple hundred.
Yeah, well, it fluctuates from tour to tour, but depending on the production, our route crew, our crew that's a constant is around 60 to 70 people.
Very cool.
Yeah. And people are added or some go depending on the situation.
Well, and
These are warm, wearing a little less, maybe a little less sexy body paint, huh? A little sexy body paint. There is such a thing. It's at Patricia's. You get all your sexy body paint at Patricia's. It is where fun and fantasy meet. So if you are planning the bachelor or bachelorette party, you got to go to Patricia's to get your, let's say, bachelorette party supplies. It's where you get the corsets, the naughty dice, the penis-shaped candy, all that stuff. It's at Patricia's. It is where fun and fantasy meet. Lotions, lubes, costumes, stiletto heels, vibrating toys, lotions, lubes. They got all that fun stuff. And never feel judged when you're in that place, because all the employees, trust me, they've heard it all. If you have any questions, it's a judgment-free zone. I guarantee that. They have heard it all, and they just want to make sure you get what you want, get the right product, and have a great shopping experience. 3 locations: St. Peter's at the Cave Springs exit, on Page 3 miles east of the Westport Plaza, and at the corner of Grand and Gravois. For all your fun and adult toys, it's Patricia's. It's where fun and fantasy meet.
Will there be celebrity guests on this show? Who does number 2 work for? Have you ever wondered what your boss's bathroom routine is like? Well, me neither. But we might find out today whether we like it or not on the number 2 show. In the wild ecosystem of the workplace, there's a unique species we've all encountered and have to navigate. The boss. Ugh. Just as David Attenborough would guide us through the behaviors of lions and gazelles on the African plains, let me take you on an office safari. You won't need binoculars, but perhaps a strong cup of coffee or a sneaky sip of the flask you keep in your top drawer, Frank. That's right, Frank. We all know about the whiskey. Get a handle on things. From the prowling micromanager to the elusive Captain Cryptic, here's a glimpse into a few of the bosses you're bound to run into during your 9-to-5 jungle adventure. Hey, can we get a cool graphic right there? Like a cutaway to like a guy in a safari hat that's like, welcome to the jungle, and it's like, rawr, like a big jaguar noise? No, Okay, moving on with the monologue. The micromanager from hell stalks your every click like a digital big brother. If they could, they'd probably control your mouse pointer from their office. Personal space? They ain't never even heard of it. They want to camp out in your ass like it's Yosemite. The Ghost Boss. Paranormal edition. Woo! Sightings are rarer than Bigfoot, but their cryptic midnight emails haunt your inbox and are damn near as blurry and unclear. You may never see them, but their passive-aggressive notes are proof enough.
At 50 a.m., you've come off of a long weekend. I know for a fact, you like me, we did not eat well this weekend, right? We were not thinking about it. We threw caution to the wind with what was flying around in our mouths. Yes, it's a long weekend. But now it's time to get back into the shape of progress, right? And Victory Men's Health can help you, even with little excursions like we had this weekend. Maybe there's some weight loss in your future, or you want to gain some weight, or maybe you are thinking of your vitamin deficiencies and you're like, oh yeah, I have no vitamins in my body at all anymore. Yes, they can help you with that too. And they'll be customized and sent directly to your home in a way that is convenient. And essentially all you have to do is log on to victorymenshealth.com, do a little perusing, a little stalking of their website, figure out what your plan of action will be. Get that appointment on the books. They're going to draw some blood from you. They're going to tell you what is happening on a microcellular level to your body. And then, boom, the treatment plan starts with whatever direction you want to go. 4 locations: O'Fallon, Illinois; O'Fallon, Missouri; Town and Country; the new location in Sunset Hills. Online for your convenience right now, victorymenshealth.com.
All right, Point Fest 2022. It is Liv, and I am so excited. As you know, this is one of my favorite bands ever. The Struts, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
That was
for
a
being
lovely
here.
introduction.
So
Thank you very
excited.
much.
So to start, I actually have a prop because I met you guys several years ago. It was backstage at a show, and Luke, you had disappeared for a moment, and I missed an autograph on my favorite piece of merch ever.
Here we go. There's a badge on your bag as well with the Struts on.
Wow. So,
flag. The flag.
If you would be so kind,
Of
my friend.
course. Do you have a pen?
I do.
Fantastic. Of course I will.
That's been waiting there
Since
in
2019.
anticipation.
It's been on my wall, and I'm like,
Oh, it's a
damn
big
it, I
day.
don't have Luke.
Seize the opportunity.
Exactly. I have you guys hostage, so I kind of had to. Thank you so very much.
Pleasure. I'm sorry I didn't sign it
You
before.
had a show to get ready for. That's
I was
totally
getting
fine.
ready. Oh,
you
that
were,
makes
you
sense.
were. You didn't just like bail on me.
No. Okay.
So we got the Struts here. You guys have a lot of new things going on this year. You got a new label. You got a new logo. You got a new single, which I can only assume, is there a new album in the works?
Yeah, we've been well. Officially, we started working on a new record like in February.
Okay.
And then we've sort of honed in even harder on the making of it since coming back to LA for the last, like,
I know.
2-3 weeks or so.
Oh, wow.
The aim is to get it done by the end of the year.
Perfect.
All polished and ready to go.
So tell me a little bit about the contrast in, I guess you're making an album the old-fashioned way versus during 2020 when the pandemic hit and you guys quarantined for 10 days and busted out an album.
Yeah, it's very different. It's kind of getting back to, I guess not what we're kind of used to, but maybe a way. Well, we're basically doing it the way the first 2 records were kind of done.
Mm-hmm.
A bit more thought out.
Sure, less pressure.
We actually tried doing it the same way that we did Strange Days back in about February. Yeah, we tried it in Nashville to try and repeat that same formula and give ourselves a bit more time than the 10-day target we had before, and didn't quite work. So hence why we kind of experimenting, why it's taken a little bit longer. But
Sure.
I promise you, when stuff does come to fruition, everyone's going to be happy.
Sure, that's great. Now, and I feel like we're entering into a new era of the Struts. I mean, I've been following you guys for a long time, and I even feel like the look is a little bit different. There's not as much bedazzle, not as much sequins happening. We've kind of gotten into the suits thing. So is this like next level Struts happening?
Yeah, I just think I think the best thing about
not being able to tour for like 18 months, it really gave us the opportunity to sort of think properly and go, wow, okay, it's 3 records now, and where do we want to go next? What's going on around us? What are our peers doing? What's the climate of like rock music in general? And this was kind of like the natural conclusion. I think in a funny way, it's really strange that the thing that we were kind of pushing for the last like 7 years has become now quite popular with the rise of like a lot of these young bands that are coming up. And in perfect Struts fashion, as soon as everyone starts doing something that's quote trendy, we've decided to go completely left and just stay and create our own lane, you know?
Okay. Oh, I love it. I love it. And I, like so many others, watched the Taylor Hawkins tribute concert, which, of course, Luke, you were a part of, and you're going to be a part of the one out in California in just a couple of days. Now, for you to be able to be on that stage along with a few members of Queen and doing something of that magnitude.
Or you're in charge of digital marketing. Listen up. You know, making meaningful connections with your audience, that's a daunting challenge for any business. But what if there was a place where, I don't know, it just was easier? A place where you can go for help. This is where 2060 Digital comes in. So if you're a business owner or marketer looking for more strategic ways to reach and engage your customers, this is 2060 Digital. 12 years of experience. They specialize in simplifying digital marketing because it's complex. And their team demystifies the process by transforming it from a challenge into a huge opportunity for your business. Whether you're looking to enhance your brand's online presence, or you want to do a digital campaign, or you want to just increase customer engagement, 2060 will propel your business forward. And if you think your business has room to grow, let it prove it to you. Visit 1057thepoint.com and click on the 2060 Digital logo. You know, they've worked with some very big companies here in the St. Louis area. Dobbs, Zero Res, Chesapeake Fence and Deck. Again, let them do a complimentary digital audit on your company today. Go to 1057thepoint.com, click on the 2060 Digital logo.
Donnie Fandango from 1057 The Point. Very happy to be joined by Dan Reynolds, frontman of Imagine Dragons. And Dan, we have a lot to talk about, but you are involved in one of my favorite life moments, and I have to tell you about it. And I've been wanting to tell you about it since it happened. It came up in my memories about 3 years ago this past weekend, and I had a chance to take, at that time, my 10-year-old daughter to see you guys live. My daughter's now 13, and some days are rough. And she's an amazing girl. But that day at your show, Dan, for the first time, I got to watch her get completely lost in a show. Her eyes were closed. She was singing the songs. She was completely unaware of anything else around her other than just being lost in the show. And as a music fan, as a father, as a person, it is one of my favorite memories of all time. And I thank you so much for being a part of that. I know you get to do that, you know, not just with me, but man, it's something that I look back on.
Ellisville is located in Ellisville on Manchester and online at taylorstlouis.com. Why are they the best? Because they really do care about the entire journey of the vehicle and making sure that they're there to help you and support you with the vehicle, from sales to service, even an auto body department, all on the exact same campus. The service department can get you in within 3 business days. They're there with a pre-owned division, and right now you can get any and all new inventory that they have, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, for employee pricing. You want that employee discount? Well, they're giving it to you in the month of May. So hurry, check out that inventory, call them, see the super deals that they are offering right now with employee pricing. I'll say it again, employee pricing. Get that employee discount at David Taylor Ellisville on the ride that you want, the Ram that you want, the Cherokee that you want, the Wrangler 4xe, the Wrangler that you want, the Challenger, the Charger. I could go on forever, but I have a limited time, as is this employee pricing deal. Tell them Moon sent you. Call my friends at David Taylor Ellisville today. TaylorStLouis.com.
Here's something that I firmly believe in. We're just going to start the interview here because it just seems like a good place to pop off. But I want the artist to do what the artist wants to do. If you want to make 5 radio songs in a row, great. If you want to make 5 fan tracks in a row, great, because I feel like it's your art. So who the hell are we to tell you when it needs to be a radio single or when it needs to be this or that? It needs to be whatever the hell you're feeling, whenever the hell you're feeling it.
Yeah, and you're right. It froze a little bit. Popular Monster was not supposed to be a radio song, by the way. As you could tell, the bridge is like death metal, almost like the scream and stuff. I was like, okay, the rest of the song is like sick. I was like, this is never going to be on the radio. Let's put double kick in the let's make the bridge the craziest thing you've ever heard. And lo and behold, it went straight to #1, went platinum. And I was like, wow, and then they came to me, dude. Wow. So then after that, I found a formula, and there's like this formula, and it worked, and it's what I wanted it to do. And you're absolutely right. You let the artist do whatever they want. And, and you don't, it's like the opposite of selling out almost. Like, I did what I wanted to do, and it worked. I love that. So it's brilliant.
Absolutely. And also too, Ronnie, I think this whole sellout thing, it to me, man, like everybody's trying to eat and everybody's trying to make their best art. So I feel like that sellout label that gets thrown around from time to time is largely completely unfair and most of the time total bull. And so, I just want the artist to do what the artist wants to do, because ultimately in the end, it's going to be better musically when you guys are able to feel it, right?
I'll tell you what, yeah. Would you hold a Pepsi in a commercial for $1 million?
Would I? Oh, I drink Pepsi. Yeah. I would hold up one with Diet Pepsi for $1 million. Are you kidding? Tomorrow, Ronnie, are you offering? Because if you are, I'm accepting.
Of course. Yes. It's like usually people are like, you're a sellout, would literally do the same thing. They're insane. Right. If someone's like, you want $1 million? Here's a Pepsi, hold it in a commercial. Sure. Well, there's certain things I wouldn't do. I don't want to compromise my integrity, but of course I'm going to do that, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, here's a question for you. As man, as I look at it from my point of view, the band is massively successful by all metrics, by ticket sales, by streams, by all of those things, man. Like this is a big band. But at this point in your career, Ronnie, as an artist and as a musician, what is success to you? What you know what I mean? Like, what is it? Is it a #1 song? Is it a sold out show? What is it to you at this point in your career that you view success?
I would say, which the perfect question to ask right now, because last night I just saw Artist of the Year Billboard were #1. Oh, and guess who #2 is?
Metallica.
Yeah, dude. That's it, dude. Dude. So, and people are like, well, Metallica's old, dude. Yeah, cool, I guess. I'm like, well, you don't see Bring Me the Horizon up there, and they're huge, and I like the band, and that's my competition. So it's saying something. So Stranger Things is definitely much bigger than my band, and TikTok is also bigger than my band, and that is what made Metallica go crazy again. And the fact that we're #1 over that is saying a lot to me. So I'm stoked. I just found out last night. I saw the thing. I was like, oh my God, man, are you serious? My whole band freaking out, dude. My label, they're just like, it's super, super cool, man. It's like
well, one of the things I did want to ask you about, man, is that, I've been a music lover for a long time. And when I first started buying CDs, if I didn't know the band.
Yeah, there was some great weather over the weekend. Aside from the bad storm on Sunday, the Riz family, we did a lot of hanging out on our deck. Got a great deck courtesy of Chesterfield Fence and Deck, celebrating 56 years in business. They are a company you could trust with your biggest investment, your home, and of course the safety of your family. Decks and fences and sunrooms and screen rooms and patios, retaining walls. Chesterfield Fence and Deck, an amazing company, locally owned. They use their own professionally trained installation crews and trucks and tools and operate out of their own huge warehouse and huge showroom. Check out the showroom. Check out the warehouse down there in Chesterfield. See those beautiful displays of the fences and decks and all that stuff there. Free in-home estimates, no obligation, free project design. When you mention the Riz Show, You get 20% off your next installed outdoor project with Chesterfield Fence and Deck. And don't worry, all the products are guaranteed by a 5-year labor warranty. Chesterfield Fence and Deck online at chesterfieldfence.com. After all, who doesn't want a bigger deck?
We're talking about shopping local, right? STLmattressdirect.com. Mattress Direct, right here in St. Louis.
All right, Tuesday in the books. Tomorrow's Wednesday already. How about that?
Oh my gosh.
Short week. All right, today's podcast is titled...
It's Prime Carny Time.
Prime Carny Time. Yeah, I'm going to try to find that Carny documentary.
Yeah, I tweeted it out from the Riz Show social, so if you want to know what we're talking about, go check out that trailer.
Yes. All right, Scott, what else?
You can follow me at King Scott Rules, and I hope your weekend was awesome.
Great. Thanks, Scott. Lern.
You can follow me at Lern versus Radio. That's all.
Rafe.
And I am Rafe Williams on most socials except Grindr. And then get tickets to St. Charles Funny Bone this weekend. 1 show Friday, 2 shows Saturday. Go to funnybone.com. Get tickets. It will be me, Tina D-Ball, and Libby Higgins rocking out.
That'd be
all
great.
Weekend long.
I'll see you Friday night.
Awesome.
Streets of St. Charles, get ready.
Oh, boy.
Because
Got to figure out dinner plans.
we are hitting it hard. Trust. All right, we'll leave you with a selection from our teamers. Remember the day brought to you by Hot Shots. Get all the information at hotshotsnet.com. From O'Fallon, Missouri, Rob Palisak is our teamers member today. And Rob wants to hear this uplifting song. And we'll see you tomorrow. Done it next. Bye.
Toodaloo.
Hi, this is Brandon Saad, and you're listening to The Riz Show on
Hey, everybody, it's Jeff Burton from the Rizzuto Show. Thanks for tuning in to the Facebook takeover with, my goodness, Taylor Momsen. How you doing?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm going to get the geeky fan side of this out of the way first, which nobody watching is going to be surprised about. But I've been a fan for a while. You and I have chatted a handful of times. And the last couple of times that we did it, I'm sure you don't remember this, but we do a picture together, and I started collecting them. Can you see that?
Oh, shit.
Look at you. I think you're 17 in that first one.
Baby. I am a baby in that one. Look at you. Is that the
I know. You were a baby. I'm still an old man. So.
No. That's great. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Let's get to talk again, man.
I don't know how we're going to work this one out. We'll try to turn it sideways or something. But hello, and thank you for taking the time for doing this. I know it's been a very, very long time since you've been to St. Louis to play a show. What have you, the $2 question, what have you been doing